Hello everyone, welcome to this video on testing with Selenium and Java. Selenium is an open source framework for automating web browsers. It is used for testing web applications, performing automation tasks, and scraping data from websites. It supports multiple programming languages including Java, Python, C#, and Ruby. Selenium consists of several components including Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, and Selenium IDE. It is expected to have 27,453 new openings for software testing jobs across India as per Shine.com. According to Naukri, around 6,000 Selenium jobs are available as of today. So if you want to build a career in the IT domain, then testing can be just the right choice for you. In this extensive session on Selenium with Java, we will cover all the important topics related to automation and web testing using a series of carefully curated hands-on sessions, quizzes, detailed concepts discussion, and interview questions. Let us quickly jump on to the agenda of the session. But before that, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and answer the quiz question in the comment section below. Let us now move on to the agenda. We'll start the session with understanding what is Java and various fundamentals of Java including variables, data types, and operators of Java. We'll also understand what are conditional statements of Java, what is the concept of oops in Java, and what is the concept of inheritance in Java. We'll also understand something called Java Robot. From there on, we'll move on to understanding Selenium. We'll understand what is Selenium WebDriver and how to perform Selenium WebDriver Automation. We'll understand how to integrate Selenium with Java and then set up a test environment. We'll also understand what are the various types of softwares you can test and build using Java and Selenium. And at the end of the session, we'll discuss a lot of important interview questions and how you can use them to crack your next interview. That's all for the agenda, guys. Let's move on to our first topic.
Open your Eclipse. TestNG class, you have .java class, right? Similar way you have a program, not the jar files. So in this ABC project, all the jar files, everything is added, right? Give the name of package 1 or test 1 something. Okay, so now right click on the package and create a TestNG class. Give the name as test 1. Class name always begins with capital. Okay, now public void, just name it in, you have F, right? Name it as print something like print or display, or you can say launch. Okay, now you open Google Chrome, right? And driver.get, go to Google Chrome, not Firefox. So save it, and once it is saved, where is the TestNG class? Show me inside ABC. Source src, right? Yeah, package 1. So now right click on it, convert to TestNG, go to TestNG, convert to TestNG, convert. You see testng.xml, right? In the location, give change it to different name, like assignment1.xml, something like that. Now this is your test suite. Now you have that program, right? Now you'd be getting the XML file here, XML document, so you can run that particular program from the XML file. See, you have assignment 1 below suite, you have suite name. Okay, now right click, run as. See, TestNG suite, test suite. See, where you convert the TestNG class. See, test cases, you can have n number of test cases in TestNG, right? In a TestNG class, this is a suite. Okay, there is some error. It is saying okay, package test 1, not find the class path. Package one. Okay. Okay, there is some sort of error here. Give it as .java, test1.java, class name, in the class name. Yeah, line number 6. No, the same thing again. So when we run this from here, right?
Yes, sir.
Even this class which we have created, it will be executed. It is not able to go here because might be some error, something is not correct here. Okay, let me just do the basic thing. Okay, let me just comment this. I'll just use a print statement to see if our test suite is working. So I'll go here, I'll execute this, then it should print. See, test suite it is printing. Now add a print statement in each of it. In test 2, just add, test 2 print statement. Add the print statement as well. Okay, so see, this is just to make you understand what do you mean by multiple packages. 1, 2, 3. Now you have 3 packages. So let us imagine if I have, like, 5 classes in package 2, package 1 and 2. In package 1 I have 1 class, and package 2 I have 5 classes. So all the 6 classes will run. Yeah, so whatever is inside the package will execute. Okay, so for now, how do I convert it to testng? I'll just select 1, 2, 3. It will not give the right syntax. I need to alter it later after converting. See, here we don't have packages. It is multiple classes, right? Multiple classes of different packages. This is one of the assignment. If you look at this, I think 4 or 5, not sure. See, multiple classes from different package.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, the test language usually used in Selenium is, and your options are PHP, Python, JavaScript, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
This is same. Now what we'll do, instead of using classes, we will go ahead, just a sec. Okay, so this is the name of the package, right? Package 1, package 2, and package 3. Okay, so now when you save and run this as a testng suite, different packages will run. Okay, just run it. So let us say in one package there are 10 classes. So all the 10 classes will run, all the 10 programs will run. Okay. So if you give, before this we didn't make any changes, right? You can make use of it, multiple classes from different packages. So that would be your assignment 4. This is about assignment 2. Now going to assignment 3. Multiple tests in Maven. So this is more simpler now. See, you have test, right? Now same way, you know, create multiple tests. Um, create a test in the suite for this packages, like like I did before. I'll tell you about it. what you'll do, you'll create multiple tests. So this is one of your test, and again you'll create another test, and again you'll create another test, but you'll change the name of the test. Okay, 1, 2, and even this, let me say package 1 test 1. Okay, it is actually default one. If you write the XML file by your own, you need not to use it. That would be fine. I can just remove it. Okay. So package 3 test 3. So you have test 1 test 2. Now let me run this. Okay, test 4. Okay. See, it is running. Okay, this is for multiple tests. Assignment 4. So it is multiple classes from different packages. Just enter control and select those 3 packages. Okay, package 1, package 2, package 3. Now convert this to test10 G suite. Give it as assignment 4. So that's it. Okay, this multiple classes from different packages. I would say just go through this. Here it would be a different link, okay, different website, but if you understood the concept, the implementation part would be the same. Write a script to automate source demo. This is a website using page object model. So what you need to do, page object model, it is used to store methods and web elements in a separate class, and test methods in a separate class. So you would be creating a normal class, okay, and test-ng class. Okay, in that you would be creating object repository. That is, you'd be storing the web elements in that particular class. Okay, once you log in, you'd have a different page altogether, right? So over here, you need to store few elements, like you need to click on this to log out, click on this, then click on logout, then it will log out. Okay, so you need just watch that video. I would not confuse you as of now. Okay, so that is about assignment 2. Going to assignment 3, use the dot property file. You need to make use of dot property file. You know how to you make use of dot property file? So that you have to implement here. Like you need to enter, some values, the data which you give over there from the dot properties. Okay. And fourth assignment, login and logout. Okay. See, third assignment is just for login, and fourth assignment is for login, logout. Very simple. So that would be about this. So over here it says write Selenium script. Okay. Before that, testing websites for various functionalities and writing. Okay. To test the website using Selenium WebDriver, test the login screen with username and password. So before, like few months ago, when we used to go to the website, right, it used to ask the username and password, like it asks for source demo, right? But now it is not there. So for the first script, we can just ignore. Okay. Test online widgets like date picker, tab slider. So if you go here, you have date picker here. You have slider over here. Okay, and tabs in the sense, switching to one tab to another tab. you have done in HDFC assignment, right? So see, when you click on theme roller, no, not this.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
Okay, when you click on post autumn, it will take you to another tab. Go to the tab, come back to this tab, perform various operations like that. Okay. So date picker is done, tabs is done, slider is done. Just interactive actions like draggable, resizable, selectable. So draggable, here's the resizable. Okay. Resizable. This is by using actions class. And here you have draggable. Okay. Drag and drop. And this is the selectable, select menu. Okay. And test up the filling up of registration form and submission. So over here is your registration form. It is inside a frame. Inspected. I mean, this middle part is inside a frame. Okay. Inspect it before you start. And once you go to this frame, okay, you do the operation that is fill up the registration form, and then you come back again. It is to default content. Okay. It is clear, right? It is easy. So whatever you have done till now in all the assignments, you'd be combining all those here. Okay. So test frames and windows. That is what you have frame in the registration form in the middle, and windows you can use the same thing as tabs. That is also fine. Test drop down menu, which is again selectable. Okay, and alert boxes. So you have here alert, right? Click and accept alert. That's it. Okay. It is very easy and simple. So this is about the project one.
So if we are talking about the Java, so Java is a kind of high level object oriented programming language. Okay, high level means it is understandable by the human being, and Java is a kind of object oriented programming language used to develop web application, used to develop mobile application, that means Java can be used everywhere for every work. Okay, there is no limitation for the Java. Now the thing comes, when we have joined the course for the Selenium, then when we should learn, and we are learning Java. Okay, because we'll implement Selenium is nothing but it is a kind of framework. Okay, that means Selenium is not a language. It is just giving us a framework. It is just giving us an environment for performing the automation test. Okay, so we'll implement Selenium by the help of the Java. Selenium can be implemented through different languages, but we are choosing Java because more like in market 80% of the automation market for the Selenium has occupied by the Java. Okay, and Java is very strong, very robust, very like secure. That's why we are prefer to go with the Java. Okay, and in Java, like we are having JDK, JRE. I hope you guys are clear about the JDK and JRE also. JDK is a Java Development Kit. Am I right? So the next, like first topic inside the Java we are having, that is variable. So let's understand what is variable. Okay, so can I say that variable is a kind of container which is used to contain some data? Like what is variable? Variable is a kind of variable, that means container. It is a kind of container which is used to contain contain any kind of the data, any kind of the data. Okay, so variable, what is variable? Variable is nothing but it is a kind of container which is used to contain the data. Okay, it can contain numerical data, it can contain string data, it can contain any kind of data. That means there is no limitation. Okay, okay guys, so it can contain numerical and it can contain also non-numerical data. So what is variable? Variable is a kind of container. Now let's see why we are saying this is as a container. So for defining the variable, we are having the syntax, and the syntax is like this. We have to define the data type. So I'll explain about the data type also guys. For now, just understand integer is belongs to, sorry, int is belongs to integer. I'll tell you in details about the integer, float, those things. But for defining the variable, we are having the data types. And data type, suppose I want to take a data type that is int a equal to 10. So can I say that a is our container and a is containing the value that is 10? If I will call my a, so what I will get? I will get a value that is 10. So that's why we are saying this as a container. So now the next thing we are having in variables, literals, and there will be another topic we are having, that is keywords. So when we are talking about the keywords, so keywords is nothing. These are the predefined word. Okay, these are predefined words, which have some meaning for the system. Okay, that means keyword is nothing. These are the predefined word which is already defined into the system, and for that we are having some meaning for that. Okay, that means if I am writing if else, so like we guys are aware of this thing, like if I'm writing int is also a keyword. If I'm writing if is also a keyword. So these are the predefined word. Okay, if I'm writing else is also a keyword. If I'm writing public, so what is public here? Public is also a keyword. That means it is, if I'm writing class is also a keyword. If I'm writing void is also a keyword. So like this we are having so many like different types of keywords, and for each particular keyword we are having different like meaning for those particular keyword in the system. Okay, that means inside the system, if I'm using if, that means there is a conditional statement. If I'm using int, that means we want to use this particular variable as a data type. Okay, I can use float. So basically these are the keywords. That means what we can say, that keywords are the predefined word which have some meaning for the system. Okay, and then the second rule is, the first rule, we can't use the keywords as a variable. Okay, in Java we cannot use the keyword as a variable. If we'll try to use it, we'll get the false. So let's see what I told you. A is a container and int is a keyword. Okay, so let me define int a equal to 10. Okay, so we have defined a variable. That variable name is a, and a is containing the value. That value name is 10. The value is 10. Okay, so the value is 10. Now if I want to call my value, call my function, that function name is a, so in that case what I will get? Sorry, it's a variable. So if I want to call the variable, so what should be happen? So I can say that the variable contains the value that is a. So if I'm calling a, what I will get, let's execute it. What I'm getting, variable contains 10. Now, so what I told you, it is a container. Isn't it works like a container? So now the next topic we are having, that is literals. Okay, literals. These are the raw data which is used to, it is assigned to the variable, not used to, which we have assigned to the variables. Okay, so these are the raw data which we have assigned to the variable. So now tell me guys, in our this particular variable, which is literals, 10 is a like raw data. We don't know like what is data. It didn't process it. It is the raw data, and which we are using this to assign to a variable. So we have assigned the data that is 10, and the 10 is called as a literals. Okay, so int b equal to 20. So here 20 is work as a literals. So now we are having the literal. Suppose like in our variable, when I told you variable is a container, so variable can contain any kind of the data. So variable can contain the numerical data, non-numerical data. So how many kinds of literals we are having? So if we are talking about the kinds or types of the literals, basically types of the literals we are having, like we are just classified these literals into two types. Okay, the first is numerical, and the second type we are having the non-numerical. Numerical. Okay, so guys, like I will explain, because the types of the literals is same as the data type. Okay, so same as the data type. So I will tell you, like in this one, in numerical we are having float, we are having integer, we are having float, we are having double, we are having long. So this kind of, that means these all are belongs to the numerical. And in non-numerical we are having character, see, character, we are having string, we are having boolean. Okay, then yeah, we are having boolean, that much. Now like we'll explain it, but integer, like if we'll explain when I will explain about the data type, because these are the thing which we are having as a data type also. Okay, so now let's talk about the data types. So data type is defining that what kind of data you want to store into your variable. Okay, so suppose if I'm writing that int a equal to 10, that means int is working as int is defining that you have to take the variable that should be the integer, that means that should be the numerical type data, and it will be stored in a, it will be the integer. That means you are just defining that what kind of data you have to store into your variable. Okay, it defines the types of the data. Okay, so we'll start with the variable. So variable, what is variable? Variable is nothing but it is a kind of container which is used to contain the value, and variable can contain any kind of the value. If you want to store like your character type data, if you want to store your name, if you want to store your phone number, so you can store in a single variable like this. Okay, so how to define the variable? So we are having the syntax will be data type. Okay, then variable name. So let me write this. Defining the variable, we'll be having, just keep it as an example. Okay, and just write it as a syntax. In syntax, there will be the data types, data types types, then variable name. And remember that the variable name can be anything equal to you can assign the value. Okay, you can assign the value. So this is the variable, and if so, what I told you, variable is a container. So when I am calling my variable that is a, so what I'm getting the value that is 10. So it is working like a container. So now let's talk about the keywords. So what is keyword? So when we're talking about the keyword, so keyword is nothing but it is, those are the predefined word, okay, which have some meaning for the system. That means if I am writing, there might be secret code for something, na? Like when we are communicating with our friends, so there are some secret thing. So if I'm just using that word, so my friend understood that this is the same thing. That means we have discussed about that word. So if I'll use this word, so it will be, the meaning of this word will be this. Okay, so now if I'm talking about the keyword, so for the keyword it is same. That means we are having such words which is predefined into the system and which is having some particular meaning. So if I'm using int, so that means it is a defining that you want to take the integer type data. Okay, is it clear? And the next thing, we cannot use our keyword as a variable. That means here I cannot write if, okay, it will give us error. The rule is this: we cannot use the keyword as a variable. And the next thing, we are having the literals. So literals is nothing but it is the raw data which we have used for as, like, which we have assigned to the variable. It can be any type of data. So if I'm writing a equal to 10, so 10 is my raw data, and I can say that 10 is a kind of literals. Okay, and there are types of the literals. So type of the literals is same as data type. Okay, so I'll explain when I'll explain the literals. So sorry, data type. So it will be clear: integer, float, double, string, integer, sorry, string, boolean. So it will be clear. Okay, okay, so what I told you, data type, it defines the type of the data for storing into the variables. Okay, it is just defining the types of the data which we are storing into the variable. Now the next thing, in like the data type, so what I told you, it is this type, it is just defining the type. So how many kinds of data types we are having? So here also the data types has been divided into two types. Okay, data types has been divided into two types. The first we have classified as a numerical, sorry, types we are having, that is predefined and primitives and non-primitives. Okay, should be, okay, just leave the spelling. Primitives, and the next thing we are having, that is non-primitives. Okay, so I can say that like primitives can be, it can be used for like predefined. Okay, predefined, defined, which is already defined into the system, and non-primitive is a user defined. Non-primitive is a user defined. So when we are talking about the predefined, so in predefined, like those are the data type which is already defined into the system. Okay, so these are the already defined into the system. These are already defined into the system. Okay, and non-primitives, we can say that user defined, and this type of data, like user is defining its own data for according to the need of the user. Okay, user is defining for his or her own requirement. Okay, user will define this data. User will define according to his or her own requirement. Now in primitive, what kind of data we are having as a predefined data types? So in predefined data types, we are having that is integer. Okay, in primitives data, we are having that is integer. So what is integer here? So integer, like what do you mean by integer, guys? Did you hear this word that is integer? Okay, it can be number. Okay, so integer, we have to remember that it will be number. So but the thing is integer will be always whole number. That means that will be always whole number. So integer, for how we can define this, for this the syntax is we can define int. Int is the keyword which is defining that integer value. Okay, so now it is clear. So what kind of literals, like if I'm talking you, if I'm telling you just define integer literals, so what it will be? It will be whole number. Okay, you can't use rational or decimal point number. You have to take the whole number for integer literals. Okay, so integer, how to define it? Integer, the data type name, then where name same as this, equal to value. So it should be integer value. Okay, it should be integer value. Then we have to give the semicolon. Why semicolon? Semicolon is necessary. So this is the same thing, we can use it. Let's take it as a different one. B is my variable name, and if I want to take that the variable contains integer data, integer data, that is, just give me, let me change it to 100. Okay, so here you can see that the variable contains integer data. And what do you mean by integer data? Integer data will be always as a whole number. It might be positive or it might be negative also. So let me use as a negative, so you can see that it will be whole number only. Okay, now the next thing, if suppose if I want to give it like this, what will happen? It will give you error only here. Okay, the red line, we can see that it is give you error. So integer can't check decimal or rational number. If I want to take the decimal number, or if I want to take the rational number, so in that case there will be some data type now which will allow us to store that kind of data. Okay, it can accept the decimal or rational data. So decimal or rational, so if I'm talking about the decimal or rational, so it can accept this type of data, and rational it can accept float. Then the variable name, so variable name it can be anything. But the thing we have to understand, we cannot use two variable with the same name in Java. Okay, float var name equal to value. After value we have to give f. Okay, after value we have to give f. In Java we have to give f like this. So if I want to use it float, then c equal to, have to give f. Okay, so f is defining that you want to take this data as a float. So let's print it this out. The variable stores the, here you can see that I'm getting, but the thing is here the f will not appear as an output. Okay, f is defining that you are taking this data as a variable, sorry, as a float. Okay, okay, so in like we are having this type of data, basically we are using integer and float. Okay, in Java. Now the thing comes, if we want to store name, if we want to store like some character. So before talking about the character, so let's talk about the boolean. When we'll use boolean will use if I want to like return something as a true, or if I want to return something as a false. I can like what is the syntax will be same. I have to use bwlen boolean. Okay, boolean and var name equal to true or false. It might be true or it might be false, but remember that it will be always as a small letter. So let's define it as a like bwlen boolean a we have defined, so we don't have d equal to tru it true. Okay, boolean d equal to true. Sy system the variable stores boolean data and the data is true. Boolean data and that is d. D is storing true value. Okay. Now the thing comes about the character. So basically, what is character? If we are talking about the character, so character is nothing but it is a kind of data type, okay, which will allow us to store only one character. Okay, character it will be always with single quotes, that is this, okay, single quotes and only one character, or it might be as a number. But always remember that character will be always inside the single quotes. Okay, and it cannot take more than one like value, more than one data it cannot take. It will only take the value that will be only one. It might be a, it might be one, it might be special character, it might be a specific the symbol. So it will be always inside the single quotes. Okay, so how to define it? For the syntax we are having for defining the character, char then variable name equal to, there will be having this and the other data. Okay, so data single data, let me write single char, okay, or num. Any kind of data you can store, but it will be always inside the single quotes. So let me write this here, p equal to, so what is ASCII, guys? So ASCII is a American Standard Code for Information Interchange. Okay, so ASCII, that is American Code for, sorry, American Standard Code. Yes, I forget Standard Code for Information Interchange. Okay, INFORMATION, information, INTERCHANG, interchange. Now the thing, that day I told you, like if I'm writing a, so in that case computer is understanding that in the format of a, like 0 and 1. So from where the computer is getting 0 and 1, at first the compiler is changing into the ASCII code. So ASCII code will be 65, and this 65 will be converted as a in the format of 0 and 1. Okay, that's why we are getting e like char e equal to 65. So we are getting the value that is a. Let's use as a 5. Sorry, char e equal to 5. So let's see what kind of value you will get. So there is a chart, guys. So you can just like learn something about this chart. So you can see that the 5 is returning this particular question mark, that is special symbol. Okay, So the character you can just write, you cannot take like 500 or something. Let's take it and let's see what kind of things we are getting. We're getting question mark. So we can take it like this. So for that we should aware of SK code. Okay, but the thing is, when normally we're talking about the character, so it will be always inside the single quotes. So guys, what I told you in character, so is it possible to print or take the name inside the character? No, isn't it? Character will take only one character, only one data. So if I want to store my name as a variable, in that case, what there will be some data type. Am I right?
Yes.
There will be some data type which will allow us to store my name, my like anything. If I want to store my information, so there will be some data type which will allow us to store this. So yes, we are having, and that is a string. So what is a string? It will be always inside the single quotes, sorry, double quotes. Okay, and it can be the sequence of character. Okay, here might be sequence of character, and that character can be anything. Okay, the character can be anything. Okay guys, so it can be numerical type, it can be. So let's see how to define this. For defining this, we are having the syntax, and that syntax is use a string, that is a keyword, then where name equal to, inside this it can be anything. Okay, inside this the data.
Say string. It takes
String.
minimum.
Why? The reason
Double quotes. In double
it
quotes.
is
Splits.
always inside the double quotes. Okay, string will be always inside the double. So it doesn't matter how many like numbers of data you are having, but it will be always inside the double quotes. If anything inside the double quotes, it will be always as a string. So non-primitives, guys, the first non-primitives, we are having array, we are having structure. So these are the things from the data structure we don't need for the Selenium, but we'll be having the class. Okay, so class is a kind of non-primitive, like user-defined data, and this like these are the data. Just remember one thing about the non-primitive: these are the user-defined data type, which is defined by the user according to his or her need, to fulfill his or her need. Okay, you can see that this is a class. Okay, and inside the class you can see that like here, according to the user need, according to my need, I have defined so many things, isn't it? So this is, we are saying as a non-primitive, or we can also say it as a user defined data type. Okay, so now we are having the concept about the operators. Okay, so let me create a new class, and in this new class I'll just give the name as a operators. Okay, and inside the operator we are having this. So what is operator? We have to understand what is operator. So operator is nothing but these are the special symbol. Okay, these are the special symbol which is used to perform some specific operation, some specific task. Okay, operator. So what is operator? These are the SPE used to perform some specific task or operation. So we are just saying that like task is our operation. Okay. So operator, what is operator? We are having, suppose if I want to perform the addition, so in that case I'm having this particular a plus b. Am I right? A plus b we are having. For performing the addition, I can use the plus operator, like plus sign. So this plus sign we are having, this is called as an operator. That means by the help of this particular plus sign, by the help of this particular symbol, we are performing the task, that is addition. So isn't it a special symbol which is used to perform some specific task? Or a and b, we are calling a and b as an operand. Okay, a and b as an operand, and this plus sign as an operator, and the whole combination will say it as an operation, like a and b equal to c. If I'm just saying this, so I can just write it this whole as an operator. Here a will be the operands. Let me write o operands, b will also be the operands, and this plus sign we are having, that is as an operator. Okay, this is as a operator, and the whole will call it as a operation. So this is the thing. Now for multiple kind of task, multiple kind of operation, will be having multiple kind of operator. For multiple kind of operation, like we're having multiple kind of operation now. We are having addition, we are having subtraction, we are having division, like we are having assignment, we are having increment, we have to check the condition. So for each and every task we are having different kind of operator. Now the thing comes, the types of the operators. So what kind of operators we are having? So for each and individual task, we'll be having individual operator. Am I right? So the first type, if I want to perform the mathematical operation, so in that case, I will be having the operator which can perform the mathematical operation only. So what is the name of those particular operator? Those particular operator,
Arithmetical
naming it
operator.
as a arithmetical operator. ARTHEMAT, I think MEICAL. Arithmetical operator. Okay, so arithmetical operator used to perform mathematical operation. Okay, used to perform mathematical operation. What kind of mathematical operation we are having, and what kind of arithmetical operation we are having? So basically in arithmetical operator we are having this one, ADDITION, addition. So what is the purpose of the addition? I don't think I have to like explain about the addition. I can just directly write the code, isn't it? Int a equal to 10, comma b equal to 20. And here I can directly perform the addition operation. So I will just print it. This out. And inside it, what we'll be having? A plus b, a plus b. That is, I can write here also, plus a plus b, a plus b. According to you, what should be the result? It will add that. Am I right? For performing the addition, we are using the plus sign. So it is just adding that. Now we might get confused that what is the use of this plus sign? Why I'm every time using this plus sign? For concatenation. That means for if we are having the string, na. So in the case of the string, we are using plus sign for the concatenation. That means we are just adding this thing together, a plus b and the value of the a plus b. Clear? Now in the mathematical one, we are having the next function, that is the next operator, that is subtraction. Subtraction, we know that we are using it for the purpose of the subtraction. So here let me use it. Here I can just write b minus a, because we are having the value in like b as a greater value. So you can write it b minus a, and that will be b minus a. Okay, so what should be the result? Result should be 10. Am I right? The result we are getting it as a 10. Now the next type of operator we are having, that is multiplication. And in the sys out, I can just do, it doesn't matter like I'm using b into a or a into b. The result will be same. Am I right? A into b, that is it should be a into b. And for the division, we're always having for the division also.
Plus.
So for the division, we are having this one. The symbol is this. This symbol is known as a division. D-I-V-I-S-I, and division. And division, we know that is used to divide the value. Okay, so the division b divided by a, that is b divided by a. Okay, now the next type, the important one, we are having the modulus. Okay, so what is the work of this modulus? Okay, so it doesn't matter like how many reminders we are having, it will give that, it will just return the remainder only. Okay, it will return the remainder only. So let's see if I want to use it this out, and inside it sorry, modulus or b modulus a, and it will be b modulus a. So according to this, the answer should be here, that is 30. Okay, and here the answer should be 10. What is the answer here, guys? What will be the answer here? So according to our expectation, we are getting the same value: 30, 10, 200, 2 and 0. Okay. Okay, so let me use this one. So now the thing comes here, what do you mean by assignment operator? Okay, so basically when we are talking about the assignment operator, so assignment operator is basically used to assign the value to the variables. Okay, it's used to assign the value to the variables. Okay, basically when we are talking about the assignment operator, so assignment operator is used to assign the value to the variable. It doesn't matter what kind of variable you are using, so it will be always as a assignment operator. Okay, so let's say that here if I'm using a equal to 10. So what I'm actually doing, I'm assigning the value, that value is 10 to my A. Am I right? Don't call it as a equal to. It is assignment operator in our.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, the term Ajax expands to, and your options are asynchronous Java and XML, asynchronous JavaScript and XML, accumulated Java and XML, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
Programming language. Assignment operator used to assign value to the variables. Okay, used to assign the value to the variables. Suppose here, let's take an integer type value, int c equal to 30. So what actually I am doing here, I am just assigning the value that is 30 to my variable, and the variable name is c. Am I right? Okay, so c equal to 10. So we are just assigning the value that is 30 to my operator. Okay, sorry, to my variable. Is it clear? Now we are having plus equal to. Okay, plus assignment, that means addition assignment. So what is the actual use of this? It will add the value. Okay, it will add the, at first it will perform the addition of, okay, it will perform the addition, then assign to the variable. It will perform the addition, then it will assign to the variable. So let's see how we can use this one. It can be used like this. Okay, a plus equal to 10. So what is the actual meaning of this? This can be used a equal to a plus 10. Okay, so what, now tell me the value of the a will be, but like I don't have any value now, so the value of the a will be 10. Suppose I want to use as a c, here also it will assign to the c, and here also it will assign to the c. So just tell me what will be the value of c now. C is 30. This out. Here let's write it c plus equal to 10, or inside the bracket I can just write c equal to c plus 10. Okay, so here I can just call it like this, c plus equal to 10. Let's see what I will get. I'll get the value of the c as a 40. Now it's a little bit confusing. Okay, now if I'm using like this, we'll also do the same thing. Subtraction assignment. Okay, it will perform the subtraction and assign the value to the variable again. The same thing we are having as a. Okay, so basically when we are talking about the additional assignment, so here the thing is, first thing we're having, it will perform the addition. That means if I'm writing like this, na, c equal to, so now the value that is c equal to 30. Okay, now the value that is c equal to 30. So how it will be like if I'm writing like this? So what is the actual meaning of this? It is the meaning C equal to C plus 10. Okay, so now let's see how it will become 40. We know that the value of C is C equal to the value of C is 30 plus 10.
10.
Okay, now the value of C will be 40. Am I right? So this is how it is working. Now tell me the value of C. If I'll print this one, so what will be the value of C? 30 minus 10 equal to 20. Okay, now the thing comes here. If I'm using this one like this, okay, D equal to this. D is a integer. I can directly use like this. Okay, and the value of C will be this one. Only C. Here also, I can perform the same operation. The value of C will be C. It's a little bit confusing, so no need to confuse. Okay, that's why I'm just explaining in details. So now the value of C is 40. So now when the value of C is 40, now we are decreasing the value that is from C, from the updated C. Okay, we are decreasing the value from the updated C. So what is my updated C? The value of updated C was 40. Now it becomes from 40, I have decreased the value that is 10. So it becomes 20. No, sorry, 30. Okay. The same thing we are again having like this also for the multiplication assignment. Perform the same thing. It will perform the multiplication first, then it will assign to the variable. Multiplication, then assign to the variable. So we can just do the same thing into equal to let's take the value that is less than. Now the next thing we are having, that is our multiplication assignment, that is division assignment, DIVISIO and division assignment. So what it will do, it will at first DIVID divide, then assign to the variable. So now if I'm using like it, C equal to C here, it should be 24. Am I right? So let's see, we are getting 24 or not. Yeah, we are getting 24, and the last we are getting modulus. The same thing we are having.
4.
The output will be 4, because if you are divide your, like if you'll find divide your 24, okay, 24 divided by 5, so the remainder will be
4.
4. Am I right? So this particular remainder we are assigning to the variable that is C. So it will be 4 only. Okay. So we have completed with our arithmetical operator and our assignment operator. So now the next operator we are having, that is we are calling it as a comparison operator, or we can call it as a relational operator. Okay. So what is it? Comparison operator. Comparison or relational operator. When we are calling it as a comparison or relational operator, it is used to check Okay, basically comparison, or like it is used to check the relationship between two variables or more than two variables. It is used to compare, okay, compare or check the relation between two or more than two variable, or we can say that it's used to check the, it is used to check the, like it is used to compare two variable. Okay, used to check, or we can say that compare the variable, compare the, if if condition, like it is also calling it as a conditional operator also. Okay, conditional, conditional operator. If the condition is true, if the condition and condition is true, it will return true, else false. That means it will check the condition. If the condition will be true, in that case it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Okay, now the thing we have to understand, what kind of conditional operator, what kind of comparison, like we can call it conditional, comparison, or relational operator. Okay, so let's see that. The first one we are having double, that is we are calling it as a equal to. Okay, equal to, equal to. So it will return true when the variable will be equal each other. Okay, it will return true when the variable will be equal to each other. Let's check. Suppose if I want to check system, inside it I want to check that a, sorry, 10 equal to 10. Let's use the operator. Okay, a equal to b. Now the thing is, here we want to check it like this. Okay, so int a equal to 10, 19, and b equal to 20. Inside the plus, I can use it like this. A plus equal to b. Now the thing is, what should it will return? It should return true or false. It will return false. The reason, when the condition will be not satisfied, so in that case it will return false. Yeah, it will return 100%, that is false. So here you can check that a and b, that is false. So before that, it's out. Conditional operator. Okay. Here the conditional operator we are getting as a false. So if I'll change the value here, in that case, what I will get? In that case, I should get true. Am I right? So now the next thing, we are having not equal to. So in programming language, how we are defining our not equal to, we are defining not equal to. At first we are using the exclamation mark, then equal to sign. Okay, we're calling it as a not equal to. So here not equal to is, it will return true when the variable will be not equal to each other. Okay, it will return true when the variable will be not equal to each other. In that case, let's say int c equal to 20 and d equal to 21. So it should return true when the variable will be not equal to each other. Is it really returning true or not? Not equal to. Let's change the value here. Equal not equal to b d, and here c not equal to d. And check it here. I'm getting it as a true. But the thing is here, if I will just make it as a 20 again. Oh, so in that case, what it should return? It should return false because we are checking the condition for not equal to, but the value we are getting it as a true. Now the next thing we are having, that is greater than symbol. Okay. So it is calling it as a greater than. Greater than. It will return true when the variable will be greater, when the first variable will be greater than second variable. Okay. When the first variable here, what do we mean by first variable and what do we mean by second variable? The thing is, if I'm using the first variable, that means the first we have taken, okay, in the operation, not into the definition. Okay, suppose here int e equal to 21 or f equal to 25, okay, 23. In that case, we are just checking that e is greater than f. Okay, so are we actually getting e is greater than f? So here I can just use it like this, e is greater than f. So in that case, what do we mean by the first variable? Here the first variable I am using it as a e, and second variable I am using it as a f. In that another case, I can use it like this also. Okay, f is greater than e. That means now the f will be the first variable and e will be the second variable. Okay. So let's execute this. Now, what will be the value according to you?
True.
It should be true. Why? The reason, because it is satisfying our condition. The f is actually greater than e. Okay. Now the next is we are having the, okay, just if I'm just giving the actual value, the equal value, so what will be the answer, true or false? So if we are going for the greater value and our condition is not satisfying, the like here we are getting the value that is equal to, but we are looking for the greater value. So in that case, the condition is not satisfying. So in that case, it will return false only. Okay. Next thing we are having, that is greater than equal to. Greater than. Greater than equal to, and here it can be. So what will happen? It will be the same, but only thing here it will difference. Okay. Here the only thing it will difference will be greater than or equal to. Okay. Equal to or greater than the second variable. So here the first time we have used it like this now. So let's change this. Let's change the variable name g and h. here, the thing comes G and H. G is greater than equal to H. The thing, guys, the first thing, like rules of this, we cannot use it like this. We cannot separate it. We have to use it together. Okay, we can't separate it. We have to use it together. So this is less than, sorry, greater than. So now tell me what will be the result for this? If I'm checking, if I'm going for this, what will be the result? That time I gave equal value. That time I got false. But now I will get true. Why? Because we are checking for the equal to also. Okay. Here, how it will work? It will first check for the greater than. If it is not greater than, then it will come for the equal to. So it can find that, yeah, this is equal to. So in that case, it will give you the true value. Let's see. K, G, and H. Okay. Yeah. So I'm getting as a true value. Okay. So here I can just change the value also as a 52. And let's check what kind of value you are getting. You are getting again as a true value. Okay, now the next we are having that is less than. So less than, how it is working? Less than is working with same as true. Okay, but the thing is here, only thing happen, it will return true when the variable will be less than the second variable. Okay, less than the second variable. So what do you mean by our second variable? This is same thing, the symbol will be only changed. So let's use it. Int I equal to 23 comma j equal to 24. This out. Okay, system dot print out dot println. Then I is less than j. It is actually less than j or not. Let's check it. So we can check it. I is less than j. Okay, so what it will return? It will return true or false. The condition is satisfying. Now we are just checking for the less, and if it is actually less, so in that case it will return true. Now the next we are having that is less than equal to. So it will be also same. Less than equal to. And the first variable will be less than or equal to second variable. Okay, so here let's change it. So this is how it is working. So I can just take another example. Int k equal to 22 and L equal to 32. This out. K is actually less than or equal to L. Is this condition satisfying or not? So let's see. This condition is satisfying. So what we will get? We'll get it as a true. Okay. Here we have given the wrong. Here you can use it. So this is all about the conditional operator. So how many conditional operator we are having? Like we are calling it as a comparison operator, we are calling it as a relational operator, and we are calling it as a conditional operator. So basically we are having 6 types of conditional operator. The first is equal to, second is not equal to, the third is greater than, the fourth is less than, The fifth is less than equal to, the sixth is greater than equal to. Okay, so let me update this file also here. After this only. Yes. Assignment operator. Yes, the conditional operator from here. So we are having the next type of operator, and that operator we are calling it as a logical operator. So before going to logical operator, guys, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So now the next type of operator we are having, that is calling as a logical operator. Okay. So for the logical, like, it is little bit different from this operator. So let me create another class for this. Logical operator, click on finish. Okay. So here we are having the logical operator. So basically, when we are talking about the logical operator, so this is nothing but the thing is here we are checking it for comparing. It is also same as comparing, but the thing is here we are just checking it for two conditions. Okay, we're just using logical operator for checking the two condition. If the condition is satisfying, in that case we are having the result as a true, otherwise it will be false. Okay, it's used to logical operator used to check the conditions, check the expression 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 or statement is true or false false. Okay, basically we are using logical operator to check the expression is true or false. If the expression is true, so in that case it will return true, otherwise in this case it will return false. Okay, if the expression is true, it will return true, else false. The expression is true, in that case it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Now the next thing we are having, that thing is how many kinds of logical operator. So guys, like, if I'm talking about the here the expression, so like we notice that in conditional operator we are performing the task on the variable only. Am I right? We are checking the condition on the variable, isn't it? Check the condition, okay, over the expression, over the operation, okay, over the statement. So how it will check that, like, if we'll use a is greater than b and A is greater than C. In this, that means here we are having a whole expression. Okay, we are not checking only for a single individual variable. Here we'll check for the whole expression, or we can say that the whole statement. Okay, now the types of the logical operator is we are having the first type, that is AND operator, logical AND. Okay, logical, logical A and D AND. So we are just defining it like this. We're writing it like this in Java, and logical AND, it will return true first thing. We'll check that A should be greater than, how A will be the greatest. A will be greatest in that case. A should be greater than both the value. So here let's do one more thing. Okay, so let's change the value of A as a 26. So here let's see that here A is satisfying its first expression. A is satisfying its first operation, that is greater than B. Thing is, when we are going for the second condition, it is not satisfying. Am I right? In logical AND operation, we are having 3 false value and 1 true value. But in the case of logical OR, we'll be having 3 true value and 1 false value. Okay, that means if the both of the expression will be false, in that case only we'll get false, otherwise we'll get true. Now let's check it and see that. According to this, we'll just check that SYSTEM system it's out, and in it's out, we'll just check it. A is greater than B. Okay, so here we'll check with the help of both the expression. A is greater than B, so let's check A is greater than B or C. Okay, A is greater than B or C. So for the first thing, we'll just make A is greater than C. Okay, by the use of double line, we'll be using as a OR operator. Now we'll check that A is greater than C. So it will return that one if A is greater than B or A is greater than C. We're checking for that. Okay, so let's check it. So here our first condition is not satisfying, but the second condition is satisfying. Am I right? It will return us as a true. A is greater than B or C. So A is actually greater than C. Now the thing is here, if I will make all the statement as a true. Okay, so in that case, what should happen? According to us, it should return true. Am I right? Now the thing is, let's make all the as a false. In that case, what should I get? I should get as a false, because my both the expression are getting false. So this is about the logical OR operator. Now let's see that logical NOT, we are giving this like this. It will be the vice versa. Okay, if the expression is true, it will be false. It will return false if the expression is true. Okay, it will return false if the expression is true. And how we'll use this? We'll use this as simply. Okay, so this expression we have make as a false now. If I'll use this one as a like not operator, so it will be true. Let's see. Okay, it will be the vice versa. If the expression is true, in that case it will false, and if the expression is false, it will true. Okay, and how we'll use it? We'll use it before that. Before our expression, we'll use the exclamation mark, and this exclamation mark is work as a not operator. Okay guys, so the next thing we are having as a comment. Okay, so comment I can just explain you here only. So what is comment? We can say that comment is the description of the code. Okay, it is, these are the definition of the code these are the definition of the code which is totally ignored by the compiler. Comments are the definition of the code which is totally ignored by the compiler. So here you can see that like the comments we are having in Java. Okay, there are two types of comments, two types types of comment. The first type is a single line comment. Okay, and we are defining single line comment by the use of this operator. Okay, by the use of this double backslash, we are defining the single line comment. So you can see that till now what I have written in like after this double slash, so this all is working as a comment. Okay, these all things are working as a comment, and it will be totally ignored by the compiler. This comment will be not executed when we'll execute our code. So single line comment, how we can define in single line comment, there will be only one line of the code. Okay, only one line of comment, only one line in the comment. Now the next type we are having, that is multi-line comment. Multi-line comment. So when we are using multi-line comment, so in multi-line comment, what we are having actually? So basically multi-line comment, we can comment multiple line together. Okay, we can comment multiple line together. How? The syntax will be for this. We are having this one. Okay, the syntax will be slash star and then star slash. Okay, slash star star slash. Here you can write anything whatever you want. So this is working as a multiple comment. Okay, so don't confuse, and like both the comment will be totally ignored by the compiler. This comment will not execute. Okay, this is only for define the code and writing something for the definition for the code. You want to understand, suppose like here if I will directly code that, so unknown person, if he wants to evaluate my code, so in that case you will be confused. Am I right? So this is the good habit to code with the comment. Okay, while you are writing script also, this is the good habit to code with the comment, so that everyone will be able to access and understand your code. This is the good thing. Okay guys, like if I want to take the user input value, because till now we have taken the value all the related to the like predefined value. Am I right? But if I want to take user input value, so in that case, how I can take it? Do you know in Python it is not supported to take user input value? Sorry, in Java, like directly we cannot take the user input value. So in that case, how I can do this? If suppose like if I'm just taking how to take input from the user. So can I take it like this? Like in any other programming language, in Python, we are having the input function, and by the help of the input function, we are taking that. and in C we are having C in and C out. But in Java we don't have those type of function. Like it is inside it, it is not supportable. For that we have to import the library. So what library we have to import? We have to import the scanner library. Okay, scanner class. So for that we have to make it SCANNER scanner. This is the library. Okay, and just take not a here I'll take input equal to new of scanner, new of SCANNER scanner. Inside it I have to pass system.in. System.in. Okay, so here what do you mean by scanner? So scanner is a library which is outside of the Java. We have to import that particular library, and here we are taking that particular input name, okay, variable name, then new of the scanner class. We're just creating the object for that scanner class, system.in. So system.in, here in is using for taking the input from the user. Okay, now the thing how to take the input from the user. So we can take it like this. Like if I want to take the string value, so I can take it this out, enter your name. Okay, so 6 out, it will give us the option to enter the name. And the second thing what I have to do, I have to print it into the next line. So how I can print it? So what kind of the, now tell me guys, name will accept what kind of value? Integer, string, or character? Pass it as a string because I have just, I want my name here. So string and name, okay, equal to input dot next. So it will print that into the next line. Okay, in Java it's very like lengthy to take the user input value, and now you can print your name. This out, my name is, you can just print the name now. Now let's try to execute this. It is asking for enter the name, so you can just write your name here, Imran. You can say that my name is Imran. Okay, so it doesn't matter, like if you want to take the user input value, you can check, like here you can take the string, here you can, but the thing is it will be same. Okay, till now everything will be same, just you can check the data, you can change the data type only. Okay guys, there is only one way you can change the data type only. So this is how you can take the user input value. Okay, okay, so let's, when we are talking about the scanner class, so scanner is CANN here, scanner is the library which is used for taking input from the user. Okay, scanner is the library which is used to taking the input from the user. So how we are using this? So scanner, the name of the scanner, then the name of that particular, like what kind of input you want to take, the name of that particular input, we are taking it as a input. New of scanner, system, from the Java, like we are having the system, then dot, you can see that the system class contains several useful class field. So system is the by default thing from the Java. Okay, then dot in, so dot in here, dot in is used for taking the input from the user. Here system dot in used for taking input from the user. Okay, then after that I'm just printing a thing that is in the name of like print your, like enter your name. So when I am entering my name, so how to enter? So this is only the print line. Here I'm not using anything. Okay, now the thing is, it will come to the next line and enter name equal to, you are taking a variable and you are storing your name into this particular variable, and this is next. So next will input the name into the next line. Okay, next function will input the name into the next line. Then I'm just printing my name. My name is that, then that particular variable. When I will execute this, let's see, it is asking to enter my name. So let me, here I can enter Imran. You can see that I'm getting my name is Imran. Is it clear? Here we have just created that particular input for getting the input from the user. Okay, then we are taking that string like system.out println, enter the name. That means we are okay. Just do one thing, comment it, and let's see till now. Okay, till now what I have actually done, I have done for enter the name. Here I cannot input the value. Okay, here I cannot input the value. I have imported that particular library so that I can give the user input, but I didn't take any other variable where I can input the value. So for that, what we are having, we have to assign that input function into the string, okay, into any variable, so that by the help of that particular variable we can take the user input value. Okay, so here you can see that input.next. So it will, I will take the value from the user and I will take it into the next line. Okay, dot next is going to the next line. Here let's execute it now. Now by the help of dot next, it will go to the next line and it will call it Imran, else you can just write anything. Okay, now it will, okay, here I have this, I didn't use it, and after that we are just printing it. Okay, let's see, it doesn't matter where I am, like where I am. Let's print it and go to this line. So here if I'll again write, like it doesn't matter where you are writing, it will come to the next line. Okay, next line, then my name is Imran. Basically when we are talking about the conditional statement, so conditional statement is nothing but it is just used to check the condition whether it is true or false. Okay, so in conditional statement used to check the condition whether it is true or false. Okay, so when we are talking about the conditional statement, so in our conditional statement we are having the first one is if. So if block, like here if is the conditional statement, and in if we are having the block. Okay, so what it will be block, so here the whole thing we can call it as a block. The main function is like, this is the like where our main like parenthesis is starting, curly braces is starting, and where it is closing. So this thing we'll call it as a block, and inside the if condition, basically if like we can take the example, suppose like I'm telling you, if you will come, okay, if you will come, you can visit this place. So that means for visiting that place, what is the condition? You have to come. If you will join the class, you will be able to learn and you will learn something new. That means here you are having only one condition, and that condition is you have to join the class for learning something new. If you will not join the class, will you learn something new? There we don't have any other option. There is only one option. There is only one condition for learning something new. You have to join the class. Okay, for learning something new, you have to join the class. If you are joining the class, in that case you will be able to learn something new. Now the thing comes here, how these things are working. Okay, So in if condition, you will be having the condition. Okay, in if block, you will be having the condition. If the condition is satisfying, in that case, if block will be execute. Let's see how these things is, like how this thing is working. Because like we are using Microsoft Windows, and in Microsoft Windows, like we don't have option, because I don't have the application of Microsoft Windows, so we don't have option any board or like this. So we'll throw here. So for that, like if I want to understand about the if condition, so what do you mean by the if condition? If condition is working, how it is basically working. So if condition, suppose how this thing is working. This is your task, okay, and now the thing is here, you have to perform. That means you have to learn something new. Okay, you have to learn something new, and this is your condition. I gave you this particular condition. If you will join the class, in that case you will learn something new. Okay, so here if you are joining the class, so in that case what will happen? And if you are not joining the class, in this case what will happen? So if you will join the class, so what happened? Here you will be having the if block. That means here you will be able to learn something new. Am I right? This is the process where you can learn something new. Okay, and after that what happened? After that you will exit from the program. Okay, after that you will exit from the program. And in the case of if you are not joining the class, that means directly you can exit from the program. Okay, if you are not satisfying the condition for learning something new, you are having the condition. That means that condition is you have to join the class. If you are not joining the class, in that case you will be not able to learn something new. You have to exit from the program directly. Okay, here suppose I want to like see that a plus b, and I want to see that which is the greatest one. Okay, I want to print which one is the greatest one. Okay, so there is my statement statement. Here we'll be having the condition. So basically in programming language we are drawing the condition like this with question mark. Okay, and there we'll be having the if block. This is our if block block. That means here we are just giving the condition. If the condition, you are satisfying the condition, if the condition is true, in that case you are going to learn something new. In here in this particular block we are having the facility to the program to learn something new. So for that you have to make this condition as a true. Otherwise if you are not satisfying this particular condition, so in that case if the condition is going false, so in that case it will exit from the program. Okay, it will exit from the program. Okay, suppose you need to take some money from someone and he gave you a condition. If you will come to me, okay, suppose you want to take money from me and I'm just giving you condition. If you will come to me, I will give you money. That means for getting the money, what is the condition? You have to come to me. Am I right? So there you have asked, okay, in this particular place, you have asked for money. Okay, so now I gave you the condition. Yeah, you have to come to me. Okay, you if you'll come to me, I will provide you the money. So if you are coming to me, so if you are coming here, the condition is here. The condition, am I right? Here, if you are satisfying this condition, so in that case, I will give you the money. If you are not satisfying the condition, will you get money? Will not get money, na? So this is how this thing is working. That means if you are just satisfying the condition, in that case you are getting the money, and if you are not satisfying the condition, in this case you will not getting the money. That means for condition you have to satisfy. For making the condition satisfying, you have to come to me. Okay, so this is how it is working. Now let's see with the help of the program. This is the flow chart. we show that. Now let's see with the help of the program how we can execute this code with the help of the Java program. Okay, can you please mute? Okay, in if condition, if the condition is, if the condition condition is satisfying, a condition is true. Okay, so it will execute the if block, else otherwise exit from the program. Okay, so let's check it. What I told you, a equal to 10. Okay, integer type a equal to 10, and here I'm just taking another one, b equal to 30. Okay, now I just wanted to check that with the help of the if condition. So if a is greater than b, okay, if a is greater than b, in that case what will happen, I will just execute, I'll just print a is the greatest. Okay, a is greater than b. Okay, greater than b. So here what I am actually doing, so according to our statement, if the condition will be true, in that case only it will come to this and inside the if block. Okay, inside the if condition. So is our condition is satisfying here, you can see it is executing, but we cannot find any value. Now if I'm making my condition is true, just change the value of a and let's see that. Okay, we have changed the value of a. Now we are showing that. So now what should happen, it should print a is greater than b. Am I right?
Yes.
So we can see that it is printing a is greater than b. If the if condition is true, then it will execute the if condition, otherwise it will directly jump to the else condition. Okay, that means here I gave you two options. If the first option, like for learning something new, you can, like, if you join the class you will learn something new. Otherwise, for some cases, for such reason you are unable to join the class, so what I'm telling you, you can refer the video recording. That means if you'll join the class, then no need to go for the video recording now. If you are satisfying the first condition, so it will not go to the second condition. And if you are not satisfying, if you are not joining the class, in that case directly you have to go with the video recording. Am I right? So how the flow chart of this, like how the flow chart is working, so we'll see that. This is our if condition, so let me create the new one. So in new one, everything will be same. This is the statement. Then we'll be having the condition. This is the condition. Now we are having two blocks. Okay, if the condition is true and the condition is false. If the condition is false, in that case, what will happen? It will directly come to the else block. And if the condition is true, what will happen? It will directly, it will just run the if block. Okay, it will just execute the if block. So here we'll be having the two different blocks. Okay, and after that everything will be exit. Okay, it doesn't matter if condition is true or false, it will exit from the program. Okay guys, it doesn't matter, like condition is true and false, it will exit from the program. Statement, here we know that this is the condition. Here true means true, here false if the condition is going to false. So it will directly come to the else block. If the condition is true, it will come to the if block block, and the last it will exit from the program. Exit from the program. Okay.
Okay.
Is it clear? Or should I have to explain again? Here we are having the option. Okay. But the first time we don't have any option. That means first time what I gave you, you don't have option. You have to join the class. If you're not joining the class, that means you'll not learn anything new. But in now, I'm just giving you another option. That means if such case you are not able to join the class, directly you can go for the video recording.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is the term JSON refers to, and your options are JavaScript object notation, Java object notation, Java object naming, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
So let's see how we can fit this particular flowchart into the code. So let's go to Eclipse, and in Eclipse, if else, for the first program only, I can write it if A is greater than B. Okay, if A is greater than B, suppose here, let's take another example. Int C equal to 20 or D equal to 21. Okay, the first time we'll just execute it. And what it will print, I will print that system sysout C is the greatest. Okay, C is greatest, else I can directly, here we don't have any condition. Then if my first condition is not satisfying, our first condition is not satisfying, it will directly come to that next thing, next block. And here we don't have any condition, here directly it will print that, because we have checked that now we are having two variables, and in two variables we have checked that if the first variable is not greater than second one, in that case the second one will be the greater than first one. Now if I will execute this, let's see what happens. Here you can see that for the first one it is printing A is greater than B, and the second one it is printing that D is the greatest, because we are not satisfying our condition. So if the condition will be not satisfying, in that case it will directly jump to the else block. Am I right? Now the thing comes, now we are having the second one, and the second one we are calling it as a if else if. Okay, so if else if else if this is also a condition, and this condition is if the condition is true. Okay, if the here we'll be having the third, like three conditions. Okay, we'll actually having the two conditions. The first condition I am just giving you, if we'll join the class you will learn something new. Okay, for some reason, for such reason, if you are not able to join the class, the second condition you are having, you can ask for the one-on-one session. Okay, the first condition, if you are not satisfying, so you can ask for the one-on-one session. And again, if you are not satisfying the second condition, if you are not asking for the one-on-one session, the last option what you are having, you can refer the video recording. Okay, so for that, let's see how the flowchart, how these things are working actually. Okay, let me open new one. Any new one? So let's see that. We'll draw the same thing what you have drawn. Statement. Then we are having the if block. We'll be having the then exit from the program. Now there is a twist. Okay. Now there is a twist. This is the statement. Okay guys, so let's see how it is working. The statement, it will first will be the statement in if else if statement, and now it will check for the condition. The first condition it will check if the first condition is going true. Okay, if the first condition is going true, so in that case what happen, it will come. If the first condition is going true, in that case what happen, it will come to the if block. If block will execute. Otherwise, if the first condition is not satisfying, in that case it will check again to the next condition. Okay, it will again check for the condition. It will jump to the else statement and again check for the condition. Okay, if the condition is satisfying here, okay, if the condition here, the condition is satisfying, in that case it will come to your else if block. Otherwise it will jump to the, here it will be the el else if block. Okay, if the condition is satisfying, so in that case it will come to the else if block. Otherwise it will directly go to the, if we'll be having the else block, so it's fine. Otherwise it will directly exit from the program. So we might, like, we'll be having the else block here. If the first condition is not satisfying also, okay, so if you this condition, it is checking for again the condition, if it is going true, so in that case the else if block will execute. If getting false, so directly it will execute the else block. Okay, directly it will execute the else block. So what I gave you in example, So if you are joining the class, so no need to go for the video recording. Am I right? In such case, if you are not able to join the class, so you are having the second option, you can ask for the one-on-one session. And again, if you are not asking for such reason, you are unable to ask the one-on-one session, so in that case you can ask for the, you can go for the video recording directly. You have to continue with your video recording. Okay, this is how this is working, the workflow, this is how it is working. Okay, here it will be false. So in our example, let's take another example. Suppose I am giving you an option, like if you'll come to me, I will give you money. Okay, the first option in our first example I have given you, if you'll come to me, I'll give you money. There I don't have any option, I didn't give you any option. So that means if you'll come to me, in that case only I'll give you money, otherwise I'll not give you money. But in the case of if and else, so if and else, what I told you, if you'll come to me, such cases you are unable to come to me, so in that case I am giving you second option, otherwise I will just transfer the money into your account. Okay, so that means if you are not coming to me, the second option will be automatically applied. That means I have to transfer the money to your account. But in our if else if statement, okay, in our if else if, here the condition I am giving you, the first condition, if you're coming to me, I am giving you money. Okay, I'll give you money. The second condition I give you, that means the first condition, if you'll come to me, the second condition I give you, if you'll not come to me, I will come to you and give you the money. That means if the first condition is not satisfying, if you are not coming to me, then I will, like, then the second condition will automatically apply. That means I will go and I will give you the money. For such reason, if I was unable to go to you and I was unable to give you the money, so in that case the third condition will be automatically applied. That means I have to transfer the money. Okay, is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, if else if, so let's see how we can check that. Now from our three statement, we'll check that which one is the greatest. So I can check it by the help of the if else statement, if else and if. So if A is greater than B and A is also greater than C, in that case what it will print, it will print A is the greatest. Okay, A is else, if in such case, okay, your first condition is not satisfying, in that case you can ask for, you have to check is B is greater than A and B is also greater than C. If B is greater than A, and is it actually B is also greater than C? If this condition is satisfying, so in that case what will happen, it will print that B is the greatest. Am I right? It will print that B is the greatest. Else there is one more value na, and that value name is C. So if both the condition is not satisfying, so in that case what happened, here I am having the value that is A is 40 and B is 30 and C is 20. So is my first condition is satisfying? So if the first condition will be satisfied, so in that case will it go for the other condition? Okay, if the first condition Now the first condition is satisfying. So according to in our if else if, it will print A is the greatest. Am I right? A is the greatest
Yes.
because here the value of A is actually greatest and it is satisfying. Now just do one thing. Just decrease the value of B as 23. And now let's see that in our second condition, is my second condition is satisfying. You can check B is greater than A and B is greater than C. So here the value it is satisfying. So in that case, it will go for the if condition. So if condition, the condition is not satisfying. Am I right? Again, it will come to check this condition if else if. So if this condition is satisfying, so it will execute this one. Let's see. B is the greatest. Why? Because this particular condition is satisfying now. Okay, now just do one thing here. We are just decreasing the value of A and B together. So now let's see what it should print according to you. The first value and second value, the condition it is not satisfying. So if the condition will be not satisfied, so directly it will go for the else block. Okay,
Yes.
here C is the greatest. Here you can like add n numbers of else block. Okay, else if. Here you can add n numbers of else if block. It's depend upon you how you are like programming. Okay, so this is the way how you can do this. So when we are talking about the nested, so nested means a thing inside this thing. So if we are like, I hope everybody is aware of subdirectory or nested directory. Am I right? So that means if within another if is called nested if, or if block within another if block is called nested if. Okay, so if block within another if block is nested with if block. Now the thing comes for the nested if block, we have to understand how like we are taking another value int I equal to 21 and j equal to 22 and k equal to 18. Okay, so here in that case we can make it. So here I can just do one thing in the nested if for applying it, for running it, the first if should be satisfy. Okay, the first condition should be satisfied. If I'm checking that I is greater than j, so inside this I can define another if, that is if j is greater than k. In that case I can print this out. I is the greatest. Am I right? So here this out. I am inside main if block. I'm inside main if block. So now the thing comes, if the first condition, suppose here I am not satisfying my first condition. So in that case, will it execute anything? Guys,
No. No, sir.
so for that, like this is the for that, for how to go inside the if block, we have to make we have to satisfy the condition. So if I'm satisfying the condition, I can go inside the if block. If I'll not satisfy the condition, how? I cannot move. Am I right? So for that, let's execute. It will not print anything for this. Out. nested if. Let's execute. It will not print you anything. Now if I'm making the condition, the first condition is satisfying, so in that case what it should print? Second one also, because the second statement is the second condition is also true, so it should print I am inside the if block, I am inside main if block, then I is the greatest. Okay, let's see, execute. So the main thing is we have to understand for applying, when we are applying the nested if, so for that the main if block should be satisfy the condition. If the main if block is not satisfying the condition, so in that case it will not able to execute the code. Clear? So I hope the conditional statement is clear for everyone. Now we'll talk about the for loop. Okay, the looping statement. So I think so we have talked about the conditional statement. Now the thing comes, that is looping statement. So what do we mean by the loop? Basically when we are talking about the looping thing, okay, loop, so loop is basically repeating or iteration the thing. So we can say that iterating or repeating the same thing, repeating, repeating the same thing again until until the condition is satisfying. Okay, so for loop is like looping is repeating. Looping means repeating the same thing until the condition is satisfying. Suppose I'm giving you, like I'm giving you a task, you have to write your name 15 times. Okay, that means what is your condition? The task is you have to repeat the name. Okay, and what is the condition? The condition is 1 to 15. That means you will start with 1 and you will go up to 15. Am I right? So after 15 time, will you write your name again? Because you don't have to write before, like after 15. Okay, you don't have to write more than 15 times. So will you prefer to write more than 15 times? No. Am I right? So the condition, when you will match your condition, so when the condition will be matching, that particular time you will leave that. Am I right? It will execute until the condition is satisfying. When the condition will be satisfied, so how much time you will write your name? If I'm just giving you, just write your name 15 times, so how much time you will write? You will start with 1, then again you will write again and up to 15 times. Am I right? So after 15 time, will you prefer to write? No, because you can't, that condition is false. So if the condition will be false, so in that case you don't have to write the name. Okay, so let's see the flowchart, how these things are working. So this is a if, okay. This is the thing here. It will give you the condition. Okay, and if the condition is true, So this is our initial expression. That means what you want to do. So here we can just write that initial expression from where you want to start. Okay, so initial is starting point. Initial expression. So this is defining that like from where you want to start. So initial expression will be like, oh, I have to start from the one, and now here we'll be having the condition. Okay, where you have to stop. Okay, that means here what is the condition, what kind of condition you are having. If the condition is true, then it will come to the for loop body. Okay, it will come to the looping body, loop body, and again it will repeat that. If the condition will be false, directly it will come to the exit. Okay, terminate from the loop. So here the terminate from loop. Okay, if the condition is not satisfying, in that case it will terminate from the loop, and if the condition is satisfying, in that case you have to repeat again and again up to till you have to make the condition as a false. And in looping body, what you will be having, will be having my name. Like if I want to print something now, suppose I want to print my name, so name will be inside the looping body. Clear? So this is how it is working. So the flow chart of the for loop is like this, and in for loop, okay, in for loop, okay, in looping, like this is how the looping thing is working. And in looping we are having the first one is for loop. Okay, in for loop we'll be having, it will iterate, or we can say that it will repeat, it will iterate the same task until the condition is satisfying. Okay, and in for loop we'll be having the iteration, the number of time for the iteration. Here will be having a number of time for the iteration. Okay, here we will be having the number of time for the iteration. Suppose I want to print my name 15 times. Okay, so what I can do, the syntax for the for loop will be for, let me write the syntax. Syntax of the for loop will be for, inside it, initial expression, initial expression. So initial expression is that like from where you want to start. So I want to start from the integer value that is 1. Okay, and from where, that is conditional. And what we can say that the first one will the initial expression, and the second one we can just give it as a test expression. Okay, that is the text expression. That means the test expression will be from what, like from how many times you want to print the thing. So here we can say that test, or else we can say that the number of times for the expression. The last one we have to give that update the expression. Update expression. Update the expression. Okay, now let's see how we can execute this. According to the syntax for, inside it I want to start integer, I equal to 1. Okay, I want to start from the 1, and the second, the test expression, I want to give it as a, I will go up to 10. Okay, I will go up to 10, or like I can just give it I should be smaller than or equal to 10. Then what I am doing, I'll just update it. Then the thing is here, write it sys out. Hello WRL volt. Okay, so let's see how this thing will work. So tell me guys, how many times it will print hello world? Start from the 1 and it will go up to 10.
10.
Am I right? So if I
Yes.
want to know that, like, is it printing 10 times and no, I can just use I plus hello world. So let's say that it's printing the number of times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So how it is working? So working is at the first time, it is just I equal to 1. Okay, I equal to 1 and it is just test the expression. So expression is getting true. So in that case, if expression is getting true, so it is just printing hello world. Okay, the first hello world it is printing. Then again it is going for the test the expression and it is getting that we have updated the value of I now. So now we have used the increment. So increment, so I, the value of the I will be 2. And again it will check that, yeah, the value of I is 2, it is less than 10. So if it is less than 10, so it will come to the, it will go inside the for loop and it will again print hello world. Again we have updated the value of I as a 3. So now the value of I will be 3 again. It will again print that hello world up to, it will up till it will go up to 10. After 10, here we have updated the value of I equal to 11. So it is checking the, it is just testing the expression. So expression is getting wrong. So in that case, it will just stop the execution. Okay, it will just terminate from the loop. All the looping thing will be working as same. Okay, but the difference is when while loop, here we'll be having the number of time for the iteration. Am I right? So main thing about the for loop, here we'll be having the number of times for the iteration, that means number of time for the repetition. But in the case of while loop, it will also it will also iterate. It will also iterate. Here we'll be having the condition. Okay, here having the condition, and the condition will be satisfy, will terminate from the loop body. From the in for loop, we know that how many numbers of time we have to repeat the task. Am I right? But in the case of while loop, we are not aware of the number of times. We just know that if the condition is satisfying, in that case, it will terminate from the program. It will run. Here we'll be having the condition. Suppose I'm having int I equal to 10. Okay, int I equal to 10, and I want to print it in a reverse order. So in that case, up till I want to reprint my, like, from starting 10 to minus 10. So in that case, what I can do, I should be less than, okay, I should be greater than or equal to minus 10. I should be greater than or equal to minus 10. Okay, I should be greater than equal to. So we cannot say, like, in our small number of query, we can say that it will print 20 times, but when we will be having the number of like hundreds or 200 times, so we cannot say that how many times it will iterate the task. Okay, how many times it will print the same thing. So in that case, what we will be having, we'll be having the condition, and when the condition will be satisfied, in that case it will print the same thing. So now what you have to do, we have to print our I, print the value of I. So the value of I, it will start with 10, then it will decrease the value of I. So what that will do, I will just decrease the value of I like this. Okay, so and here also we have to, like here we are updating the value before executing the program. Okay, before executing the program, we are just updating the value of I. But the thing, when we are coming to while loop, in while loop we'll be having the same condition, but the thing is we are having the condition and we have to update the value of the condition after executing the program, after executing the while loop. Okay, so let's see, it will print up to this. So we cannot say that how many times it will print the same. Okay, here we don't know that how many times it will print the same.
So basically, it will print n number of time till the statement is
Yeah,
satisfied,
till the
right?
statement is true. Yeah, till the statement is true. When the statement will satisfy, so after the satisfying it will be false, am I right? After the satisfying it will be false, so in that case it will exit from the program. But in the case of for loop, we are having the number of times for the iteration, and we aware that it will print only 10 times. But here we don't know how many times it will print. It will just come to this particular place. Okay, and it will find that, yeah, my condition is now satisfied. After that, if I'll go, I will get the false value. So if you'll get the false value, in that case it will just exit from the program. Okay, this is how it is working. So here you can see that it is starting from 10 and it is going to -10. So here we can see that, like, we don't have any number of time for the iteration, we are not aware. But here we are aware of the number of time for the iteration. It will go up to only 10 times, but here we don't know how many times it will go. For now we can say that, like, directly manually you can say that it will print 20 times. But when the condition is satisfying, in that case we can not say that it will print 20 times or 30 times. Suppose I want to print here, like I was printing negatively, na? I want to
Yeah.
print 20, up to 20. So I should be less than or equal to 20, and here I can increase the value of I. That's the thing. And here it will, I will start from 1 and it will go up to 20. Yes, we can. This is the thing, like looping body, if the expression is true, then it will terminate from the body. So when we are talking about the loop, na, so loop will be the first thing. Here will be having the initial expression, that means from where you want to start. Then check the condition. If the condition is true, in that case it will come to the looping body again. It will iterate that up till when the condition will be false, it will go to the terminate the program. Okay, terminate the loop body. That's the same thing for every looping statement. We are having the same like flow chart. Okay, this is how it is working. But the thing is, the difference between for loop and while loop. In for loop we'll be having the number of times for the iteration, but in the case of while loop we have to satisfy the condition. Okay, this is the only thing. In do while loop it is same as while loop, but the condition here, okay, in the case of do while loop, now while loop, before, like, before executing the looping body, it is just checking the condition, am I right? Before executing the looping body, here we are just checking the condition, isn't it, guys? In the case of while loop, we are before executing the looping body, so this is my looping body na. So before that we are just checking the condition. But in the case of do while loop, it will execute the loop body before checking the condition. So here in the case of, here you can see that if I am not matching the, like if I'm this condition is getting dissatisfied, so in that case what it should happen, it will not print anything. That means the condition is not satisfying. But in the case of while loop, do while loop, it will print the while loop first, then it will go for the checking the condition. Okay, before checking the condition, it will execute the loop body. So how we can define the looping statement? Do, okay, do will be our looping statement, and inside it I'm just printing sys out I, and here I'm just printing the value of I is increasing. Okay, and after that we'll be having the looping condition. So here while int I is greater than or equal to 10. Okay, int I is greater than and equal to 10. Yeah, here we have defined the I, and here we are just checking that I should be greater than. So here you can see that the first thing it will print I equal to 10, and after that it will go up to 1 to 10. Okay, so just make it like this. Okay, so it should, like, we are having the looping body here. So in looping body, what we are having? So inside the looping body, so do is our looping body, and inside it, what I'm having? Inside it, I am having this one. Do print I, and I'm just increasing the value of I. So let's do one thing. Here, instead of like I will take another variable. Okay. Instead of I will take another variable. Int n equal to 1. Okay, and here this print n, I'll just decrease the value, increase the value of n again. Here what it should happen, I should be greater than and equal to 10. It will be, and should we go up to greater than and equal to 10. Now let's execute it and let's see what happened. For loop, yes, you can see that the thing is here, it is working. Okay, do while loop. The thing, guys, here what happened, what actually happened here, let's see that the first time it is just increment. Okay, first time it is just printing. Suppose in the case of when I have dissatisfied, when I'm not satisfying the value, in that case of while loop it is not printing anything, am I right? But in the case of do while loop, what happened, let's see, just dissatisfy the value. In that case what should happen, it will print the first time, then it will go to the next one. Okay, in while loop it is printing 1. Why? Because before checking the condition it is executing the looping body. Okay, So after that, it is just going for the condition. So it is getting that, yeah, my condition is not satisfying. That means I don't have to repeat the same task again. Now, the thing we have to understand here, what is OOPS concept? Okay, so what I told you about the Java is based on the OOPS concept. Okay, so what is OOPS concept? OOPS is nothing but it is an approach, or we can say that it is a way to code. Okay, OOPS is a object-oriented programming language. Okay, it's an approach. We can say that it's an for the programming. An approach for the programming. In OOPS concept, we are having too many features. Okay, in OOPS concept, this is an approach, and in OOPS concept, we are having too many features and like lots of features we are having. But in the Java, we are having the concept that is the RY dry. So dry concept, how we can achieve the task of the dry. So we can achieve the task of dry by the help of the inheritance. That means dry here. Dry means don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself. Okay, now in now let's see the features of the FEA of the OOPS. First features we are having a class, CLASS class. So class is what we can say that class is a blueprint of the object. Okay, CLASS class is the BLUE blueprint of the object. Suppose I'm taking a person. Okay, I'm taking a person, I'm taking an animal, and I'm taking anything. Like I'm taking a person only, and that person is, we can just, and what is object? So that person will be the object. Okay, object will be the real world entity. So I'm taking a person, and for that person, the person has having eye is using for like watching movie. Eye is basically what like look useful for watching anything. Am I right? A person is having hand is using for writing, hand is using for mobile phone, hand is used for tapping in laptop, hand can be used for riding the bike, hand can be used for driving the car. So hand is like, these are the different properties and different method of a person. Am I right? So we can say that the blueprint, like a person is the object, and for that particular hand is the blueprint of that particular thing. Am I right? By the help of this hand, I can work, I can use my mobile phone, I can use my laptop, I can code, I can write, I can eat. So these are the hand, we can take that as a method, and by the help of the hand we can perform that particular task. Am I right? So we can say that class is the blueprint of the object. So what is object? From where you guys, we are getting these things from a person. A person is having so many things. A person can be can do so many things. So by the help of the person, we are having those things. So we can say that class is the blueprint of the object, and inside the class what we'll be having. But the thing is, before creating, so what I told you, class is the blueprint from the object. Before we create an object, okay, before object, first we need to define the class. Okay, so before creating the object, first we need to define the class. Are you able to understand what is class, or should I have to give the explanation again, with another example? Guys, so inside the class, okay, like just we can say that class is the, we can say that it is a collection of, it is a COLLECTION collection of fields, FEILDS fields and methods. So what is fields here? Fields will be the variable. Okay, fields will be the VARIABLES variables. And method, we know that the main method will be having like for each and individual. I'll tell you about the method also. So field and methods. So let's take another example. We can take a sketch example as a sketch of a house. Okay, we can take the example of a sketch of a house. Suppose we are going to an architect and we are just like we want a architect, like we want a sketch of our house from architect. Okay, so in the sketch we'll be having door, window, those are the thing, am I right? Where we want to keep our things. So the, in the sketch we'll be having the everything for that, isn't it guys? So what architect is giving us? Architect is giving us the blueprint of our house, am I right? By the help of that particular blueprint we can create so many houses for for individual person. So we can take that like how that the sketch, the architect is giving us the blueprint of the house, and by the help of that particular blueprint we are creating different house, am I right? So that's the thing,
Yes.
that's why we are calling it class as a blueprint of the object. So what will be our object? Our object will be different house, and the class will be that particular sketch. Okay, that particular blueprint of our house will be the class, and for a different individual will create different house. So those different houses will be the object for this particular class. Okay, now the thing comes how to create the class in the Java. Okay, so for creating the Java, creating the class in Java, we can create the class here also. For that, let's see how to create the CLASS class in Java. For that, the syntax is syntax. Syntax is we are having the keyword that is CLASS class. Before class, we can just start with class. Then we can just give the name of the class. Then CLASS class name. Then start like and beginning and ending the curly braces. Okay, let's see CLASS class and the class name. I just wanted to give the class name as a IMRN Imran. Here you can see that inside the, this is the class we have created. Okay, the second the features, the first class we are clear about the class. The second features of the ops we are having, that name is object. OBJECT object. So what is object? I told you object is a real world entity. It is the real entity used to initialize this class. What is object? Object is nothing but it is a real world entity which is used to initialize the class. Okay, which is used to initialize the class. So how? So what I told you, the sketch, and from that particular sketch we can create different house for different individual. Am I right? So it can be anything, for a person, a chair, a table, a mobile phone, a watch. It can be anything, but it will be the real world entity, okay, which is exist. Now let's see how to create the object. Okay, let's see how to create the object. But before that, let's do one thing. Inside this class, let's define a variable. Okay, inside this class, just define a variable a equal to 10. Okay, so that we'll be able to access this variable inside the object by the help of the object. You can see that this is my different class and this is my different class. Okay, and let's see that how to create the object. For creating the object, the syntax is before going to syntax, you have to remember that we'll create the object from the inside the main method only, inside the main method only. Okay, we'll create the object inside the main method only, and we have to also remember the word, the file name should be same as the main class name. Okay, the file name should be same as the main class name. So this is our main class. We can say that, like, what will be the main class where our main method is exist. So let's see that now how to create the object. For creating the object, just give the class name, then object name equal to new keyword, then class class name. If this one now. So for now, if I want to create the object for this class, so what I can do, the class name is Imran. Okay, object name I want to give him. Object name you can define by yourself, equal to new of IMRN Imran. Okay, so by the help of now how to access the property of the class inside the main method. So for that we are having the dot operator. Okay, this is we are calling it as a dot operator operator used to access the class member from class member. Okay, used to access the class member. How to access it? So I can use it now. Sys out inside the system im.a. If I'll just call im.a, so what I will get here, I'll get the value of a, that is 10. Am I right? Isn't it? Is it clear how these things are working? So the object syntax is we'll be having the class name. So this is my class name. As you can see that the Imran, I have created a different class, and inside this class I have just defined a variable, and that variable name is a, and the value is storing the variable that is 10. Okay, and the object, how to create the object. For creating the object, the syntax will be the class name. So you can see that I have given the class name, that is Imran, from here. Okay, then the object name. So object name can be anything. It can be your name, it can be my name. You can give the object name according to your choice. Then we'll be having the equal to, then this is the new is the keyword which is used to create the object from the class. Okay, new is the keyword which is used to create the object from the class. Then we are just giving the class name, then terminator. The terminator is semicolon. So by the use of the semicolon, we are just terminate this. That means we have created the object from this particular class. Now by the help of this particular object, I can access all the property, all the member from the class into this. From this particular object, I can access all the member of this class. Okay. Okay, so by the help of the object now, I told you now, by the help of the dot operator, I can access the class member. So I want to access that what is inside this class. So I can see that inside this class, I am having a is storing 10 value. So I want to print the value of a. So by the help of the object, I can access it another class also. You can see that this is my one class. That class name is class, and this is the different class. You can see this is the different class, that name is Imran. So I can access the property of this class inside this class. Now the first, now the things I told you, class is the collection of fields and methods. So fields, we know that fields is a variable. So here I can define b equal to 20. It can be anything. Here I can define c equal to 30. So this is, we are saying that c equal to 30, a, b, and c. So these things we are calling it as a collection of, this is the collection of fields now. So these are the collection of variable. And what is method? Now let's understand that what is METHO, the method. So the question is, what is method? Method is nothing. It is a logical related code which is used to perform some specific operation. Specific OPERATION operation. Okay. Method is nothing. It is a logical related code which is used to perform some specific operation. That means here, if I'm creating a method related, just name it as a addition. So that addition meaning it will perform the addition. Am I right? So in the name of the addition, can you will you write the code for the subtraction or division? So method is logical related code which is used to perform some specific operation.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, Selenium variables are stored in, and your options are stored vars, stored variables, variable store, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
Addition, I'm creating a code for the addition, for performing the addition, and I'm just giving the name of that particular method as an addition. So will you write inside, for the division code inside that particular method, will you write the code for the division? No, because it's not logical related. There should be, everything should be logical related. Okay, that means it will be related to each other, and for which particular task, for that specific task. Okay, so let's see how to create the method. For creating the method, use void. Void is a keyword. Just return what we want from the function. Okay, what is the keyword? The syntax is use void, void void, then method name. Method name. So method name can be anything. Just use this colon and start and stop the bracket. So here let me create a name. Okay, let me create void void add. So add is a method here, and here what I'm doing, int d equal to a plus b plus c plus d. Sorry, c, and so here I'm just getting the value, storing it. Now I'm just, what I'm doing is out. The addition is the addition. Addition is the value will be d. All right. So now if we'll execute this, so let's see. So here to call it inside the main method. Is there anyone who can tell me? The addition is 60. So this is how we are calling it. This is the way we are creating the method, and the method should be logical related code. So here we cannot write, we are just giving the name is the addition and we are writing the code for the subtraction. So this will be the wrong way. Okay, it will print that, it will print the value, but the thing is it is not performing that specific task for which you are creating the method. Okay, so types of the method, how many types of the method we are having, guys? Basically basically we are having two types of the method. The first one is we are having the default on default default method. So what do you mean by the default method? So default method, we don't have any parameter. We don't have any parameter. So you can see that here what do you mean by the parameter? So parameter will pass here only. Okay, parameter will pass here only. So we can see that in this particular method, the my addition method, I don't have any parameter. Okay, any arguments. Okay, so I can create the parameterized method also. So the second type we are having, that is parameterized parameterized method. What do you mean by the parameterized method? It will be there have parameter of the method. So let's see how to define the parameterized method. So for that, the same thing, void, then the name of this particular method. So I'm just giving the name as a sub subtraction, and here I can pass the parameter int a comma int b. Okay, and inside it I can just write c equal to a minus b. Okay, int c equal to a minus b, and print this out, and inside it what you have to do, you have to do the subtraction is subtraction subtraction is plus c. So is it enough, guys? So now how to call this particular method? Here I have to call. So how to call it? im.sub only. Will it work? Yeah, here I have to pass the parameter also, because that parameterized function we have created. So here I have to give the parameter also. So the parameter, I just wanted to give the first parameter as 78, and the second parameter I want to give as a 28. So the value should be 50. Let's see, the subtraction is 50. So this is how the method is working. So what I told you, class is nothing but class is the blueprint, or we can say that the class is also a collection of fields and methods. Okay, and how we can access the member of the class? We can access the member of the class by the help of the object. Okay, by the help of the object we can access the method of the class without main method, because the Java program compiler is starting the execution from the main method only. So the thing is, here I have created the addition function. So addition method. So method is, what is method? It is nothing but it is a specific like logical related code. Here I have to call it. So how to call the method? We know that by the help of the dot operator, when I am using object, okay, object dot. Now it is just suggesting us which particular member of the class. Here you can see that from Imran this is A, from Imran this is B, from Imran this is C, from Imran this is add. Okay, that means these are the member which is inside the Imran class, because we have created the object from the Imran class only, na? So this thing, so here if I'll just enter it, so I can get the value. So addition, it will directly, it is linking to this particular addition. Okay, it is just linking into this particular addition. So when it is executing, it is getting that, yeah, im.add. So it will find that, yeah, inside the Imran this is the add, and what kind of task it is doing, it is performing the addition. So here it will print the value. Okay, again here subtraction also, it is getting that, yeah, it is starting the execution from here only. Okay, and here when it is starting, so it is getting that im is the function for the Imran, and Imran is a im is the object for the Imran, and Imran is a class. So where is Imran? Here Imran, and inside the Imran I am having a method, that method name is sub. So sub, it is just cross verifying it, and again it is checking that yeah, this is the parameterized. So parameterized, we have to pass two parameter. When we are passing the two parameter, then it is going inside. So what kind of task it is performing? It is performing the subtraction. So after that, it is just printing the result. So it will print the result here. Okay. Okay, instead of calling these all a plus b plus c, I'm just storing the addition of d into like addition of this particular three variable into d, and I'm calling directly d. So here you can see that what I told you, this is the like identification of the method. So always we have to create the object inside the main method. Okay, in Java,
Okay.
always we have to create the method inside the object inside the main method. It doesn't matter from where you are creating the class, like in which particular position you are creating the class, but when we are calling it inside the main method, so it will call. It doesn't matter like it is here, it is in the same file, it is in another file, it will call. Okay, this is the beauty of Java. Okay, we cannot call method directly inside the main method. Okay, inside the main method we cannot call the method directly, because this is the beauty of Java. Suppose, let's see one thing, like why we need to create the object. Now we are having the concept inheritance, and inheritance will clear about this. Suppose, let's see, you are having, like I told you, just create a calculator that will be the normal calculator. Okay, so the normal calculator, we are having the addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication. Am I right? In a normal calculator, isn't it? After when I told you, yeah, just do one thing, just upgrade this calculator. Okay, just upgrade, create another scientific calculator. Okay, not upgrade, just create another scientific calculator. So in that case, in scientific calculator, we'll be also having the concept of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Am I right? Will you prefer to write those code again and again? For the division, subtraction you have created, so will you prefer to write? You will not prefer. So what you will do, you will try to extract those code what we have already written. So this is, so how we can call those code. So we can call those code by the help of the object or by the help of the inheritance. Okay, so this is why we are creating the object. Okay, without object we cannot call any method or any variable inside the class. Till now, if you have remembered, I have performed all the operation inside the main method only. If you have remembered that, here also you can just cross verify it in the looping statement. Here also in logical operator, we cannot define a method inside the method, no? So for that, suppose I want to add 4 times or 5 times different tasks. So in that case, I cannot write the same code again and again. So in that case, I will create a method, and that method I will call 5 times in by the help of the main method. By the help of the object, I can call that method 5 times. Am I right? So this is why it is necessary. And here you can see that these things we are defining outside of the class and outside of the main method also. Suppose here I'm just defining a method. Here in the same class, I'm defining a method outside of this main method. So here the method name, I'm just giving it as a sub, as a multiplication. Okay, mul int a comma int b, int a comma int b. Inside it, just perform it like this. int c equal to b. Okay, and the multiplication is c. Now the thing comes, if I want to call this particular mul, so in that case, what I have to do? Now you guys will tell me what I have to do. I have to create the object for this class also. Class name. So class name is class cl equal to new of class cl dot. What is the name of this particular thing? Mul. So here you can see that directly I can call this. Let's try to execute this. You can see that the multiplication is 122. So this is how. So if I want to like perform 3 or 4 types of value, so should I have to write like a different value, like different code for this? I can call cl dot mul mul. I can take the different value 12, 14, isn't it? So that's why it is necessary. For each and individual class, we have to create the object, but remember that object will be created inside the main method only. So okay guys, so now our next topic, that is we have clear about the class. The next topic we are having, that is name of this topic is inheritance. Inheritance means we are just accessing the property of we here accessing the property of one class to another class. Okay, here accessing the property of one class to another class, that means, and the relation will be here, the relation will be parent and child for each class. Okay, parent and child. The relation will be parent and child, and the child class can inherit the child class can inherit the property of parent class. The child class can inherit the property of parent class, but parent can't. But parent can't. Okay. So basically, when we are talking about the parent and child class, so it is just like inheriting the property. That means we are just accessing the property. That means here we can take a real life example. Suppose me and my father. Okay, so I am the person who can access all the property of my father. If my father will give the access to me, so I will be the person. I will be that particular person who will be able to access all the property of my father class. Am I right? So here, let's create a class and let's see how we can perform the inheritance concept. It can be performed. It can be performed by the help of ext and ds extends keyword. Okay, it can be performed by the help of extend keywords. And now the next thing what we can do here. So for that we need like just we show that for that we have to create the object, because if your father is giving you all the access, that means you are the particular person, you are, now you are the owner of that particular business. Now if some work is doing, some work is done, like something is updated, something you have to give in the company, some employee wants to work, some employee wants to live, so they will inform you, not your parents. You have to create the object for the child class. Now, how to create the object? The syntax will be something. Syntax. The first one is class, that is parent. Okay. Then after that, child class. extends extend, then parent class. Okay, then parent class name, parent class. So here just let me do the same thing what I have written here. Let's create a class, and the class name just give the name as a parent. Okay, just give the name as a parent, and inside the parent just create a method and just give the method name as a void method one. Okay, method one, and the method name just give it as a inside this out. And the method from parent. Okay, I'm the method from the parent class. Now I can create another method also. void void method 2. And just give I'm the method, I'm the second method, I'm the first method. Okay. I'm the second method, and I'm the first method from the parent class. From which class? From parent class. Now the thing is how to inherit. So instead of this, I can call it as a inheritance. Okay, inheritance is my, this is my parent class. We have written that. Now this is my child class. child CLASS class. So how we can make it as a child class? For that we have to use extend keywords, extends, and the name of the parent class. Parent we have created, that means we have inherited that. Here I can give its own method, void math3. Here I can give the same thing what I have given here. Here I'm the method from child class. Okay, child class. Now the thing comes how to, like, from which class I will create the object. Okay, yes, my child class name is inheritance, and where I will create the object. So we have to create the object inside the main method. Just give the object name. So object name I'm just giving in equal to new of inheritance. Okay, now go to the next line. Now tell me, so is it possible to call this particular math1 by the help of this object? I'm not creating the object for this particular class. Then how it is possible? That's the thing, because we are using the inheritance concept, and in inheritance concept we have just given all the access to the parent class. So by the help of the parent class, we can access the property of math1, math2, math3. Here you can see that I am the first method from the parent class. So this is how, so basically the thing is we can achieve the task of the inheritance by the help of the extend keywords. Okay. And always remember that we'll create the object from the parent class only. Okay. Always we'll create the object from the parent class only, not from, sorry, from the child class only. Slip of tongue, from the child class only. Child of your parent. For that, like if your sibling is handling like some other business you are handling, so for that, if the employee is having some work to your parents, no, sorry, some work to his business, so the employee will come to him, na? So for
Yes, sir.
each and individual parent, like child, we have to create each and individual object. Okay. We can get like generation by generation also. We can do this like we can do it like this also. Okay. So like here, parent, child, ext and extends, rent parent. Okay. And here you can just write the math 3, 4. Inside the 4, just write the same thing. Void, void, void. And the method from the child class. And here I can extend this class now, child. That means always remember that we can do this like n numbers of like this. Okay, that means one generation to another generation to another generation, and this inheritance we'll call it as a multi-level. That means it will come to from one level to another level. Okay, from one level to another level, this will come, and this will be calling as a multi-level. So I can call it like this also, math 4. When we are talking about the parent class, okay, and when like in inheritance concept, this is just accessing the property of one class from one class to another class. That means how we can access the property in inheritance. We can access the property of parent class only from the child class. Okay, so how to create any class as a parent class? So any class will create as a parent class. After that, like after the extend, if we'll write any class name, so it will be as a parent class. It doesn't matter what is the name of that class. If I'm writing the class name after the extends keyword, na, so that class will be working as a parent class for this particular class. Okay, so this child class, here I have created the parent class, and inside the parent class I have created two method. Am I right? So here after that I have created another child class. This is the name, and for this child class the parent class is the parent. That means this child class is accessing all the property of this parent class. Okay, so after that inside it I have created a method that is math4, and here I have just written I am the method from the child class. Again, what I have done in inheritance class, I'm accessing this class. So this class already access the property of parent class. So when I will when I will try to access the property of this particular class, this child class, so I will access the property of each both of the class, na, parent class and child class also. So I will be access the property of parent and child class also. So for that I am just using I am the method of the, so here that means from one generation, that means your grandfather gave a business to your father, gave a land to your father. After your father, that land will be belongs to you, and after you, that land will be belongs to your child. This is how this is working. Okay, these things are working like this. So let's execute this. You can see that the things, how these things are working.
Once Eclipse starts, you can see this workspace location. The meaning of workspace is nothing but this is the folder of the Eclipse, which is at your machine at the backend. Eclipse is just a GUI. It opens, it's an editor. But all the details, all the projects which you work on Eclipse should be stored somewhere at the backend on your machine. So that this is the default path of your Eclipse workspace. So in short, workspace is nothing but the folder for Eclipse. So when I'm launching the Eclipse, it shows me the default path of Eclipse. And if I say launch, whatever projects you create over Eclipse will be stored in this location. In case if you want to change the path for saving all your project work over Eclipse from which you have done on Eclipse, you can browse from here and select some other location if needed. So here I'm going to keep the same location and say launch. In case if you don't want this window to be appearing every time, all the time with Eclipse, you can just enable this checkbox and launch. So once you launch, Eclipse IDE would be opened. You may have different flavors or versions of Selenium, I mean Eclipse IDE. So no worries, any of the version you can use. We have Eclipse, Oxygen, Neon, okay? So different flavors were there. So whichever is available on the website, you can use that one, okay? So these are some of the one folder you can see here, one tab, like as a package explorer, which has couple of projects already existing. You can just ignore them. And here on top, you have menu options of Eclipse and shortcuts for it. And this is the area where I can write a program and execute. So this is the startup page we need over Eclipse. Now, first step is we are going to create one project. I believe most of them have already created a project and executed some Java programs. So the participants who have not created the project, you can just go to File, New option, and you may find here an option of Java project. So as I don't have that option, I can select project option and go to Java project. So after project option, I'm going for Java project. So select Java option from the Java project. Next. It takes you to a small wizard steps to complete your project. And here, your project name should be provided. So I give here project name as Intel 3. No spaces, numbers. Numbers means I mean dates. Those are not recommended. But it doesn't mean it's an error, a number is, but recommended is we don't give those kind of formats. So this is my project name. And you see an option where this project will be saved. The project will be saved in the default location, which is pointed by your Eclipse. So this is the default path. If you want to select some other location, you can browse from here as well. Then for your project, the one which you're creating Intel 3, you need JRE. Now what is JRE? JRE is when you have downloaded the JDK. This JDK consists of two components. The JDK consists of two components. One is the JRE and the second one is the JVM. These two things are needed for us to work with this project. So JREs are required for your project creation because these files help in setting the environment where you can write your Java program. Okay. For writing a Java program, whatever the help is required or the suitable environment needed, the files needed are set by or provided by this JRE, Java Runtime Environment. Okay, Java Runtime Environment, it is known as. Next, JVM is used to execute the program. Okay, so JRE is used to set the environment, and JVM is used to execute the program. To execute the program means to run and see the output, you need JVM. So JVM will come by default when you say run program. But now while creating project, JRE need to be added. So that is here the option it shows, add JRE to your project. So you can add by 3 ways. The first option is use execution environment JRE. If I go with this option, I can select any of these versions JRE. I can select JRE of 1.5, 1.8, 9 version, 10 version, 15 version. I don't have on my machine all these Javas. Then too, I can get JRE where if I select this option, it will download for me on that instant when this project gets created, the JRE of type 1.15. But anyways, we have already installed our own Java, so I don't need any external JRE versions. So I don't go with this option. The second option is use project-specific JRE. In the sense, whatever Java you have already installed on a machine, take the JRE from there. I have installed for me is a Java 11. So I can click here. You may find here an option just JRE, select it. If you see just JRE, select it, or if you see JDK 11 also, any one you will find. Select it. Understanding? Just select it. So this means that use the JRE from this Java which is there on your machine. Third option you have, get the default JRE which is set from using this configuration link. If I go to the configuration link, if I set any Java version over here, the path here, JRE will be taken from there. So right now at this point of time, you don't need to go to that configurations, not needed. You can straightforward use the JRE from your installed Java. Is that clear? So I go for the second option. And that's it from this window. Just keep the other things as it is. And one more point, if this module info, you see one option last as module info. Don't check it. Don't select it. If it is already selected, deselect it. Don't use any module info to your project. If by mistake it is already selected and you created it, no worries. Once the project is created, you go to the project and delete this module info. The reason is, if I keep module info, tomorrow, if I add Selenium files or something else to this project, they are there in the project, but will not be applicable. It blocks those files, this option. Therefore, we don't create any module info. Okay, that is one point. Now, if you in future, unknowingly you have added it, you say that you get issues like, you say that Selenium, everything I did perfectly, correctly done, but I'm not able to get the files of Selenium, or I'm not able to run it. The reason is, somewhere you check it in your project, you might have kept the module info. This is blocking those jar files. Okay. So this is one point. So now that's it. And just I click on finish option, complete the project. So Intel 3 project will be created. Notes free. Okay. So this is my project. It's a Java project. When I expand it, I can see 2 folders, JRE, the set of jar files of Java. So you can see the path. The path is nothing but the location where JDK is installed. It is on C drive, program file, JDK. Inside the LIB folder, the jars are available. It takes taken from there. Okay. And SRC is empty. This is the place where you have to create your project information. Now, when you say what should be kept in the SRC, now if I correlate with one of the application, say that I have some e-commerce application. Okay, I have some e-commerce, Amazon, Flipkart applications. These applications are divided into different modules, right? So I have a sales module, you have a banking module, then inventory. So in this way, you can divide your project into many modules. In each module, you may have different features or sub-modules as well. Here I'm adding an option of login. You're logging out. This is one feature functionality. Or you're going to search a product. You're going to add to the cart. Okay. So this way you have a lot of features in each module. So with respect to this Eclipse project, Intel 3 is nothing but the project. In this project, I can see here modules. This is module 1. But when I'm creating on Eclipse a project, I don't say them as modules. Instead of this, I call them as packages. Package. This is sales package, banking package, inventory package. And here the functionalities. Login is how to do a login. Surely I'll write a program. So where will I write the program? In a Java class. It's a Java class file. These are nothing but the programs. So where you're saving all these files, these classes inside a package. So from here we understand that the project can have many packages. Each package can have many Java classes. Right? A project can have many packages and each package can have many classes. So accordingly, I can create packages in my existing project. So now I'll just clear out this. Now, as we named some package name as sales banking, so where do I create it? Under SRC. I select SRC, right click, go for new, and you should see the package option. What happened? I should find here packages. Anyways, I'll go to others. Under Java, I want a Java package, right? I go to Java. Under Java, I see the option of package. I select the package. And this is the where I have to mention the package name. If you look into the hierarchy, it shows that from the Intel 3 project under SRC folder, the package sales is created. And one more point, don't create any package info. Don't select this option. If it is selected, uncheck it. As like module info, here also for package, you see package info. Don't select them. This is one of the package. This way, you can add as many packages you need for your project. Banking package. So multiple packages you can add. And each package is nothing but a collection or a group of Java classes, Java programs. So how do I create a Java program in a package? Select one of the package, go for new. There itself you'll find class option. If it is not, for me, it is not showing me. So I go to other. There, I select a Java option. Within Java, there is a class. Next. So this is your project hierarchy. Within the package, a class name should be provided. We maintain a standard coding standard like class name should always start with capital without any spaces after that or before that. No numbers starting, no. So anything with a capital character start. So demo, if I say demo program, so demo and next word you can start again capital with program smaller case. So this is the naming convention. So demo program is my class name and this Java class will be by default a public class. And then for executing this class, I should add public static void main. This is a main method of Java which is necessary for executing your program. So I select this option as well and say finish. Now this here is your Java class. The program is saved with .java extension, and this is a template of your class, the structure. As per the class name, it is a class, it's a public class. These are the keywords, reserved keywords of Java, which are used as it is. I should not use these words for naming the class, naming the package, or naming the project. These are called as reserved keywords. Okay, reserved keywords. So package is a reserved keyword. They are different color. Okay. Now, right now in the bank package, your class is this. Inside your class, you have a public static void main. Within the public static void main, there is some line which is commented, not for execution. So these are the scope limiters, means they decide where it is starting and ending, the scope. Now, if I want to print some message in this program, I can use the predefined classes and methods of Java. Java, as you install on your machine, you'll have a lot of classes, methods, packages. I created my own package bank. We created our own class named as demo program. In this way, Java itself has a lot of packages and classes. If you want to check all those documentation, you can search for Java API documentation. So here you can find a lot of, these all are predefined packages of Java standard edition. A lot of packages are there. Each package can contain a lot of classes. Suppose if I say, go for a package called java.lang. As I select java.lang, I see down from java.lang, it has a couple of interfaces and classes. Predefined all are. And you see every class is starting with capital. And from this list, I can see a class called system. This is a class of Java. If I select this class, it gives me the history of that class, what it contains, everything. So it's a class who is a parent to this class. Object is a parent superclass of all classes. What it contains? The system class contains useful fields and methods. Fields means variables, where variables can store some values for certain time period in that program. Used for some manipulations in the method. Method is used for writing some logic. If you want to add two numbers, where will I do that addition? How do you add? That logic I write in the method. But as you're adding two numbers, where do I save those numbers? In the form of fields or variables. Okay, the fields are here. It shows these are the predefined fields. ERR, error, in means for reading input, out means to get out some data, to print out. And here are the couple of methods already available in the system class. Each method has you can get details also if you click. It explains you what is this method, what output it gives, input it takes, everything. Okay, so I'm going to use this system class to display a message because there is one field called out, which will help us to output the data, output the values, right? So I will call the system class. All the class starts with capital. So when I'm using this class also, I should use in the same manner because Java is a case-sensitive programming language. Wherever small and uppercase is required, you should use in that manner only. Otherwise, it will throw you an error. Okay, so I would call the system class over here. And whatever the list of variables and methods were found on the document are same here, there. See here, these are fields. F is for field. ERR, in, out, and remaining all other static methods. How do I say method? Method will have simple brackets open and close. Variables will not have any brackets. See here, console is a method, simple brackets open close. Some methods may not have any input, some methods may have input. Here string is the input. The string is one of the data type of Java, as you know data types. You already studied them, right? So string is one input. Here are some couple of inputs are there, multiple inputs. Here one integer input is there. After that colon, and after colon represents the output of that method, what it will give as an output, void. In Java, void indicates nothing. That method will return nothing. Here it is returning long. This is one integer data type. Here it is returning console. Here it is returning string. Here the variables also have return type. Variables don't take any input but return some result, whatever it is storing. ERR will return print stream. Print stream is also one predefined class in Java, where it is involved into printing stream of characters to the console. Stream means one after another lot of characters. Input stream is to read multiple stream of characters, print stream. So our out method will return print stream reference for us. When I select out dot, you see couple of methods more, and all these methods are coming from print stream because out is returning print stream. Okay, now from here, as I want to print something on a new line, ln is for new line. What do you want to print? The message, the string in the form of string you can provide the Java code as a string. Every statement in Java should be terminated with semicolon. Let's run this program. As you know, the ways of executing it, just go from here, right click, run as Java application, or I can run from here, run as program, the shortcut of Eclipse, or I can right click here as well and say Java application, where you have to save and the program gets compiled. And here on the console, you find the output. The console indicates the output. So whatever you have printed, it's the output statement. Right, team? Now you can, a shortcut is also available to generate the statement. You can say sysout control space. Sysout control space. So anything, you can just use it in a short way and print the statements to the console. Okay. Any questions? If I'm printing a number, so numbers are not string here, they are number I give directly, so they are printed. So anything, any data type you can use for displaying the data. So you have data types in Java, integer, character, boolean, string. So you can use them. So in this program, what I have saved here, there is one public static void main, and whatever I write in the main method is only executed. That means who runs it? The JVM is ready to run the program. Whenever you say execute, right click, execute program and run as a Java application, that time JVM will come and see in this program, do you have main method? In this program, if you have main method, main JVM will run from here. Means in this curly bracket of main method, whatever you have written is only executed and stopped. So that's the reason it could print this and stop. In case if you don't have main method in your program, you will not see Java application to run. You can check that. If I'm commenting this line, control / is for commenting, you know that. And same command statement you select and give same command, control / for uncommenting. So as I've commented the main method, the program has nothing right now, you can say. I just go for run as, I don't see any option of Java application to run because there is no main method. As there is no main method, you can't run this program. Yes, program can be there, but not for execution. Okay. So in a Java class, this is a Java class, right? In a Java class, what all you can write? I can, so let me just add a comment. So in a Java class, you can have main method. So right now there was a main method which I commented. So main method you can add, which is for execution, running the program. After that, you can add variables. Okay, you can add variables just to store the data, store the values. Then you can create your own user-defined methods, your own methods you can create like addition, subtraction, okay? Login, log out, search, any methods you can create, as many you want. So in these methods, you write your own logic, your requirements, how to implement, how to write your script, you write in these methods. Okay, so then after that, you can have constructors. Constructors, they are used to initialize the data to variables. See, you have variables. I say N1 is a variable having 88 value. So I can do here also initialization 88, and this 88 also can be given using constructors, right? But you know, main method is compulsory if you are running. Variables, methods, constructors are optional. If you don't want to write any logic, it's okay. Variables, no data. So this is what you can write in your class. Nothing other than this are allowed in the class. That's right. So I'll take a simple class just with one method, 2 variables, and a main method, and where I'll call the method to run. So you said that already you have done this concepts. Just a overview will do it. So I'll take in this package a new class. The class name is maybe you want to do a login. Login, or suppose Facebook is my application, is my class. Main method is needed to run the program. Now in this Facebook, we need a method for logging in. Okay, we need a method for logging in. So outside your main method, this is my main method. So outside the main method in your class, I can create one own method, user-defined method we call for logging in. And that method, I can keep it with public access modifier so that from anywhere in my project, I can call that method. So public, no return type from that method is void, and method name login. Login is my method name, simple brackets and the curly bracket. This is the method definition, how you declare it. In this method, you want to do a login means, let me display the details about login. For logging in, I need username, password. Both are strings. So I can declare as a variables. As username, password are going to store multiple characters, you can declare with a type of string, S capital, it's a class actually. User name. If you want to assign a data, you can assign it. Employee 1 is the data as a string input. Second one, string. the password string test is a password, semicolon. Now these two values, let me use it here. I'm not doing a real login right now. Let me display those details. So system out, the data store is in this variable, print the variable. Second print I can do for password. Okay, variables. Don't give me double quotations. That will become a text. Okay. Next one. Now, if I run the program, you know, JVM will see that inside main method nothing is there and it will run nothing. It will run, but with no output. You need this login over there. If you need login at this place, you should call login here. As login belongs to the class, to access anything belonging to the class, you should create object for the class. So the syntax of object creation is an object should always be in main method. Write the class name, object, some object name. You need to allocate a memory for the object with a new keyword. And here, the class name with simple bracket. That's actually a constructor. This is the step of object creation. Object is nothing but a reference for your class, a representative for all the data present in your class.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
Okay, so once object is ready, now you should not type any method. You should always select object dot whatever is there in your class should be there in this list. Then only you can access it, otherwise not. See, Facebook is my class name. I can see password, username is there. Then from the Facebook login is there. So I can call the login method. Now as you run now, the object calls the method, and within the method, whatever logic is there, as per the logic, it's printing the data. So internally what happens is JVM will call the main method and it sees object is created. Object will call the login is. From here it will see, do you have method? Yes. Start executing it. So in this process of execution, as you're calling variables, that time it will say, do you have any variable in your class? Use them. Once this execution is over, it comes back to this point from where it has been started and continues any lines if you have after that. Right? So this is the way how objects can be created and called. Okay, now, okay, this message, this variable is just printing the data. I don't understand what is this really. If you want to add some messages, here you can, as a string, messages are nothing but some string. Join it with this variable. This is a concat operator. So I say here, username is, okay. Here, if I want to add a string, concat with password is, and you do run. This is how you can see the result. Okay, so if with your object, if you want to call this variable directly and print here, you can. So system out obj dot username. So as you run here, this is the username with this variable. If you want a message here, you can add it concat with you name. Something anywhere, wherever you want, you can just add the messages this way. Password also you can access it. Or password, if you want to keep it in a variable, instead of printing it here in the system out directly, I can also call in this way, obj dot password. See, this password is returning a string. output of this variable is a string. So I should keep that in a string variable. P. So P is a variable which is capable to store string, and right now it is storing the data of this variable password. Now the result is in P. So I can use system out P. This way also you can. So as per your convenience, the way you want in your project, the variables to declare, use, assign, you can do. That's right, team. Clear? Anytime, any number of methods you can create, but make sure the same method should not appear in the class. Same login, no. It should be something log out. Okay. Log out with same, whatever the logic it holds. Okay. So already you have done all these concepts, right? Let me just go through the first module. When you look into the first module, so while manual testing, automation, we discussed yesterday in short what is manual and automation. Okay, we are going to be a performance functional testers. So under functional testing, you will do GUI testing would be there. You pass some input to your functionality, see the output. This all comes, you'll be testing your functionality with lot of inputs. So this all comes under the functional part. So object name can be anything. Anything you can create. This object is pointing to all the information present in this class, Facebook class. And to store this object in this program, you need a memory. If you're creating something, memory should be given. So for keeping a memory, new keyword is used. And for creating the object, you need a help of constructor. And you don't see this constructor anywhere in this program. Then too, Java's every class will have a constructor. This is a default constructor. Why default? Because there is no input to it. It's empty. So this is a default constructor. And why? The constructor name always matches with class name. That these are certain rules. When you're using constructor name should always match with class name, and it should have simple brackets. Like methods only. But methods should be always having different name, but not class name. The rules are method should have anything different name, but not class name. Constructor name should always be class name. And the simple brackets, you see that is common for methods also and constructor also. Getting? So with the help of constructor, you allocate a memory for this object, and object is pointing to all the information kept in this class. Yes, in this class, I have two variables, some two methods, which I'm calling with the object henceforth. For logout, suppose you want to provide some input, or like I can take one more method, public void add method. Now for adding, you need two numbers, right? The two inputs. The two inputs I can share from here. N1 integer, N2. The two numbers will come in the form of N1 and N2, and I can write here the logic of adding N1 and N2. After calculation, the result should be stored into another variable. That is also a number. Result is always a number. RES. Now, if I want to display my final output, which is stored in RES, I can say system out RES. You want to call the add method when with an object, same object dot, You see add is there, but you should give some inputs, numbers. 44. And here the next input 22. Now taking 44 and 22 as N1 and N2, it goes into this method, does the calculation, and here you see 66 is printed out. Right? If you want a message over there, let's say add is let's say output. So you can give some inputs also, output also, without inputs. All these are possible. This all comes as method types. This is about Selenium. When I start Selenium, I'll come to the slides of Selenium. We are just talking about Java now. So this all setup is ready, Eclipse, project, class. So data types, variables, operators means, plus, minus, division, comparison operator, greater than, less than, and operators or operators, everything you can use. You know what is a class, Java class, how to create an object, right? Arrays, decision making, looping. Decision making is like if-else statement. Let me just show you here. Decision making is like if-else. If certain condition is true, if the value of A is greater than B, if yes, this line will run. If value of A is not greater than B, it will skip this block, this curly bracket set of lines, and goes to else to run the remaining. So this way you can add multiple if-else statement as well, many conditions to verify. So always if-else is used to verify some conditions. Then for looping, looping is to repeat certain block of statements for a couple of times, multiple times. There you can use the loop concept. So in the loops, you have types of loops also. So let me just create different methods for each loop. So that I'll call with object. So one, I'm saying public void get while. This is for while. While is actually a keyword, so I can't use just for naming part. So I used get while. Get while is my method name. So here, assume that I have a variable. Integer x is 5. Variable. While means first you have to check the condition and then do the execution. So the syntax is while, you know this, the block of code. While is what? X value, if X value is lesser than 10. Yes, 5 is less than 10. If yes, get into this block where I'm printing just the X value. After printing 5, it has to move on up till it goes to 10, right? So for that, you can increase the X value. So X is equal to X plus 1, increase by 1. This is one way. Other way is in Java, which we have is X plus plus. That also means increase the value of X by 1. You also have X minus minus, means decrease the value of X by 1. So here I'm increase the value by 1. So X will become 6. Check the condition. If true, print it again, increase again check the conditions. That means this block is executing for a couple of times, looping up till the condition is false. Okay, let me call this method. To do that, I should create object first. The class constructor. Obj dot, you see get while method is there. I just run the program now. You see from starting from 5, it is increasing up till 9. Why 9 only, not 10? Because condition. You see just less than. If I put equal to, then it will stop at 10 after 10. X prints 10. It becomes 11. Checks is 11 less than equal to 10? No. That time it comes out of it. So coming out means if I put some general statement, it'll print it. Got it? This is while loop. Something similar, I'll take one more method, get do. Do while loop syntax. In the do while loop, do the task. First do the task and then check the condition. While, semicolon here, X value is less than or equal to 10. So I comment the first one and I call the second method obj dot. As you run, yes, it's again true. X value is less than 10. It keep printing up till the 10 and OK statement after that. Now, what if X value is 50? And if I run now, it will by default print once the value of X. X will become now 51. Is 51 less than 10? No, it will not repeat. It will come out of the block. Okay, so this is how do while works. Next loop which you have is a for loop. In the for loop, in the for loop, the syntax is for the block of code. First, you should add a initial value, then condition, and then either incrementing or decrementing form. You take any variable that should be always a number. So integer, E, start with 0 or 5 or 2, whatever you win, semicolon, condition where E should stop. E should stop once it reaches to 10. How E starting with 2 reaches to 10, somewhere it should keep incrementing. So E++, increment the value of E. Initial value, condition, increment. So what to be done? Just keep printing I want to print E value, whatever is it. Call the method. Run it. Now you just see, starting with 2, stopped at 10. So this is your for loop controls the values where to start and stop. Right? So similar to this, I have something else called enhanced for loop, or called as a for each loop also. Okay, now here also I can work with, not only in this way, I can also work with array. Array is nothing but group of values stored in one variable. Now when you say integer X, X will store only one number, not beyond that. If you're changing it, old value is removed, new value is stored. But if I want to store multiple employee IDs with one variable, so as you know, employee IDs are number, you can take array concept. Array, this is an array where the employee IDs in a curly bracket separated by comma should be given. Employee ID 3, 4, 7, 22. So couple of employee IDs are stored in this memory. A big memory where many values will be stored. Right? Means it is something like this. A big memory where reference name is ID. First value 4 is stored here, then 3 is stored, 5, 7, 22. Now if I want one value, 4, if I want 4, I should pick from this block. So the index is 0. Array always starts from 0 index. Then 1, 2, 3. If I want to display 3, I should say system out ID of 1 in a square bracket. ID of 1 is it goes to the 1 index and prints the value from there, 3. So if all these values, if I want to keep printing, you can use loop. You can use for loop. So this is the same. If I want to use a for loop, take any variable. You can take same variable because it is declared within, not a problem. So as this value starts with 0, I should also start reading from 0 and stop up till 10, not 10, because they are only 5. I can hardcode from 5. Okay. But suddenly tomorrow, if any value increases, this number should be changed. So how do I get dynamic size of this array? Take the array name. Here, array name dot the length method. So array dot length will give you whatever is the count within it. And now what you have to print? The value of the array, where you have to give a position. The position is nothing but E I can give. First time it is 0, then 1, then 2, right? Now let's display this part. You can see it starts from 4, no? 4. So this is your values right now, 4, 3, 5, 77, and 22. But I'm getting an exception. The exception is array out of bound. Array out of bound is after 6, there is no number. But my for loop is reading something else beyond this last number 6. Because id.length will give you 6. And as you're starting with 0, 0 to 6, if I reach, it will become 7 values. I don't have 7 values here. So I should control my loop so that I read here only and stop. So I can remove equal to sign. So when I remove equal to sign, it will become lesser than 6. Means 0 to less than 6 means total they are 6. When you start counting from 0. So at this stage, you will not get any error. It reads up into the last index and stops. This is normal. With a normal for loop, I can read an array. So without for loop, the array data can be read very easily using this enhanced for loop. Suppose if I'm going with an array only with couple of data, the enhanced for loop for this way you can write. Pass this array entire data to it, ID. Complete data of array you pass to it. Take any variable, X, Y, E, whatever is it, colon separate it. What is the data in this array? It is numbers. So E will take 1 by 1 value from this array. So E should be of same data type. As the data in this array are numbers, so E will work on that data. So E also should be, any variable you take here should be of same data type. So E will get first time 4, then I will print that value or work with it, just E. After this is done, second time in the loop, 3 will come to E, complete this action, then 5 will come, then go on. Okay, so now I'll call the next method, obj dot get for each. So you can see all the values stored in that array is printed 1 by 1 with this enhanced for loop. This is called enhanced for loop. Right? Now array of anything you can have, string, names. So names are nothing but the string which I have to give in a double quotations. Some names are there. Pass this array to this for loop. Now the data type should be changed. As it is string, this E should be of string type. Just run the block. You'll see all the names are picked and stopped. So here you no need to write any condition where to stop. Automatically, as the data gets over, your loop will start and it will automatically increment to the next value. This is called enhanced for loop or for each loop. Okay.
So guys, this is not a Java course. This is not a Java course. So joining Java course, something you might be aware of this, like it will take some 6 months or sometimes it may take 1 year also in order to clear the Oracle certification for Java. But this is not a Java course. The course which you are learning is Selenium. Selenium with Java language binding. In order to instruct that automation tool, you need some knowledge on Java to instruct the tool. The major intention of this course is to perform functional and regression testing on web application using test automation tool called Selenium. So here we are going to discuss in such a way. I mean, it won't be like the way you have learned earlier the Java, like system.out.println means continuously talking on system.out.println for 1 hour. It won't be like that, guys. It won't be like that. You'll be having the core Java brush up activity in such a way for each and every individual, even if the person is who is on white paper also, he can smoothly start the scripting. In such a way, we are going to kickstart with core Java to make the scripting smooth for every individual I'm talking. Okay. So in that way, we are going to cover core Java brush up activity. It doesn't mean that as a core Java course or something, it is not a core Java course. Remember that point. It's not a Java course. Automation tool to perform automation testing on web application. Simple thing. What is automation here? First of all, you should understand what is automation here. I will give a simple example. Maybe most of you might be aware of Royal Enfield Bullet.
Yes, sir.
1990s, 2000. So those days, that Royal Enfield Bullet, if you have to kickstart the engine, means you have to use the manpower. Means you have to physically have to keep some effort to kickstart that engine. But nowadays, if you see same Royal Enfield 2020, 2019, 2018 with self-start button, means in place of you are igniting the engine, with through the self-start option, you are going to ignite the engine, right? Similar way, earlier, most of the time we spent time on keeping the efforts for manual testing. Okay. And after that, we have some tools available in the market, QTP, okay, Windrunner, Trigen Tosca, different test automation tools were there. Similar like that, the Selenium tool also came into focus into the market, but this is much more powerful than the other tools. Moreover, that this is an open source tool. Okay, the main intention of this tool is in place of you are testing the application manually. Testing the application manually means you have to use your mouse and keyboard and you have to keep your efforts in testing that application manually. You will launch the browser, you will send the URL, you will fill the necessary web elements with inputs, you will perform the necessary actions on the web elements. For example, you want to automate a Facebook page means first of all, you will launch the Facebook. I mean, first of all, you launch the browser using your mouse. In the browser, you will enter the test URL facebook.com using your keyboard. And thereafter that, you are going to enter the username and password using the keyboard. And you will click on the login button using your mouse. All this you are going to do through manual intervention, right? In place of you are testing that through manual approach using the tools like input peripheral devices like keyboard and mouse, you are going to utilize a test automation tool. To that tool, you are going to guide the tool with instructions. You're going to guide the tool with instructions in such a way to simulate the actions which you are performing manually. In place of you are performing those actions manually, you are guiding your tool to simulate those actions. You got my point? In place of you are doing those activities, you are guiding your tool to do those actions. So how to guide the tool? To guide the tool, definitely you need a programming language. That can be Java, that can be Python, that can be Node.js, or that can be C#. You can choose any of the programming language to instruct this test automation tool Selenium. That's the reason we are learning Selenium with, so here we are learning Selenium with Java programming language. Why? The reason because around 70 to 80% of SDET using Selenium with Java as a language binding. Why you have to go with Java? How you are going to get benefited? You are learning Selenium, you are instructing Selenium with Java means tomorrow you are working, you stuck with some issue. If you Google it, you will get n number of solutions because we have n number of open source communities, n number of SDET guys who are using Selenium with the Java language flavor. So that quickly you will get the solution. The same tool you are learning with Python or some other language, less chances of getting the solution. Okay, so let us start with first module. Let us try to understand the importance of learning these modules. Module 1, getting started with Selenium. So in module 1, we are going to understand what is this Selenium? Why do we need to learn Selenium here? Though we have different test automation tools available in the market, why we have to learn Selenium? What is the history behind Selenium? What is the difference between test automation tools like Selenium and QTP? Is Selenium a single tool or it's a suite of tools? If it is a suite of tools, what are the different tools available in the Selenium suite? So that's what we are going to cover in module 1. Once we're done with module 1, then we will slowly start stepping into the module 2, starting with a powerful test automation tool that is called as Selenium WebDriver. See, Selenium is not a single tool. Selenium is a suite of tools. Selenium RC, Selenium WebDriver, Selenium Grid, Selenium IDE. All these are the 4 different components part of the Selenium suite. Most of the SDET, I mean, if you say, I'm not telling everyone, maybe some 60 to 70% of SDET who are working, who is having real experience, they, if you talk with them on Selenium, they will discuss about Selenium WebDriver only. They don't know what is IDE, what is Grid, and what is RC. They may not get a chance to utilize. But the guys who enroll for the Selenium course, end to end, they will completely know about the suite of tools which are part of the Selenium. They won't say that Selenium as a single tool. Okay, so among those tools, suite of tools, Selenium WebDriver is the most popular and powerful tool. So in module 2, we are going to cover the importance of Selenium WebDriver. Okay, advantages by going with WebDriver and the challenges, the disadvantages, nothing but the challenges which you are going to face by using the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so such kind of things we are going to discuss with module 2. In parallel, we will cover the browser specific drivers which are required to automate the browser. Okay, so once we're done with module 2, Selenium WebDriver automation, WebDriver importance. Okay, advantages and disadvantages. Then slowly we will continue with the next module called browser automation. From here, module 3 onwards, we will be experiencing the automation practically. We will be starting hands-on from here, browser automation. So to test the web application, first of all, what is the prerequisite? You have a test URL there. Okay, you have a test URL, like let us assume in this way, www.facebook.com or so, whatever it may be, the test URL you are having. So now to visit that particular website, so to launch that particular website, what is the prerequisite?
We need to have the URL of the website.
Lipstick.
Browser, right?
Browser. Do you need a browser?
Yes.
Of course.
That can be Chrome, that can be Firefox, or that can be Edge. So in module 3, we are going to learn how to automate the browser, how to launch the browser, how to maximize the browser window, how to minimize the browser window, how to customize the size of the browser window. Okay, how to refresh the current page, how to navigate back, how to navigate forward, how to create a new tab, how to switch from one tab to another tab, how to create a new window, how to switch from one window to another window, how to close a active tab, how to close a active window, how to quit the entire browser session. All such kind of things we are going to see here in module 3, browser automation. We are going to automate that. So what all the things I have discussed as of now with respect to the browser part, we are going to automate. We are going to learn how to automate that in module 3. Once we got some familiarity on automating a browser, then slowly we will step into the next module, module 4, which is heart of this course. In real time, if someone asks, What are the challenges you face? What real time you face the challenges means identifying the address of the elements is one of the challenging tasks. Identifying the address of elements is one of the challenging tasks. Okay, module 4, we are going to see that. So what is this about identifying address of elements? Okay, I will give a simple example, guys. Okay, so Lingai, you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Migi, you there?
Yes, yes, yes.
Lingai, Migi have to return some 40K to me. See, Migi have to return a amount of 40K to me. Okay.
Okay.
Can you please help me by reaching out Migi and collecting that 40K from her? The operation you have to do is after reaching out Migi, you have to collect that 40K from her. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you start doing that?
Reaching out means like we can call her or like we can call her or if she's
I
near
don't know
to
how
me,
you
I
will
can.
reach her, but finally you have to collect that money.
Okay.
For that, what you need?
What I need actually, I have to ask her first. Like you have to give Banu to some amount of money. Can you give
Think
him?
like Migi is not there in this session. I just shared her name. Can you reach out Migi? I just shared her name.
Okay. Share her name is not possible because I don't know her. If I know, I can help.
Okay,
But
I will add some more inputs now. Migi is a person who is residing in USA. Okay, in Michigan State. Can you reach out Migi now and collect that money?
no, not possible.
No? Any reason?
Because she's not near to me and I don't know her. I don't know her any contact
I
number
think
or
address
anything.
Okay, so in Michigan State, there are n number of individuals who are residing in Michigan State with the same name Migi. So that's where it may create confusion to you, right?
Yeah, yes,
Might be complex. Okay, I'm telling
yes.
her, now I'm saying, right, in USA, Migi is residing in USA, in Michigan State, in so and so city, in so and so street. Okay, and I gave her contact number also. It's 999-811-25187, a 10 digits US phone number of Migi, a working phone number. Now tell me, will it become really easy for you to reach out Migi or not?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Right? So
Yes,
how you reach out Migi now? With the help of her contact and address details, right?
yeah, yes, right.
Same thing is applicable here also. What exactly we are doing with this Selenium tool? In place of you are testing the application, you are guiding your tool to do this automation, this testing, right? So I have to tell to my WebDriver, hey WebDriver, this is the address of the username text box. You go there and perform the operation of sending the data into the text box. Means, first of all, you have to identify. See, this is the HTML code. Don't worry, slowly going forward, we'll talk more on these things. Just in a high level, I'm showing because first of all, you should understand what exactly we are going to learn in this course. Okay, so see here, this is the HTML code written by the dev in order to display this username text box on top of the UI. Okay, so if you see for this particular element, the tag name is input here. If you see here, this is input. I'm using a filter. I'm typing input. See, total we have around 3 input tags were there. Among these 3 input tags, which one is holding your username text box? That's where your tool will get confused. Means you have to find out that unique address and you have to share the address of that username text box with your WebDriver. Hey, WebDriver, this is the address of the username text box. After reaching out that particular element, you perform this operation of sending the username entering the username in the username text box. Similar way, we will say like WebDriver, this is the address of the password text box. Go there and perform the operation of entering the password. A similar way, we will tell to WebDriver, this is the address of the login button. Okay, you go there referring this address and perform the operation of clicking on login button. Like this, we have to guide the tool. Means to perform before performing operation, first of all, you are supposed to identify the address of the element. That too, it should be a unique address. So in order to identify the address of element, This module 4 and module 5 covering different topics, very, very important. Like identifying the address of elements. Elements in the sense, a web page is nothing but, see, a web page. This is the web page only, no? Without using internet, can you access this web page? A web page is a website. A website is nothing but collection of multiple web elements. You can say like web elements, or you can say like HTML elements. You can call it like a web page, or you can say it like a HTML page. HTML page or a web page. A web page is collection of multiple web elements. Each and every web element is having a HTML code. Means you can say in this way, HTML page is nothing but collection of multiple HTML elements. The element can be username text box, that element can be password, that element can be login button, that element can be plain text, that element can be this image. So in module 4 and module 5, you are going to learn how to identify the address of those elements through direct locators concept. In Selenium 4, they have recently introduced a most useful and powerful and popular concept, relative locators. Relative locators, XPath, a popular technique, XPath, relative XPath, absolute XPath, XPath access techniques. So these are the different approaches you are going to apply, follow in order to identify the address of element uniquely. Okay, CSS selector. CSS selector is also similar like a XPath to identify the address of the unique address of the elements. Okay, and coming to web alerts. I think most of you might be aware of web alerts, but let me show you a simple example. See here, you click on try it button. Can you see this alert? Without accepting or dismissing this alert, can you interact with the actual web page? Automating a hidden element. For example, let me show you a simple example to make it much more understandable. Anywhere you see women ethnic, anywhere you can see a keyword. Can you see a keyword women ethnic or women saris? No, right? Okay.
No.
See, I'm just moving my mouse on fashion.
Yeah.
Okay, one second. Okay. So I'm just moving my mouse. I'm just moving my mouse on women. What I have done, I just moved my mouse over the woman. I haven't performed any click operation. How to perform mouse over operation? How to automate the hidden elements? How to perform double click operation on any element? How to perform drag and drop operation? How to perform right click operation? So all such kind of things we are going to see here in advanced user interactions. Okay. So if you complete module 6 means around 60% of course gets completed. 50 to 60% of course will get completed here. What WebDriver? With respect to WebDriver. Okay. Then module 7, Java robot independent topic. What is this Java robot here? Okay. See here, guys. With the help of Selenium, you can test only web application only. We can perform functional and regression testing on web application only. But if you see here, sometimes you are testing the web application. Maybe it is an online insurance application, banking domain, or e-commerce, whatever it may be. Customer is expected to upload some kind of documents, some policy related documents, maybe some kind of invoice or some kind of bills. So when what customer does actually to do the upload option, he will click on choose file or upload option. So that time it will direct you to the local machine. Am I right? It will direct you to the local machine. Means if you right click on your local machine, can you see any HTML code here? So here Selenium won't work here. So that's the reason what you're going to do is you're going to learn Selenium along with the Java robot, a third-party tool, Java robot. With the help of Java robot, you are going to automate this file upload and file download. You are going to automate the window alerts. This is a window alert. Okay, file upload, file download, such kind of alerts you are going to automate by using a concept called as Java robot. You are going to integrate your Selenium script with the Java robot to overcome such challenge. Framework is nothing but set of rules which are universally accepted. See, depending upon the application behavior, you are supposed to guide your tool. For example, think in this way, you have a certain requirement to test the specific module part of that application with plenty amount of data. In general, when you are instructing your tool, you will be utilizing the hard-coded values. Suppose you want to test the same application with the 10 users data means how many times you need to launch the browser? 10 times you need to run the script. 10 times you have to launch the browser. 10 times you need to fill the data. 10 times you need to do logout and close the browser. In place of you are doing it manually 10 times by changing the data in the script. If you externalize, if you follow certain rules like data driven testing framework rules like segregating the data in the form of external source and automating that external source and injecting the data into the application means you will perform automation testing only once. You will run the script only once. The script keep on executing 10 times until the data is getting completed. Depending on the application behavior, you are going to apply the rules, follow the rules while you're doing the scripting. While you're doing the scripting, the rules which you are following, those are called as test automation frameworks. We are going to cover in this course keyword driven, data driven, modular, page object model, object repository, a design pattern framework, and hybrid framework. These are the different test automation frameworks we are going to cover in this course. Even in your resume also, you can specify separate column, separate line, test automation frameworks and the frameworks which I listed out. And second thing, you are done with developing a script. You are done with developing a script in such a way to simulate those actions through the tool. Now you have to execute that script on the sprint, right? Sprint is nothing but the software, the application. Okay, but never use the terminology as a software in real time. A fully finished product which is live, then only you can call it as a software. Until that, you have to use the terminology as a build, or otherwise you have to use the terminology as a sprint. Okay. Okay. So you have to, whatever the script you have developed, whatever the test automation you have performed, you have to start applying the automation testing. Automation testing is nothing but executing the script which you have prepared over the sprint, over the application. That is called as automation testing. While executing the script also, depending on the requirement, you are supposed to control the flow of execution. For example, your Scrum Master asked you, hey, Banu, execute the script on Chrome and Firefox browser, man. Banu, execute the script with a few of the valid set of data, few of invalid set of data. Hey, Banu, execute this regression 1 related cases. Banu, execute this regression 2 related cases. Execute this group of cases only, or exclude certain group of test cases. Banu, execute these scripts in parallel in 3 different browsers. So like this, you may get certain requirements. To control the flow of execution, we have automation testing frameworks like JUnit and TestNG. In this course, we are going to learn a automation testing framework that is module 9 called as TestNG, a TDD framework, test-driven development framework, a most popular framework. Okay. Anyhow, this is an automation testing framework. Going forward, you guys will get much more clarity on these things. Don't worry. Okay. In a high level view, I'm giving the info. Okay. Next, what is this module 8A? Synchronization. What is the synchronization? In training, the components are student and trainer. Okay. Okay. Whereas in life, husband and wife. Here in our course, the two components are the test automation tool which you are using, the application which you are testing. I will give a simple example. See, when you are testing the application manually, you will launch the browser, you will send the URL, you will fill the username, you will fill the password, valid data only, and you will click on login button. What happens after that? Do you think that immediately login will become successful? No. As soon as you click on login button, it will send the request to the server. From the server, it will check in the DB whether the given inputs were matching or not. Though they are matching or not matching, it will send you back the response. If they are matching, it will send you back the response to make your login success. If they are not matching, it will send you back the response to make your login failure. For this process to get completed, it will take some fraction of seconds of time. If you are testing that application manually, you will wait. When you can see the internal modules, for example, you are testing Facebook means you logged into the Facebook, then only you can see the messenger chart. Am I right? If your login is failed, can you see the chart? Now think in this way, you instructed your tool, hey WebDriver, fill the username, hey WebDriver, fill the password, WebDriver, click on login button, WebDriver, click on the messenger, click on the chart icon. Will it work? First, it will click on username text box. It will fill the username text box. It will fill password text box with input. It will click on the login button and immediately start searching for the next instruction. What? searching, identifying that chart, but it won't be visible. Why? In order to get the response, it will take some time. That you have to tell to your tool, hey, WebDriver, after clicking on login button, you go for a break and have some cough syrup. You have to tell to your tool. How? With the help of the synchronization concept. Through waits concept. In Java, we have static wait is there. We will see the usage of static wait. In Selenium, we have waits were there. Static wait is there. Dynamic waits also there. Depending on the behavior of the element, you will be opting those waits. You will see, you will learn here how to instruct your tool to wait for a certain period of time until you get the response from the server. In such a way, you are going to balance the speed of your tool and the application you are testing. In that way, you are going to avoid the no such element found exceptions. Module 10, which is Mevin, at this point of time, I don't, even I discussed something on this also, that won't make sense. For now, I'll just conclude it with single line. This is a SPM tool, software project management tool, or you can see like, you can say like a build automation tool.
Test environment setup. So before we start this course, even before we start the course of brush up activity, first of all, you should have some environment ready. So from day one till end of the course, beginning to the end of the course, okay, so we are going to completely use the open source tools only. We no need to purchase any license for any of the tool. Okay, so first step, you are supposed to step one, download and install, download and install Java JDK, Java JDK. Earlier, when we have Selenium 3 version, so that time it is suggestible to go with Java JDK 8 version in order to avoid the conflicts, version conflicts or version compatibility issues. When we are using Selenium 3 till last year 2021 till October, I mean till November month. Later that onwards, someone who is starting using the Selenium 4 version, there is no rule like you have must and should need to go with JDK 8 like that. If you go with JDK 8, that is fine. Even you can go with the latest version also. Okay. Yeah. Next, download and extract Eclipse IDE JE version. Okay. First of all, let us download these two things and then we'll continue with remaining tools. Observe carefully, guys. Do not do the things in parallel. Any browser, you just go to any browser. So just give the input like this, Java JDK download. So my operating system is Windows 11. See, first of all, you have to check what is the operating system and what is the bit size you are using. So in order to check that, just open the folder. You can see this PC right here. Right click on this PC, go to the properties. So here, maximize it. Here you can identify the operating system bit size. So see here, this is 64-bit operating system. 64-bit operating system. Okay. And what is the operating system? This is Windows 11. So what I have to do? So I will just go to Google. So Java JDK download Windows 11. In case you are using Windows 10, you just specify Windows 10 there. Okay, and hit enter. Then you can see the first link. So you have to understand this, guys. Earlier Java is separate, Oracle both are separate. Okay. Later, Oracle own this Java. Now Java is an Oracle product. Okay, that's the reason you see someone who is learning Java, you will be provided, who complete the Java complete course, you will be provided with Oracle certification. Okay. So now in order to download utilize the Java or software, okay. So you have to visit the official website oracle.com. So click on this link, Java downloads Oracle. Okay. And scroll down slowly. Scroll down. So we have 17 is there, 18 is there. That's up to you whether you go with 18 or 17. There is no problem. Okay. That's up to you guys. Even in real time also, there is no strict rule like you have to go with 18 or 17 like that. Okay. If you have 8, that is well and good. Otherwise, you just go with the 17 or 18. Anything is fine. Okay. Yeah. So scroll down slowly. If you scroll down slowly, you can see operating environments, Linux, Mac OS, Macintosh, and Windows. So the operating system which we are using here is Windows. So then click on Windows. So once you click on Windows, search for the zip file. Here, search for the exe file. Somewhere you will find exe. See here, this is zip. We don't need. This is MSI, we don't need. We need .exe file. So just click on this link, x64 installer. Just click on this link so that it will help you to download the JDK 18 version. It will just take a while, which is of around 153 MB, the size of around 153 MB. It will take some time. Okay. Yeah. Meanwhile, before it get completed, let me open one more new tab here and let me give the input as google.com. Okay. So here I'm just giving the input as Eclipse IDE for JE developers. JE developers. Okay. So click on this link. Click on the first link. See, simple keyword you have to give is Eclipse IDE for JE developers. JE stands for Java Enterprise Edition developers. So click on the first link. Okay. So most of the individuals do the mistake here. They may directly click here, or otherwise they may directly click here. But this is the outdated old version. So what you have to do, not outdated, that is a old version. So what you have to do. So can you read, can someone read this? So click on this link here. Then after clicking on that link, it will direct you to other page. So scroll down slowly. There you can find most of them will get confused here only. Eclipse ID for Java developers, Eclipse ID for enterprise Java web developers, C++ developers, Eclipse committers, like many were there. Okay. But what is the actual one which you have to refer? See this icon. This is the icon you have to remember. This is the logo. See, you hope you are able to see my mouse movement, right? Java EE IDE, Java Enterprise Edition IDE, Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java and web developers. This one you have to follow. You may say like, hey, I will go with IDE for Java developers. Won't it work? It will work, but going forward, we are going to use some plugins and other dependencies. So that time you'll stuck with the issue. So that's why please follow my instructions. Whatever the version which I'm suggesting, go with that one only. Okay. Yeah. So you can see here beside this Windows x86 or 64. x86 64, what does it mean? This is the IDE which for Windows, which support both 32-bit and 64-bit. Means if you're using 32-bit operating system or 64-bit operating system, this will suffice. Okay. Click on this link to download this Eclipse. So click on the download button. Okay. So it will take some time to complete the download, which is of size around 495 MB. 495 MB. Okay. You need to check if Java JDK is already installed on your machine or not. Okay. Is Java JDK already there on your machine or not? So how to confirm? Just go to my computer, click on C drive. In C drive, okay. See, program files x86 is for 32-bit size operating system. What are all the software with respect to 32-bit size? The folder structure will be created under this structure. Whereas for 64-bit operating system who are following, so for that the 64-bit bit size the softwares, the structure will be populated here under the program files. Okay, so you have to step into program files. So uncheck for Java keyword. You find, can you see Java here? Java folder. In other ways, you can confirm like this. Just click on Windows icon and click on and give an input like command prompt. Control panel. Sorry, control panel. So just click on control panel, open button. Okay. So click on, see here you can see programs, uninstall a program. Click on uninstall a program so that here you can see in the list if JDK is there or not. Anywhere Java is there? Yes, it is there. So what you have to do? Uninstall it. Whatever the version you might be having, even you have the same version also, uninstall it. Click on yes button. Do the uninstallation. Other version or same version also, uninstall it while you are doing the setup. Click on yes button. Okay. So we are done with uninstalling the existing JDK version. Okay. So nowhere you can see Java here. Okay. So next. Now see, you don't find Java folder here. Anywhere you see Java folder, I, J, K, L, M, J, is J any folder with J, Java? No, right? So we are successfully done with uninstalling Java JDK. Okay. Just go to the control panel. In control panel, if you find Java keyword means just uninstall it. Select that file and click on uninstall. Okay, so that it will be uninstalled. To check whether it's successfully uninstalled or not, go to the program files. You should not see any Java folder. Okay, which means you have successfully completed uninstalling Java JDK. After doing this, next step, everyone do like this, create one personal folder in the C drive. If your hard disk is partitioned like this, C drive and D drive means, yes, you can go utilize the D drive also, no problem. In case you don't have like this, you only have the C drive means just in C drive, you create one folder like automation or any meaningful name based on your convenience. Just create one folder based on your convenience. So see how I am creating now. So this is my folder. So in under this, I would like to create, right click, new folder. I'm just naming it as automation or some kind of naming, automation. Okay. So within this folder, so like this, you just create one folder in the C drive. Okay. Next, even you create in D drive also not a problem. If your hard disk is partitioned, you can do there as well. So within the automation folder, create one more folder. It's not mandatory, but if you create, it will be comfortable to you guys. So I'm just naming is software backup. Okay. So you are done with downloading Java JDK, right? Which you can find it out where you can find it in the downloads folder. Cut the JDK, okay, cut that and paste it in the software backup folder here. It will just take a while. Okay, done. So it is a exe file. So in some of the individuals might not be able to see the extension that .exe. What might be the reason? See, just click on view here, click on show file name extension. Can you see it is checked? If it is not, if it is unchecked means you cannot see the extension. You have to right click, you have to go to properties in order to see that extension. Okay, in order to see that extension, this is how you should do. So, but in place of doing that, simply you just click on view, show file name extension so that you can see file name extension here. Okay.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, where is XPath used in? And your options are XML documents, MS Word documents, MS Excel documents, MS PowerPoint documents. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
So this is the exe file. Right click on this. I always suggest you guys to habituate yourself using this option, run as administrator. You can use open option also. If it is your personal laptop, you will go with open option, no problem. But habituate yourself using run as administration. The reason, because in real time, when you're working on company laptop or on a virtual machine, so that time you must and should require the admin rights. Otherwise, no, you don't get a full-fledged access for that tool. Sometimes it may not allow you to complete the setup. Okay, so choose the option run as administrator. Click on this. While you are using this option, if it is asking you for admin ID, admin username and password, means you need to check with your networking and IT team in real time. In real time, I'm telling, while you're working, so they can assist you in establishing the setup. Yeah, and one more thing, most of the organizations directly are not allowed to install these things. You have to send an official mail, keeping your PM or SM in the CC. So this is the, means if you are guiding your team to establish the setup, means you have to send a common mail, including your RM and SM in CC. You have to drop a mail to the IT help desk who can assist you on establishing the setup, specifying the list of the softwares which are required to start the automation. Okay, yeah, fine. So now see here, I'm just clicking on yes button. Means if you are doing this on your laptop, there is no issue. In your personal laptop means. So click on the next button, click on next button. Simply you need to click next, next, next until you find close button, close button. Yeah. If you click on next steps, it will show you, it will help you with the documentation to understand the JDK 18. Okay, it is taking some time to load. Okay, see here. So JDK 18 documentation, you can refer this. If someone interested, you can refer the documentation and you can understand the features. Okay. For now, we don't need this. So just click on close button. That's it. We are done with the Java JDK installation. How to confirm Java JDK is installed on your machine? Just go to control panel. Do the keyword as Java. Can you see? Can you see this? Means
Yeah.
Java JDK is successfully installed on your machine. And also in other ways, you can confirm like this as well. See here, just go to C drive. In C drive, go to program files. So get into this. There you see. Can you see Java folder now? Get into this JDK folder and copy this path. Copy this path. Okay. To identify any of the person, you should have the unique address. You have to share the unique address details with the WebDriver to identify the address of those elements. You have to tell to your machine where exactly this JDK is there. You have to tell to your machine where exactly this JDK is there on your machine. So where exactly this JDK is there on your machine, that you have to tell to your machine, your operating system. So for that, what we are doing is, first of all, you have to copy this path. See this one. Get into the Java folder. See, again, I repeat, in program files, Java folder, there you can see JDK folder. Copy this path. So I am just naming it here. Variable name, which you have to include is Java underscore home in capital letters. Okay. Variable value, which you have to specify is this one. This is the path. Okay. So now you have to continue with configuration. We are done with installation. Now you have to continue with the configuration. Means you have to set up the environment variables. So to do that, just can you see this PC here, left side on left pane? Right click on this PC, go to the properties. Okay. So there you can find out advanced system settings. Just click on advanced system settings. If you click on advanced system settings, there you can see the option called environment variables, right? Click on environment variables. So most of them will get confused here only. In place of doing it under system variables, some of them will do under user variables. So you have to do it under system variables. Okay. So here, two scenarios were there. If this is the very first time you are installing Java JDK on your machine, means under system variables, click on new button and give the input variable name as Java underscore home in capital letters. Okay. And variable value, paste it here. And you have to click OK button. And now I have freshly installed the version which you have suggested. But still you can see even though you have uninstalled and installing the latest version also, still you will find out the old traces here. Can you see the old trace here? Java underscore home, this one. So in that second scenario, what you have to do, click on edit button, you replace this old path with the latest one and click OK. That's it. Okay. Now scroll down slowly until you find out the keyword called PATH path. Anywhere you see PATH path, select that and click on edit button. Okay. So here also again, same thing. You may see the old trace. Can you see the old trace somewhere here? JDK 1 dot, this is the old trace, right? What second scenario? Someone who already installed Java JDK and they uninstalled and freshly installed, they can still find out the old trace. So what you have to do, select that old trace, select the old trace, delete it. Now, this is for first scenario and second scenario. You have to click on new button, and see here, JDK folder is there. No, inside this, can you see bin folder? Bin. Get into this and copy this path. Copy this path. Additionally, you are adding /bin. That's it. Select here, click on new, paste the path, hit enter. That's it. Additionally, the only difference what you are doing here is you are adding /bin, including the bin folder also. That's it in the path. Whereas in Java underscore home, you are specifying till the JDK path only. Till the JDK path only. Okay. So click on new button here. Under system variables, click on new button. You have to give the input as Java underscore home. And here you need to specify the path. Java JDK path. This path. Okay. And then you need to click on OK button. After doing that, if you scroll down, you can see a keyword called PATH path. Click on edit button, click new and specify the path. Along with that, you just specify /bin also, bin folder also. Okay. These are the two things you have to do to complete the environment variables configuration. If you don't specify the environment variables like this, your machine won't understand what exactly the software you are referring. The JDK won't work. Okay. Clear, guys? Other things also, the other tools which I have installed, everywhere you can see environment variables here. Without doing that environment variables, you cannot use those tools. That is mandatory. Even you are using other operating system also. Okay. Click on OK button. Click on OK button. So close this one. Now, how to confirm if Java JDK is successfully installed and configured on your machine? Click on Windows icon and give the input as CMD, command prompt. To open the command prompt, give the short keyword as CMD and hit enter. So how to confirm Java JDK is successfully installed and configured on your machine? Just give the keyword as Java command. This is a execution command. You should see like this to specify an argument for long option. Like this, you should see. Okay, or otherwise, you can try like this. Java hyphen means minus symbol version and hit enter. Can you see the version now? 18.2. Like this means if you're able to see this version, Java hyphen version, if you're able to see this version, with this you can confirm Java JDK configuration is successfully completed. Okay. I think that Eclipse ID is done with downloading. Just go to the downloads so that you can find the zip file. Control X, cut it and paste it in your personal folder. Paste it here. Okay. So see here, guys. We installed Java JDK and see the RAM which it is occupied. 292 MB RAM. Minimum of nowadays, I suggest you guys minimum we need 4 GB of RAM. That is very less. 4 GB means minimum 4 GB. Max, if you ask me, 8 GB to 16 GB is good if you have, because we won't continuously change the laptop, right? So if still someone is in a process of buying a new laptop, means it is good if you go with 8 GB or 16 GB of RAM. Okay, for now, minimum requirement of 4 GB is enough. Okay, yeah. So it is consuming around the physical resources, the RAM resource of 292 MB. Okay, clear? Java JDK consuming 292 MB of RAM resource. That's it. For example, if I'm using say 8 GB RAM, means in 8 GB of RAM, 292 MB of RAM is consumed by this Java. Okay. In case if you're going with licensed tools like QTP, such kind of things, any plugin, anything also, it will consume huge amount of RAM and definitely it will slow down the execution. That's the reason they used to say, like, in terms of effective execution, is Selenium is very fast when you compare with other licensed tools in terms of effective execution, because it is consuming less amount of RAM. Okay. Apart from this, we are not going to utilize any physical resource that much. I mean, in that much amount. Okay. Yeah. Next, coming to Eclipse IDE. Right click on Eclipse IDE, copy this. Select, copy this, bring it outside and paste it here. You maintain one copy here. At the same time, paste this one also outside. So now right click on this Eclipse JEE. Should click on show more options. You will find extract here. Click on extract here. It will just take a while to complete the extraction, guys. Just we have to wait. Done. Then you can delete this zip file permanently. Okay. So because you already maintained it as a backup here, so you don't need to bother. So after completion of extraction, you can see Eclipse folder. Within this Eclipse folder, if you get into this Eclipse folder, you can see a .exe file, eclipse.exe. You can, in place of every time coming here, just you can send it to the desktop as a shortcut. Click on show more options. See, send it to desktop, create shortcut, so that you can see that icon on a desktop. From here directly you can access the Eclipse. Okay, every time. No need to get into this core folder. If you're interested, you can come here, you can access from here. For example, if you see, I handle this weekend batches and regular batches, no? So whenever I want to access the Eclipse, no? For example, this is weekend batch, August batch. Or the recent one is, I think it is June batch. So for some reason, I want to access the script, means I'll go to automation folder. I'll get into Eclipse folder. From here, I will open and I will watch the scripts. Tomorrow, if I want to, while giving training to the regular batch students, so I'll go to regular batch folder. I will go to that, for example, if it is August batch, means I'll come here and from here, I will just get into Eclipse and I will open it from here like this. Suppose when I'm providing, suppose regular batch, when I'm providing training, I'll come here and I will get into this Eclipse folder, and from here I will access the Eclipse and I will continue my training. Okay. in case if I want to refer the old batch scripts, means what I will do, I'll come to this September 2021. I'll go to that somewhere I created an automation folder. I'll go to automation folder. I'll get to Eclipse and I'll open it from here. You can have a number of Eclipse. There is no limitation. Okay, got my point?
Yeah.
But remember one thing, guys,
Yes.
we are not installing. Most of them will specify the wrong step. So download and extract the browser specific drivers. What is this about browser specific drivers? Okay, see, in order to start the automation, okay, as part of automation, establishing the environment setup. See, to test your application on any of the browser, first of all, you should have browser specific drivers, which means, see, suppose in order to communicate with the browser, first of all, you should have the browser specific drivers. So now, this is the official website, guys, for Selenium, selenium.dev. Selenium.dev, this is the official website. Okay, this is the official website for selenium.dev. Dev means developers. Earlier it is seleniumhq.org. One second, guys. Earlier it is selenium .org, selenium headquarters.organization. Earlier it is like this. So later that URL got changed and updated with selenium.dev. It means even you give seleniumhq.org also, it will direct you to this one. Okay. So see here, just click on downloads. Click on downloads. If you click on downloads and start scrolling down, so you can see Selenium supports different environments. See, different programming environments supported by Selenium, which are like Java, JavaScript, Ruby, Python, C#. So which one you have to download? Selenium with Java, this one. You need to click on this link. Since you are learning Selenium with Java, you are supposed to download Selenium with Java language binding jar. So you are done with downloading by clicking on this. So what is the version of Selenium you are learning today? 4.3.0, which is released in the month of June 23, 2022. Selenium supports different programming environments. Selenium supports different browser environments. Click on these browsers. So which means you can test your application on most popular browsers like Firefox, Internet Explorer, Safari, Opera, Chrome, and Edge. These are the different browsers where you can test your application on. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay, sir.
first of all, check your Chrome browser version. How to identify Chrome browser version? In the right topmost corner, you can see 4 dots, 3 to 4 dots. Click on those dots. Click on help. There you can find an option called about Google Chrome. Click on it. So see here, it is loading. Can you see the version 104 ending with .81? Okay. So now go to this website, selenium.dev. Come down. Here you can see Chrome. Nearer to the Chrome, can you see the documentation? Chrome driver is supported by Chromium project. Please refer to this documentation. Click on the documentation link. Okay. So see here, 104. Can you see 104 version? Chrome driver 104 version. The browser which we are using is also 104 only. So click on this link. Then this Chrome browser vendor provided only 32-bit driver, which is very well compatible with 64-bit and as well as 32-bit. Means you can download this 32-bit driver, which supports 32-bit operating system and 64-bit operating system also. Click on this. Okay. So you're done with downloading the Chrome driver.exe, which is required for the Chrome browser. Okay. Similar way. Okay. Navigate back now. Similar way, now let us try for Edge browser also. Launch the Edge browser. On the top rightmost corner of the Edge browser, you can see 3 to 4 dots. If you click on that and scroll down, there you can find out an option called as settings. Click on settings. Scroll down slowly. So here you can see about Microsoft Edge. Click on this. So there you can find out the option version. What is the version? 103.126.477. Okay. So go to that website, Selenium. See here, Microsoft is implementing and maintaining the Microsoft Edge WebDriver. Please refer this documentation. Click on this link. Okay. So now, what is the version of your Microsoft Edge? 103 126477. This one 103 126477. Can you see here? This Edge browser vendor provided a driver version with bit size with 32-bit. x86 means 32-bit Windows. x64 means Windows 64-bit. Mac, Linux, different operating. So you are supposed to download x64 means which is for Windows 64-bit system size. Okay. So click on this. Okay. Next. Now go back to the Chrome browser. Go back to the Chrome browser. Navigate back to the actual page. So now let us focus on for Firefox browser. See, at your end, it ensures that you are having minimum 3 browsers: Firefox, Chrome, and Edge. Minimum these 3, which we use very frequently. If you are interested, you can try Opera also. And one more thing, IE browser services were stopped. You have to notice that IE Internet Explorer browser services were stopped. If still someone want to utilize the IE browser, means when they will use for their maintenance projects, if they want to use, it is available for IE 11 version, IE 11 version only. As you know that IE browser is replaced by the Edge browser. Now most of them were using Edge in place of IE because IE version is stopped with 11 only. Okay. Now for Firefox browser, launch the Firefox browser. So similar like that. So click on these 3 lines, click on help and click on about Firefox. So what is the version we are using? 103 is the Firefox browser version which we are using, 103. Okay. So what you can do, just go to selenium.dev official website. Can you see the link, documentation link beside Gecko driver is implemented and supported for Mozilla? Click on the documentation link. Okay. So read this table. So what they are telling, if you are using the browser version of 78 and greater than or equal to 90, very well you can go with this driver version. In case you are using the browser version of Firefox, which is equal to 91 and greater than 91, very well you can go with this driver version 0.31.0. Okay. So click on Gecko driver releases. Scroll down slowly so that you will find out this Firefox browser vendor provided a drivers with bit size with respect to the operating system bit size. Windows means Win32. Windows 64-bit means Win64. So you need to click on this one, Win64. That's it. Okay. So these are the 3 browsers we are going to use. We are going to test our application on these 3 browsers. If someone interested, they can try Opera also. Okay. Okay. Language binding jar. So we are done with this. So these are the softwares which we are required for establishing an environment setup. We are done with downloading necessary software. What next you have to do? So you downloaded, right? All are available in the downloads folder. If you see, which are okay. One second. Show in folder. See, can you see Gecko driver, Edge driver, Chrome driver, Selenium? Cut it. Okay, and paste them where? Paste them in your personal folder, softwares backup. Paste them here. Next, what you have to do? Copy these 3 zip files. Control C. Go to the C drive. Everyone have to follow the same. If you have some ideas also, please follow this for now. Okay. This is the common location for everyone. C drive. Paste the zip files here. After pasting the zip files, okay, right click, use the option, show more options, extract here. Yes. Yes to all. Okay. So after completion of extraction, you can see the exe files. Can you see Gecko driver.exe, Chrome driver.exe, Microsoft Edge driver.exe, right? Now you delete the zip files permanently after completion of extraction. Why? Because you have already maintained it as a backup in software's backup folder. No, you can delete them. Just maintain these 3 exe files here. That's it. Okay. In C drive, common location, C drive. Next, you can see Selenium Java. Selenium Java is there. No, copy this one. Navigate one step back. Here you just create a folder naming it as Selenium Java. Okay. Get into this folder and here you paste this zip file and extract here. Use the option, show more options. extract here, yes to all, so that you can see all the jars. Total how many jars? Control A, excluding this. Around 39 jars outside. Again, in the lib is nothing but libraries. Inside the lib also, again you can see 46, 70, around 85 jars we are having around. Okay. So all these are the jars which you have to configure our project with, but we won't do it now. Going forward, we will do that. Just ensure that you're keep making these things ready at your end. That's it. You can delete this zip file because we already maintained it under the backup folder here. Okay. Just simply I'm telling that after completion of extraction, you can see all this. You create another folder and you try on that. But I want to see like this automation folder. I should see software's backup. I should see these two things. And I should see the drivers in the C drive like this. If you are doing something differently, you stuck with somewhere with the issue means in that case, it will become difficulty to resolve the issue. Please, just until you get some familiarity on the things, please follow my instructions. Okay.
We have some programming languages. The programming languages like C, C++, Java, Python, Node.js, like different programming languages were there. But here in this course, we are learning Selenium with, we are going to learn Selenium with Java programming language. Okay, so to communicate with machine, we are going to use a high level programming language like Java, Python, C, whatever it may be. Okay, so how the machine will understand when you're giving some inputs. Okay, so I will just show you a simple example. See here, I hope most of you might be aware of Yahoo India, Yahoo Messenger, right? Throughout the country, not throughout the country, throughout the world, we can communicate. I mean, we can chat with unknown persons. Anyone aware of that in Yahoo Messenger, where you can communicate with individuals who are from different parts of the world. Okay, so those days, computer technology is also new. Purchasing a laptop, I mean, purchasing desktop, those days desktop only is one of the costliest thing. Someone is having laptop or computer at their home is those days that person is very rich. Okay, that is the very beginning for the technology of computers and internet. Okay, so those days, especially whenever we get some free time during the schooling, whenever we get some free time, we used to, I mean, me and my friend used to go to net cafe and almost used to spend some 2 to 3 hours paying some 10 rupees per 1 hour or 15 rupees per hour. What we used to do means we will maintain two things. One is Yahoo account in online, Yahoo Messenger. Second one is some Vice City or some games. Okay. On that mission in parallel we'll keep on changing. So one fine day what happened, while I'm trying to continue my chart in Yahoo Messenger, luckily I got a ping from Maya. Her name is Maya. See, she pinged me something in some language which I don't understand. Anyhow, those days Google Translator is not there, but there is some application where I don't remember, which I have used long back ago. It's almost 20, 25 years or 30, I think it's 28 or 30 years ago. So I don't remember that application, but we have used that application. So whenever I'm getting some ping, first I just pinged her hi. Then after that I got the response hi and some lengthy message, but I don't understand. So what I have done, I just copied it. And that time I have used a translator application. So there I just copied and pasted. See, okay, let me show you. She just pinged me in this way in Arabic language. This is what she pinged me. But I don't understand exactly what she is trying to communicate. So then what I have done, I copied it and I pasted it here and I translated it. Then I understood, okay, she is asking me, how are you? Then I responded back in such a way, see, answering like, I am good, thanks. So then again, what I have done while I was responding back to her, I just copied this and I pinged in the chart. So then she understood that, okay, because she able to understand only Arabic language. She cannot understand English. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to understand with the help of translator. The translator played a vital role between me and that other person, okay, to understand. Okay, so that's how this translator worked at that time. Similar way, now replace Banu Sai and Maya. So this is your mission. Right side, this is your mission. And here you are using the programming language in order to give the instructions to the machine. While you are giving the programming language using a high level programming language like Java. Okay, so what happens? So those instructions for you, it is understandable only using programming language. Finally, while reaching to the reaching the inputs to the machine, so that will be converted in such a way which machine is able to understand. Some individuals says like binary language. Some individuals just says like ones, zeros and ones. Anything is correct only. Yeah, it follows it. It can say when you are learning English language, you have alphabets like A to Z. Similar way here we have binary numbers like 0 and 1. That is the only language which machine can understand, zeros and ones. And one more thing you have to notice here, while machine is responding back with input, okay, I mean after receiving the input, machine will respond back with some output, right? So that output also again it will be converted in such a way which user is able to understand. Okay, you won't get the output in zeros and ones. You will get the response in such a way which you are able to understand. Okay, take a look into this, guys. 1 bit equal to, starting from the core level, 1 bit equal to 2 means just one position. Whether in that bit you can store 1 or you can store 0. That is the capacity. Whereas coming to the nibble, capacity of nibble is 4 positions, or you can say like 4 bits, means 1 1 0 0, or otherwise all zeros, or otherwise 4 ones. That's what you can store. Whereas coming to the byte, 1 byte equal to 8 bits. 8 bits. In 8 bits, also you can select 8 positions of memory. You can store like 4 zeros, 4 ones, or otherwise 00 11 000, something like that. You can store around 8 positions. Whereas coming to the KB, 1 KB equal to 1024 bytes. 1 MB equal to 1024 kilobytes. 1 gigabyte equal to 1024 megabytes. 1 terabyte equal to 1024 gigabytes. 1 petabyte equal to 1024 terabytes. Okay, 1 exabyte equal to 1024 petabytes. 1 zettabyte equal to 1024 exabyte. 1 yottabyte equal to 1024 zettabyte. Maybe most of you guys might be aware till terabyte, 1 TB or 2 TB hard disk which you are using on your laptop or physical machine. Okay, maybe some majority of individuals may have a till GB because they might be using a memory card with 16 GB, 32 GB, 64, 128 like that. Whereas coming to this PB, petabyte, exabyte, zettabyte, yottabyte, you can see them using in data servers, Facebook, Yahoo, WhatsApp, like different servers, data servers. Okay. Okay, let us take a look into this slide. Selenium with Java. Why we have to choose Java? Why don't we go for other languages? Python, Node.js, C++, C#. Why not other programming language? Because Selenium has compatibility with other programming languages. But why can't we go with other programming languages? Think about it once. Because Selenium is written in Java programming language initially. So knowledge sharing is very easy, as majority of Selenium testers, nearly around 77%, are using Java. So Java is a platform independent and you can use on any operating system. And also one more thing, see if you struck with some issue, in case while you are working real time, you struck with some issue. So if you are using Selenium with Java, means you just Google it, you will get n number of solutions. There are n number of open source communities for there. But when you're learning Selenium with Python or Node.js, when you compare with the resolution which you're getting with respect to the Selenium with the Java, in terms of resolution, the chances of getting more solutions is less. Anyhow, this is an open source tool. We have a number of open source communities for that. I'm not telling that you cannot, it's not good to learn Selenium with Java, Selenium with Python, something like that. You can learn, but I'm telling that when you're struck with some issues, you will be having more scope of finding out the solution. So prerequisites for test automation using Selenium, core Java is sufficient. You don't need to be an expert in Java. Advanced Java is not needed. And in order to learn this Selenium, in order to instruct your Selenium tool, you don't need to sit on Java for 2 months or 6 months or 1 year. Not required. That is not required. If you have some awareness, knowledge, sufficient awareness or knowledge on core Java, that is more than enough to smoothly kickstart the scripting. You don't need to be an expert in Java. If you're expert, it will be useful some point of time, and that will be somehow useful to you guys. Okay. Yeah. So now get into the actual one, which as of the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes, what we have discussed. Let us get into that point. This one. So as of now, we just discussed with respect to this data type. So what is data type? A data type indicates the type of data the variable can represent. For example, variable is nothing but in our understanding that is a int, short, byte. All those are data types. Okay. For example, I have noticed it here. See, I have noted down. See here, such as integer, floating point, number, characters, boolean, or alphanumeric string. These are the data types. Okay. Yeah, the primitive data types are categorized into 4 types: integer data types, relational data types, characters, conditionals. So take a look into this. Integers. Integer nothing but numbers. when you want to store, see, take a look into your keyboard, everyone. Keyboard, take a look into your keyboard once. You can see characters, special
Yes.
characters, numbers, functional keys. In case you want to give some inputs or instructions to the machine, the data is numbers, digits. Means you have to use these integer types. You have to represent the memory with these integer types. You can represent it byte, you can represent it with short, you can represent it with integer, you can represent it with long. When depending on the size of the data, you are going to save in the memory. If it is the size of the data you are going to store in the memory is 8 bits, use byte. More than that, 16 bits means use short. If it is more than 16 bits, use integer. More than 32 bits integer means then go with long. But if you ask me in real time, very frequently we will use this 32 bits integer. And sometimes we may go with the string, some other things. That's how we will going forward, we will discuss. But frequently we see the usage of int in our scripts. Okay, where when you are trying to store numbers. For example, int name equal to bonus I. Is it possible? Variable nothing but it is a memory. See, this A is a memory. A is a memory which you call it as variable in programming terminology. Okay. Height of the person, weight of the person, 98.9. My weight is 85.5. It's a good lie, but my weight is around 99.8, something nearer to the age due to the COVID effect, work from home. Okay. So now see 98.99 something, that is a floating value, decimal value, right? You have to represent, means if you want to store that data in the memory or variable, you have to represent it with float. If the size of the data is more than 32 bits, better you go with representing it a double. Weight equal to, sorry, double salary equal to 25,000. Is it possible? Is it correct?
No.
Float salary equal to 25 lakhs. Will it accept?
No.
Because this is only for floating values, decimal values. Whereas here, int name equal to bonus I. Will it accept? When you're representing a variable or a memory with float means it can support only floating values. Yeah, science subject, maybe 10th class or 9th class or 7th class somewhere, you might heard about this. Homogeneous species, heterogeneous species, non-living things. Homogeneous species, heterogeneous species, right? Similar way, data is categorized in terms of homogeneous type, and again it is categorized into another one is heterogeneous. What is homogeneous and what is heterogeneous? So we discussed, right? Int a is equal to 25 means, which means we can store only numbers, but we cannot store int a is equal to Banu, sorry, int name equal to bonus.
Character.
Don't accept. The int is a data type which is homogeneous to numbers. If you represent a variable with int means you can store only numbers. You cannot store characters. You cannot store floating values. Okay, we can try. We can do in this way also, or otherwise you can combine all the special type like a string statement, some meaningful name, memory name, something I'm giving. You can give anything. String my name underscore Banu slash Sai and age is 28 and height equals to height is what is that 5.7, like this. Combined you can do this. It is possible because this string is a heterogeneous type which can handle the heterogeneous data. For example, a address of the window or address of the tab, a plenty size of the data. What can we do then? Then in the graduation or maybe during your 12th class, someone who got a chance to study these programming languages, after completion of C, you will be directed to another subject in a next level, that is data structures. Data structures, data is categorized into two types again, linear data types and non-linear data types. Just general information I'm providing. Linear data types, list, array list, linked list, all these things will fall under linear data types, which are in sequence. Linear in the sense sequence of data. Non-linear data types, graphs, those are non-linear data types. So in that way, we are going to store the data. This is the high level view. Okay, starting from byte till trees. If someone still interested, yes, you no need to, but I am telling again and again, now you no need to sit for number of days or number of months to complete those things. Just try to have high level info, that is enough. Rather than without knowing anything, it's better if you have a high level info. Even if someone asks you, if you're able to answer it in high level view, that is enough. Okay, no one will wait until unless you complete a reading entire textbook. They won't be having that much amount of time also. Okay, got my point, everyone? Take a look into this one. I think most of you guys are aware of this. It doesn't mean that I want to discuss. I discuss, but most of you are aware of these things. Operators, arithmetic operators, daily day-to-day activities, performing addition, subtraction. You send some money to other person, you will calculate. Okay, you got some money means you will addition, do the addition. You are sending some money means out of that money you will do the subtraction and you will try to find out how much balance is left in your account. You want to bill someone means you will calculate that, you will multiply with some value and you will bill someone. For this much amount of this much area, this much square feet, I will be charging this much amount. If you are looking for cupboards, like if you are planning for building the cupboards, so for cupboard, this is the square feet. For square feet, we will charge this much amount, this many dollars. So dollar into square feet. That's how you use in your regular activities, multiplication, right? So every month I have to pay the house rent like some 25,000. This week, very beginning, I just paid only 10,000. So 25 divided by 10. How much you again you have to pay? Sorry, 25 minus 10. How much you have to pay? Regular operators which we use, even in the calculator, you see these things. Same thing. In our scripting also we will use operators, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. But maybe some are new to programming, it might sound like plus plus and minus minus is somehow in different way. But this is also nothing but incrementation and decrementation. Going forward, I will show practically. Okay, increasing with +1 or decreasing with -1, something like this. I will discuss going forward. Okay, and we have relational operators: greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equals to, not equal to, double equals. We will use very frequently in our scripts going forward. Okay, so if a equal to some value, b equal to some value. For example, Imran's salary is some $25, $25,000, whereas Ashok's salary is $10. If salary of Imran is greater than Ashok, means specify that Imran's salary is high. Else specify that Ashok's salary is high. Making sense, guys? Greater than or less than symbols, how we are going to use. Ampersand we will use, cap symbol we will use, pipe sign we will use, but double greater than, triple greater than, we won't get a chance to use in our scripts. Okay, we won't use them. We won't get a chance. That means double ampersand also we may not get a chance to use. Double pipe also we won't get a chance, but single ampersand, single pipe, not equals, or cap not equals, we may not get a chance to use. Cap sign we will use, especially in the CSS expressions. Very well, we will use this cap sign. Assignment operator, that's a general thing we use very frequently. A equal to B equals is a assignment operator. Miscellaneous operators, plus equal to, minus equal to, multiply equal to, division, modulus equal to. These kind of miscellaneous operators we won't get a chance to use in our script. Dev folks will frequently get a chance to utilize these operators. Okay, but we won't use them. Okay, won't use in the sense we won't get a chance. Into A equal to 5, into B equal to 5. So now int C equal to, see what is int A equal to 5. In the memory of A, you are storing some data that is 5. In the memory of B, you are storing some data that is 5. I am performing the operation A plus B. The operation between operands. What are those operands? A and B. In the memory of A, the data you stored is 5. In the memory of B, you stored is 5. 5 plus 5 is 10. What is the data stored in the variable C in the memory of C? 10. Loops conditional statements and loops. Conditional statements. Majorly, we see the usage of, very frequently, we will use the usage of if condition, a nested if condition, else if condition, which we may or may not get a chance. If you are interested intentionally, you can use it, no problem. But frequently, you see the usage of if condition, especially in place of adding the checkpoints. Okay, so let me show you a simple example. For example, let me take this website, Abibus, something like this, Abibus Travels. Okay, so see here, guys. See, customer of Abibus Travels, he is expecting the title of place that need to be displayed as book bus tickets. Book bus tickets. This is and abibus.com. This is the lengthy title which customer is expecting. Okay, so now while you're in the now the application is ready. Application is ready, code is ready. They have performed unit test and integration test, and they deployed it into the QA environment for system test. Now you have to test it. You have test cases were there. Okay. As per the what are the test steps you have? Launch the browser. Okay, launch the browser. Send the URL. You send the URL. Verify the title. So what is the customer expected title? Book bus tickets. The same thing is displaying here, right? So what is that? Expected title and actual title both are matching means you will pass the test case, right? In the Excel sheet or the in the ALM or Q test, what you're going to do, you're going to pass that particular test case, right? Unit testing and integration testing. Then they will deploy it in the QA environment for system testing. What does it mean? Now they will send that vehicle for testing. Do you remember four-wheeler vehicle? Once it is developed, once it is done with unit and integration testing, what they will do? They will send it for a test. In India, now in India, they will allow all the vehicles. There is no specific rule, something like that. But nowadays, you can see in Indian vehicles like Tata is providing a good build quality, especially Tata Tiago, Tata Altroz, and Tata Nexon. Nowadays, you can find out a good build quality, which is with the NCAP rating of 7 or 8 out of 10, something like that. I heard about that. So how they are providing that rating after testing it thoroughly, whether the person keeping the human being safety, they are providing the rating. Build quality and calculating all those factors, they're giving the rating, right? Similar way, even it is a software or otherwise it's a two-wheeler, they will test it thoroughly by just giving a test trial. They will check by clicking on the brake immediately, whether it is getting stopped or not, whether it is giving the good mileage or not. All such kind of things they will test. Where it will happen during the system test. After completion of testing only, then they will release it into the market. That means the application is live or otherwise your vehicle is live. Not only vehicle, in regular activities, even the water which you are consuming, the mineral water bottle which you are consuming, the mineral water bottle will come into the market. Nowadays in India, everyone is maintaining a water plant. That's a different story. But in other countries, it won't be possible like that. Okay. So you have to purchase the any item nowadays which is just certified with ISI mark. If you are purchasing a water bottle, you should see whether it is having a certified ISI mark or not. Bottle will come into the market. After testing the water thoroughly and everything, then only they will release it to the market. Same thing here also for software also. Think about net banking application. Net banking application will goes live when? After completion of testing it thoroughly during the system test. First they do unit testing. Developers does the unit test and integration test. So what dev does? For example, yeah, you think in this way, you take a calculator. For example, customer come up with a requirement. He is telling that I want a device that should perform addition operation, that should perform subtraction operation, that should perform multiplication operation. Like this, is come up with requirement. Now what happens? All those requirements are being documented and shared with the dev team and testing team. So what dev team does and testing team does? The test engineers does here. See, first of all, the dev team does. They will go through the requirements. Similar way, this test engineers also going to go through the requirements from top to bottom. After go through the requirements from top to bottom, what dev team will do within the dev team, suppose you are having some 3 modules for there. Each and every module is being distributed among the existing team. For example, 3 individuals there means each and every individual will get 1 module. For example, Ashok got 1 module. What addition module? Mr. Imran got some module as a developer. Mr. Imran got 1 module, that is subtraction module. Whereas sorry for the typo, my friend. Whereas Mr. Vishal got some module, that is multiplication. Ashok worked on addition module. By giving some inputs, he is able to see the customer expected result. At the same time, Imran also developed a application. Developed a module for what he have been tagged with, and he able to see the expected result. Vishal also worked on the module which he have been tagged with. He is able to see the expected result. This is what they are doing unit testing. Now, finally, what they will do, they will integrate all these things. Minus, addition, and multiplication. All together, you call it as a build. You call it as an application. So then they will do that, combining all those 3 pieces. They will do the testing that is called as integration testing. That is called as integration testing. Integration testing. So testing the individual pieces is called as, after developing the individual piece, doing the testing is called as unit testing. So after completion of these 2 things, by the time dev team completing these things, what tester does? tester will go through the requirements, what are documented, what are the requirements documented. User after entering 2 inputs and clicking on plus sign, it should perform addition operation. Then 5 plus 5, it should return 10. Customer after performing operation, after clicking on, after giving 2 inputs and clicking on minus sign, it should perform subtraction operation. After giving 2 inputs, customer clicking on multiplication sign, it should perform operation multiplication between 2 operations. This is what the requirements specified in the document. So accordingly, this test engineer is going to frame the test cases. Okay, test case 1. Test case is nothing but condition to be validated. What is that condition? If user is giving 2 inputs and clicking on plus sign, the addition operation to be performed happened. That is the test case 1. Second test case, if user is giving 2 inputs and clicking on minus sign, subtraction shall need to happen and you should get that value. That is what the expectation, the requirement. You are going to document those requirements. That is called as test design. By the time you're completing the test design part, these dev folks are going to complete unit test, develop the build, complete unit testing and integration testing. Then they will deploy the build into the QA environment for system testing. They are going to deploy the build into the QA environment for system test. So then finally they will deploy the, you can say, again, I'm telling this, this is not a manual testing course. In manual testing, you will hear all these topics. I'm giving a high level briefing. Anyhow, without learning manual testing, I cannot go with automation testing. There is no rule like that. There is nothing like learning automation without manual testing is meaningless. Nothing like that. Never believe on that. Okay, fine. Come back to the point. Manual testing, you will hear these concepts in a high level way. I'm telling SDLC, software development lifecycle model. Software development lifecycle model. Advanced models were there. Old SDLC models also there. Old SDLC models means maybe during your graduation, who is from CSC and IT background, some of them who are from EC background also, you might have studied this subject. Software engineering, software methodologies, this kind of subjects you got some time to clear the subjects. Okay, theoretical subjects. There you can find this software development lifecycle concept. Maybe you might heard about waterfall model, prototype model, incremental model, spiral model. All those are the old SDLC models. Now, what are the latest SDLC models, advanced SDLC models? Agile model, DevOps, Fish model, V model. These are the advanced SDLC models.
Okay.
In old SDLC models, the terminology they call it as build, that software as a build. In advanced SDLC terminologies, as per the advanced SDLC terminology, they utilize a keyword called as sprint. Okay. Okay. So during interview, you use the keyword as a sprint. See, never ever call the as a software or application in real time, especially in interview also. You have to use the term. If you are experienced candidate, you have to spell it with this kind of terminology stating that sprint or build. Okay. Software development lifecycle model. What is this software development lifecycle model? Again, go back to that Scooty development model. After collecting the requirement, they focused on go through understanding the requirements. After understanding the requirements, they started working on your Scooty. The parts. After developing the parts, they have integrated. They tested individual item, and again they have integrated and they tested integration testing. After complete means this entire activity done by dev. After that, then it will be moved to the testing phase. In testing phase, they have thoroughly tested your vehicle. Then only they deployed that vehicle into the market. This is called as a Scooty development model, right? For example, Pallavi is having some traveling agency. In order to improve her business, she would, expand her business. She would like to maintain a website. She reached out to IT consultant. She specified that, hey, Banu, I have my traveling agency since 25 years. Okay. I would like to expand my business. I would like to attract more customers. I want a website. Okay. Then I asked her, okay, what you are expecting? She is having some requirements. She will tell. She's an educated person. So she is very well able to answer me. Okay. She told that, Banu, I want a website named with Pallavi Travels. The website naming should be Pallavi Smooth Travels or something like that. Yeah. And in that, when customer visit my website, first of all, they should see welcome to Pallavi Travels for safe and smooth travels. That should be displayed on the application. And the title also, book the Pallavi Travels, something like that should need to be displayed as a title. In that application, user should find out sign up module and login module. Every individual who are visiting my application, without doing the sign up also, they should have a feasibility to access to location and from location in order to select the vehicle. After doing the selection of vehicle, before booking the selecting the booking, before doing the payment, then user should be provided with the sign up module where customer can complete the sign up process and log in with the credentials and they can complete the transaction. Means should be provided with sign up module, should be provided with login module, should be provided with certain module where user can do the selection of the vehicle, and in that vehicle also user should be provided with doing a feasibility to do the selection of the seat in the seating layout. And at the same time, user should be provided with the feasibility to do the payment with respect to different banking services in the payment gateway. Should be provided with a mail option or SMS notification option. We're sharing the user ticket. At the same time, in time on that particular day, the user chosen opted for the travel. So user should be provided with an option for every 1 hour before the starting the journey. User should be triggered with a SMS where the 1 second, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience, guys. Yeah, so where user should be provided, you should be alerted 1 hour before with a notification stating that your bus is in so and so city. It will reach in this location within 1 hour, and the driver name is this one, and this is the phone number of the driver. Like that, user should get the alerts, and also should be provided with a live tracking also, where user can find out where his current vehicle is there, when it can reach. So all such features need to be provided on this application. This is what she has shared with the IT consultant. Hearing all the requirements, he documented the requirements and he shared with his across his team with the dev and the testers. So dev started go through the requirements. In dev team, there are 3 or 4 developers were there. Each and every individual shared these modules. For the sprint one, we are focusing on these modules. What modules? Sign up module, login module, booking module. In the second sprint, we can focus on, in the next release, we can focus on remaining modules. Like that, they have finalized. So they've started working on those 3 modules. They developed individual modules. They tested unit. They did unit testing for each and individual module. Then they have integrated all those 3 modules and they did the unit testing. They deployed it into the QA environment for system testing. So then these testers, by the time they have also gone through the requirements. Each and every SDET part of the team gone through the requirements from top to bottom. Suppose 2 testers or 3 testers were there, means these 3 testers are being assigned with the modules. One tester assigned with the sign up module, another tester with the login module, another tester with the booking module. These 3 testers, as per the modules they have been assigned, they are done with preparing the test cases. Test cases nothing but conditions. Okay, if user visited this particular website, the page need to be successfully loaded without any issue. When user enter, means user should be provided with the text boxes to enter the username and password in login module. Yes, those are there. So you'll pass the test case. Then after entering username and password, if user click on login button with valid username and password, then login shall need to be successful. That is the condition you have written. These are the test cases. Okay. So once the application is now, means you are done with the test design. By the time you are deploying the code into the build into the QA environment for system testing or sprint into the QA environment for system testing, you are done with the test design. Now what you have to do, as soon as it is moved to ST, then you have to start working on testing the customer requirements on the application, testing the conditions, nothing but the test cases on the application. So what you will do, you will take a control using your mouse and keyboard, you will launch the application browser. In that you will send the Pallavi Travels URL, and then you will check, verify the title of the page, you will verify the banner. Who assigned with the login module, that person will verify the login cases. Okay, yeah, user entered username, it is accepting. User entered password, it is accepting. User clicked on login button, making successful with valid data. User giving valid username, invalid password, clicked on login button, it is not accepting. Perfect, passed. In case they noticed any issue after giving valid username, invalid password, also it is allowing to access the internal modules. Means making login success means you will fail the test case and you will raise the defect. This is the issue. Customer expected this one, but you developed something else which is wrong. So please fix the issue. That's it. So that fellow developer is going to fix that issue and deploy the fixed code into the QA environment for system test. Means you have to retest it and verify whether the issue is resolved or not. Issue is resolved, then you will close the defect. Until all the issues getting resolved, you will be doing the testing within the timeline. And one more thing, let me add one more point here. We do system testing here. This testing is categorized into 2 types: functional testing, non-functional testing. Anyhow, I'm just giving in a high level view. If you ask me, this is something, the concepts which will be covered in manual testing. I'm giving in a high level brief. Okay. Interview point of time, they may ask you guys in this way. Hey, my dev engineers are doing testing, unit testing, integration testing, they are doing. Why should I hire you for this position? Why should I allocate a separate budget for testing profile? After completion of exam, you came out and you're telling 100 out of 100, no doubt on that. Mathematics, 100 out of 100, no doubt. To everyone, you will say that your family members have 100 out of 100. But finally, what is the result? 36, 35. Why you got that result? For you, everything is correct only. Even for me also, everything will be correct only. After someone get validating your answer sheet, they will they will give the exact result. Same thing here also. You are developing the application, you are only giving the certification, means that is not a correct one. While you are developing the application, every time you will think in a positive mode. You won't think about negative factors. You won't get a chance to think about negative factors. If you hire me as a test engineer, by allocating a separate budget, you will get benefited in this way by avoiding the build failures. So here we are going to cover all the positive and negative factors. Covering in all the factors, covering the entire scope. That's all we will be useful. I'm going to provide means we can deliver a quality output, quality software. Okay. So as a manual test engineer or automation test engineer, you are doing system testing, right? We do system testing with respect to customer. Functional testing or non-functional testing, I don't know. That is called as functional testing, means we do system testing with respect to customer requirements and expectations. Customer requirements and expectations. The testing which you are doing with respect to customer requirements is called functional testing. The testing which you are doing with respect to customer expectations is called non-functional testing. What is the difference between requirements and expectations? Again, come back to the Pallavi example. Pallavi booked the two-wheeler. She got a phone call. She went to the showroom. Then she is checking. She told that what are her requirements? Two-wheeler. Two wheels are there. White color. Yes, white color is there. Seat is there. Yes, it is there. Two mirrors. Yes, it is there. Horn. Yes, it is there. Accelerator, brake. Yes, those are there. Okay. Self-start. Yes, it is there. Now she clicked on self-start button. After 5 minutes, engine got ignited. Come on, Pallavi, will you accept that vehicle or not? We are going to test the application with respect to customer requirements and expectations.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which component of the Selenium can be used to create customized test results? And your options are WebDriver, Selenium RC, Selenium IDE, or Selenium Grid. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
So now come back to the actual topic where we merged in between this. Let us go back to the Java core Java brush up again. So we come back to the concept conditional statements, if condition. So now let us understand this if condition. So here string expected title of the page is, for example, Pallavi travels. Pallavi travels. This is expected title. String actual title. In Selenium, we have some feature is that you don't ask me the question, Sai, what is driver? What is that get title? We have some time is there. If you ask me this question, the meaning is you're asking why Kattappa killed Bahubali without watching Bahubali part 2, without releasing part 2. Okay, so you have to wait for this. You understand the meaning. Okay, so now we will utilize that if condition in this way. We will specify that if expected title dot, if the expected title is equals to equals actual title, then you remember printf methods. How many of you remember about printf method in C programming language? Expected title is displayed passed, or you can say like valid title is displayed, test passed. It will print this message in the console. Otherwise, system.out.println expected title is not displayed. So test is in the Excel sheet. Some of organizations, they may follow traditional tools like some they may go with MS Office depending on the budget for the project they have allocated, or otherwise some may go with the Q test, some may go with ALM. All those are the test designing tools. We will use nested if condition, and we will use this if condition in this way also. If browser, suppose your Scrum Master asks you to execute the script on different browsers. So if the browser equal to Chrome, then execute these lines of code, the setup related to browser. Else if browser equal to Firefox, then execute this particular code, the configuration related to Firefox, execute this one. Else if browser equal to don't worry about this else if keyword. Going forward, slowly you'll understand. Just I am showing in a high level view. If it is Edge browser, for example, the parameter you are sending, your Scrum Master is asking you to execute the script on Chrome browser or Firefox browser, then you will be sending that particular parameter, Edge or Chrome or Firefox. Accordingly, the script will be executed. This is how we will use in real time. Anyhow, we will see these things more practically going forward. And some more is there. Loops were there. For loop, while loop in any programming language, you will see these things. For loop, while loop, do while. If you go to any hotel, you will see idli, vada, dosa, right? If you go to any, we can say like a 5-star hotel or any other. I mean, if it is in US, you will see the common items, food items. Food is like food items like pizza, burger, right? In any restaurant or any hotel, you will find out these are the common items you will find out. Any programming language, these are the basic pillars, basic concepts, general concept, common concepts. Data types, variables, conditional statements, loops, all these are common everywhere. But only thing is the structure is different. For example, in this Java programming language, we are defining the type. If it is numbers means you are specifying it. If it is floating values means you are specifying it as float. But whereas in Python, you no need to specify type. Automatically it will recognize. For example, you are specifying a is equal to 25 means Python itself will recognize. Java is type sensitive, but whereas Python is type insensitive. Okay, you no need to specify string or something else. Just you specify name equal to bonus I, it will accept. That is the difference. Structure variance, that is purely. I'll give one more example. See, I'm basically from Andhra Pradesh. I'm not insulting someone else or I'm not telling in other way. I have during my graduation, I have a friend. His name is Mr. Nikhil Joseph. So we two did our graduation together. He is from EC background. I am from CS background. But we are in same hostel in same room. That guy is from Kerala. I am from Andhra. Okay. He don't know Telugu. I don't know Kerala. The common language which we followed is English. Okay. So daily he joined the hostel in Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra, the college is in Andhra Pradesh. I am from Andhra. He is from Kerala. He joined the hostel. I also joined hostel. Okay. So the food they used to serve in Andhra Pradesh is, Andhra or I mean, mostly in Andhra. So, I mean, even in Tamil or Kerala, any other states also, they serve rice, curd, curry like this. So in Andhra, I am from Andhra, right? How I used to have my dinner or lunch, First, I will take rice and curry. I will mix them thoroughly and I will enjoy the taste. And then after that, I will ask them to serve some more rice and then I will have the curd. I'll mix it thoroughly and I will taste it and I will enjoy it. That is how I enjoy. That is what gives happiness to me. Okay. The same food, one of my friend who is Keralite, he also used to consume. He will ask them to, okay, serve the rice, serve the curry, serve the curd, mix all those three things, start enjoying the food. That Keralite and me, we both are consuming the same rice, same curry, same curd. The way I am consuming the food is different, same items only. The way the fellow person is consuming the food is also different. Items are same, right? Same thing. Yes. Programming languages also, concepts are same. The way you are using the structure only different. The way he is consuming the food is different. For example, you want to perform a repeated activity now. You have a module login module, user module or customer login or admin module, payment gateway, whatever the module it may be, you have some 10 data sets were there. 10 times you need to test the application. What you have to do? Launch the browser, send the URL, fill username, fill password, click on login button, verify the title, do logout. That's it. How many times you need to do? You have 10 data sets means 10 times. These 10 instructions, how many times you need to execute? You will write down the code. Every time you're running the script, you will change the data because you're sending hard-coded values. First time you give valid username, valid password. Second time also valid username, valid password, other set, other customer data. Third time, third customer data. So every time you need to change the data in the code, right? You will write down the logic in the for loop for I equal to 1. Suppose for int I equal to 1, I less than or equals to 10. So I'm writing down the logic int I equal to 1. First time it will iterate. I plus plus means 1 plus 1 is 2. Second time it will iterate. 2 plus 1 is 3. Third time. 3 plus 1 4. Fourth time. 4 plus 1 fifth. 5 plus 1 6. 6 plus 1 7. 7 plus 1 8. 8 plus 1 9. 9 plus 1 10. Until unless it reach less than or equal to 10, it will execute. You specified the upper bound value, highest value, top value. Highest means 10 is not highest. You specifying the upper bound, max limit 10. Until unless it reaches 10 or less than or equal to 10, the keep on iterating. It will execute the logic those many number of times.
This file will have the set of content. This is the content. First, to work with the Excel, we have to, yes, surely you need an Excel file. First, I need Excel file with the data. Then whatever data is in the Excel file, you have to read it. So I need a Java class. This is to read Excel data. The data, we need this file. And first and foremost, if you're trying to read the data from Excel, we need here now third-party jar files, libraries. Now you may get a question. Yesterday for properties file, we did not add any third-party files. Directly with Java file JDK, we have done it. Yes, because properties file, notepad, this all comes inbuilt with your operating system. You don't install any new software for them. But Excel, PowerPoint, Word file, okay, or database, anything, CSV files, PDF files, for all these, you need to install some new software and get the this kind of softwares, applications. So to work with such applications, features also, you need to have those supportive libraries. So first, you need to download. There is a library for working with MS Office, means Word, Excel, PowerPoint, anything you have, you can use. That is known as a Apache POI library. So we need to download this Apache POI library, extract it, add these files. You have to extract these files, and then configure or add the jars to the working project. You need to add them to the working project. Then I create one Excel file and read it. So this is the process. So first we need to download this. To download this, you can go to your Google and search for it. Download Apache POI jars. This is the keyword I'm going to use. Based on this keyword, you will find here one link, the pyoapache.org site, where you will see all the artifacts, the libraries. So I go to this link. So on this link, you see available downloads. Latest stable release is 5.2.3. Now, if I want to get this, I just click on it. Then you find library distribution and source distribution. We don't need any source code. We need only libraries of it, binary distribution From that, you see a zip file is there, POI with zip file. Just click on it. You get download of that zip file. Okay, then it is redirecting you to the mirror site. You just click on this link, the download starts. So these all, any downloads we do henceforth, that's a only one-time job. Later you keep those jar files, extracted jar files correctly, properly save it, so that you can reuse them anytime in any project. Okay, so I'm just showing you the process of downloading, which will be common henceforth. So what I do is I just download this on one particular location. It's a zip file. I just say save. Okay, so it starts downloading the zip file. Once download is over, what we have to do? We have to extract it. So extracting this is, you have to unzip it. So I unzip it to a separate folder where I'll keep all the jars required for my testing in that one subfolder for this Apache POI. Okay, so what I do is I just go to that folder location, and this is the downloaded file. I right click, go for extract files. Don't extract here only, it mixes up with all those rest of the files. So extract files, then point to a certain location where you want to keep the extraction. Say for time being, I just let me go to this download. In the download, I would keep one package. I'll create one folder. This folder name is all downloads. All downloads is my folder name. In this folder, I'll create one more subfolder. I'll create one more subfolder for this POI bin. I just say okay. So in that subfolder, all the jars of Apache POI got extracted. Okay, that is a process of extraction. Once the process completes, let me just see where is that all downloads. So all downloads, within that, you see this is the POI jars. When you open it, inside that one more folder is there, and these are the jar files. The cup sign you see, these are the jar files, executable jar files. Not only these, you have some more jar files in the above folders, auxiliary. These are the files. Then you have something in the LIB also. Then you have something in the OXML also. So all these jar files need to be added to your project. Okay. So I may forget some of the jar files. What I do is I copy all the files and keep in one folder so that I can pick at once to my project without missing anything. So I copy the outside files, everything in the LIB folder, paste it, then come back, copy from auxiliary everything, Control A, copy the bin folder, paste it. Then after that, from OXML, LIB also, copy them, keep in the LIB. So now everything is in the LIB folder. Okay, this is called extraction, proper extraction. Now I know, see these files, I have already one copy of it. I kept in the one drive location in a folder. In that, I made a folder name as jar download. In that, I kept for POI one library, one folder. Inside this POI, everything I stored in the LIB. These files I'll use for my project. Now, third step is what? Configure those jars to your project. Add those jars to your project. My project is here, Intel 1. To add those files to the Intel one, what I have to do? Select your project, right click, go to properties. You have to go to properties and you see an option of Java build path. Select it. Then you find different tabs are there. Be in the libraries tab, be in the libraries tab. And from here, okay, just one note over here. When you are in the libraries tab, the participants using Java 1.8, Java 1.8, you'll find in this way, everything in this way. Just I click on add jars and add my Excel jars. But the participants using other than 1. Java 10, 11, 19, whatever is it, then you may find here two headings. One is called as class path, and the other one is called as a module path. Okay, module path means module path. So anything to the module path, you will have only the JDK. JDK is added to the module path, and after that, any jar files, external files you're planning to add to the project, it should be to the class path only. Okay, so what you have to do? You have to select this class path, then these options would be activated. Understand? If you're working on other than Java 1.8, you have to select a class path in this libraries tab, in this area, and then as right now Apache POI is on one drive in a folder, they are external files. So I select this option. Got it? So I'm going to this option, add external jars. Now you need to browse and find that location where did you keep your extracted files. So they are in the jar download, POI folder, within this. All these files you have to add Control A, then close it. Now it got applied to your project. Once applied to your project, you can see everything is available in the folder reference library. When you expand it, you will find here Apache POI. Apache POI is already added all the files into your project. Now you are ready to work with Excel. That's clear? Yes. Extraction is straightforward. You will come across extraction in many places. Okay, when you are going to do the extraction and add to your project, when you practice after the session, just go through the video and do the steps as it is. It's not that complex. It's a simple step, general steps they are not anything from relating to testing. Just file extraction, download extract files and keep everything in one folder. Then as I told you now, add it to the project. Downloading Selenium, again I'll show you the steps. How to download Selenium, add to the project again. Fine. Now the configuration is over. I need a one Excel file with data. So you can create one Excel file. Search for Excel. You can save some input. Here I'm already on the sheet 1. Just I can keep some data over here which I'm planning. So maybe username. The username, password. So 2 inputs I have right now. You can keep as much data you have. Save this file. You know, you may have an option based on what type of MS Office you have installed. You may get the extension .xlsx, or even you may have an option called .xls 94 workbook, 97 workbook, right? So right now, whichever the option which I have is the .xlsx. Okay. Now I give the file name, say demo. It's saved on a desktop. I can read the data keeping on desktop and read the data to here, or I can also keep that Excel file onto the project. From here, I'm keeping in the package. Select the package and say Control V. So it get pasted to the package. So this is your Excel file. You can see that is open at the back end. Your Excel file. Now, next step is what? I need to read this Excel file with a Java class. So I need to create one class now within the package. I create a Java class. Say read Excel data. My class name, main method for the execution. Now we have to write the script of reading. So to read, you have to first give the location of the Excel file. So the location of Excel file you can provide with, again, same like yesterday, properties file. So you can create one file input stream object and give the path of the Excel. So within the main method, I'm first providing file input stream of and in the yesterday's class, I gave the path of a file as a string in double quotations. And there was also a constructor. I can give the file location in the form of object, file object. If I go to this constructor, so take it from our Java IO package, the import of this class. Once that is done, you can see you can pass the file path as a file object. You know, any object when you create, you could do in this way, new and the constructor. Same way, if I need a file object, also you can do it new file, because this is, I want to skip this line, or you have to write one extra line over here. File F equals to new file and the path of file. Path of file is your Excel file. To get the path, select the file, right click, properties. Within the resource, this is the entire path. As I'm working in the same project, I can give the path from source package name, and the file with extension. Your location of the file. Import your file class again from IO package. Now, if I want to give the file object, F is the file object. I can give here F. Or I can also give in this way. When you say create an object, instead of adding that one line, I can also give the file object. Also valid. So either this way or I can give F as an input. Or either these two lines together or one statement. Both are fine. So I'm using this one. Giving the file object. After this is done, you need to read the data from Excel. Now, when you say Excel, Excel is a workbook where you have one of the sheet. This is a sheet 1, name is there. You can also edit this name as per the information. I can also add some more sheets. Each sheet will have couple of rows and columns. Okay, so where all these sheets are stored on a workbook. So, and workbook, from the workbook, you can go to one of the sheet. So if I want to go to this first sheet, it is again based on index. This is called as a 0th sheet. Okay, this is called a 0 sheet. So what happens here? You create an object for the workbook that use a class called XSSF workbook. New of XSSF workbook. Now these are the classes which you come with your Apache POI jars. Already the Apache jars we added. This is the import from that class, from that jars. After that, go for a sheet. Again, for the sheet reference, we create object for XSSF sheet. For its sheet, where is the sheet? On the workbook. So to get to that sheet, I use object wb dot. We have a method to go to a sheet. So as you place a dot, you will get a couple of methods. And these methods, you see, they are coming from XSSF workbook. So from this, we need a method of getting, go to a sheet, get sheet, you see, get sheet name or get sheet at index. Anything you can give. You can give sheet name or position. Get me the sheet index. Get sheet index. So 0 index, that's a very first sheet. Once this is done, import it. Now you went to the sheet. Now on this sheet, you want to read all the rows. So every row will start with again position 0. This is a 0 row, 1 row, 2 row. Similarly, column also 0 column, 1 column. So a combination of a row and a column is a cell. This is a cell. Inside the cell, you have a data to read. Got it? So if I want to read a data from this position, A value, if you want to read, what I should do? Go to the row 1 and column 0. Row 1, column 0. So if I read the data, you just see that. If I want to read the data, so I have to write here on the sheet sh object dot, we have the predefined methods to get row, get r. If I type, I have to search for that. Get row, give the row number. So row number is 1. From that row, you have to go to the 0 column. So get cell number, that is 0. Then within that cell, you have a data. So for that, you have a method get string cell value. Output is string. Now this data is nothing but the value over there, which you can pass it to a string variable. If required, we can print it out. Let's run this block. As Java application. Okay. So there is some exception here. Log4j could not find for logging. Anyways, we don't need any logging right now. Illegal statement. Sheet index is out of range. Index 0, no sheets available. That line number. As you click on the line number, sheet 0 is not available. But we have the file. Let's see. I think we close the file. Let us run once again. Same exception. Okay, might be this Excel file got corrupted. What I'll do is I'll give the path of Excel file from my desktop. So I right clicked properties. And now when I'm giving the path, this is the entire path present on my desktop. I copy it and file with extension .xlsx. Let me change it here. File path desktop xlsx. This is the path. So it's the same file. I'll give you the sheet name this time. This is the sheet name. Get sheet. Data. column 0. Just change with row 0. Even though data is there, it's saying no data available. Okay. Take one. I have already some Excel files, I believe, here. Okay, I have set this data there. This is an XLSX file. Book 1 is the file name. Let me read this file. I gave the path. I did not give this file object to the work. So give this FIS object to this workbook. In the row number 0, column number 0, I have a data called user. Sheet 1. This is my Excel. This is the data, column 0, row 0, column 0. Now, if I want to read all this data, plenty of times I need to add this statement of read next row, next column. So instead of this, I can do a for loop as well. So you can run a for loop for, you need to integer row, start from 0 row and stop at the last row. Now, how do I know how many rows are there? We have predefined methods. Okay, we have predefined methods to do that. So where the methods are on the sheet, right? So sheet dot, we have couple of methods to know how many rows are there on the Excel sheet. So you can see here get, you want to get something. So get first row number, last row number. So last row number is the last set of data present there. So integer value. This I can use it as a reference. If you want to print it outside, it will give you what is the last row number. I will give you a last row number. Then you have to move ahead, R++, increase. Now, if you want to also work with the number of columns, you can also write one more for loop, nested for loop for columns. That's again integer, column, start with 0 column and stop at the last column. To get the last column on a sheet, we don't have any last cell number. We don't have any method to get the last cell number. So what I do is, to get the last column, I go to any one of the row. From there, if I go to last cell, this last cell itself is a last column. So indirectly, we'll get the count of column. So what I do here, go to any row, get row, go to any row, 0 row, 1 row, no problem. From there, go to the last cell, get first cell number, last cell number. This two methods combined to give you the number of columns. So your for loop will run up till that last column and C++. Okay, this is your for loop. Now what you're going to do in the 0 row, 0 column, go and get the data. So this method I can use it here. Now instead of hard coding the numbers, go along with R and C. So here use R and here use C and get the string value. So as I want to print it out, instead of a variable also, a variable system out. Print this data. What your requirement is now. Data from that Excel. Row count. How many? What is the last row number? 3. In the first row, 2 columns. User password. Then A. Then B. I think C is also there. It's not coming. So if as it is not going to the last row number, you can control this condition less than or equal to you put. It will also pick the third row values also. Now, if you want to present them in one row, user and then space password, what you can do here when you're printing, don't use this ln. Don't use the ln, just print it. And after the data, you want a space. So concat. Once all the columns are done, before going to the next row, here you print the new line, system out. Going to the next line, just print a new line, ln, that's it. Take care of all the data from Excel. Whenever you have Excel, this is how you have to write. This code is compulsory. File path, file input stream, workbook, sheet, and using the for loop, go to a particular row and cell, get the data. So why I took this now at this point of time, everything very properly here, every line explaining, so that when in the Selenium, if I use Excel, I can just pick this code directly. Whatever data here you're printing out, this data I may use for automation, for my login or something. Path, this file, what I do, first get the path, properties, from source, this is my file name. Give it here, that's it, no? If I comment above line and run, it will read the data from this Excel file .xlsx. Right now I can't do this because it's duplicating. So I just keep one line commenting. So this is how we read data from file. Now, very important one, collection. Collection means what? Now we know a concept of variable. Then little bit advanced one, we have an array. After, on top of it, you have a collection. Now what is a variable? Used to store single value. It's used always to store a single value. Like suppose if I have integer x with values 77. I can't store 77 and something else in one memory. Now, if your requirement is to store multiple values in a memory, common memory with the same reference name, then it is an array where multiple values same data type. So array means, suppose if I want to store strings, multiple string. So name is a reference name array, and here multiple data you give here in curly bracket within double quotations. This is the first name, then second name, third name, in this way. This is array, where I can store only one set of data. I cannot make a combination of number, character, string, boolean in a single array. Not possible. Okay. Neither, once this array is declared, I cannot add after this one new value into the array, remove one value from the array. These manipulations also I can't do on array. So to get all those features, you have to go for collection. So what is collection? Can store multiple values of same or different data types. Store, if you want only same set of data also you can save, or different values also you can combine and save it. Along with that, you have also some manipulation methods. Along with this, you also have some manipulation methods. Manipulation means if I want to change the data, add a new value, remove a value, you have predefined methods in collection. So that's the reason in project we don't use any arrays, either variables or go directly for collections. This is more powerful than your array. Got it? So in collections, we have some interfaces. Interface is list interface and set interface. These two are most important for us when you see work with Selenium, list and set. Both of them have this common feature, store multiple values, same data type, different data type methods. Then what is the difference among two? List is stores data. Duplicate data. List can store duplicate data. Set stores unique data. Even though you pass one name 10 times, it will store only the last name assigned to it. All the previous names are removed. So it will not stop you if you enter duplicate, but it will, in the memory, it will take only one copy. That is called unique data. Okay. Now, these are interfaces. So this interface is used by a couple of classes. What are the class? In list, I have classes. What is the class? The class name is array list, linked list. In the set also, I have classes. Hash set, linked hash set. This is called as a tree set. If you see the architecture of collections, you will find all of them. These are the different classes we have. You know, the common feature between two classes is stores duplicate. This also stores duplicate data. This also stores duplicate data. All these three things store unique data. Then what's the difference? The difference between these two classes is, now when I say a collection, the collection is going to store multiple values, correct? Maybe a number is stored, then a character is stored, then some string is stored, then a boolean is stored, maybe. This is the different values stored in one collection. X is the collection reference. And first value stored in index 0. This 1, this is 2, this is 3, like array. When my object is of type array list, it starts reading from 0, 1. In the for loop, if I put, it starts reading the data from 0. 0 means it will print 22. Then it can move to the next value, reading A. Then I can move to the next value, next value. Once data is over, it cannot return back. In array list, you can read only in forward direction. Once last data you reach, that's the end. But in linked list, You can store duplicate data. So you can read in a forward direction. And when you go to the last, I can read backward also. Go to the previous element and keep fetching to the first. So forward and backward movement or reading process is available in linked list. Okay. So in both the cases, as you enter the data, data is maintained in the same order. Next one, you have hash set, linked hash set. Yes, the process is the same. Process is the same in the sense, whatever data hash set will read forward, linked hash set also will read in reverse direction. And always they keep unique data. Unique data means if I enter 22, if I enter 22, there is no guarantee in the hash set 22 will be stored first only. It can change the data automatically. How? Based on the concept of, internally it has a concept of hash table. With the use of this hash table, it changes the data in it. Even though you pass 22 first, maybe 22 is stored at the end. True might be in the first position, or X will be here, then A might be here. So in the hash set, in the set interface, it is not maintaining the order of data as you enter. In array list, it maintains the order as you pass. In hash set, it just shuffles the data. It is completely based on internal hash table. Okay, but you see one speciality with the tree set is, tree set by default sorts the data. Sorting. Whatever you enter, it will change in an ascending order and sets the data accordingly. So tree set is an class for using a set interface, but it maintains the order in an ascending order. The data is maintained in an ascending order. Got it? So I'll show you one example with array list and hash set. I think that is enough. Then when I start Selenium, you will understand where I'm using this. So in Selenium, I'll use these classes. Whenever I have a lot of data, I have to store in it and use it. Okay. But I would request you to go through this collection concept clearly for prepare for yourself for the interview.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does the term regex stands for? And your options are registered expression, regular expression, regression expression, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.
This is your constructor. So by default, what is the memory allocated to the array list? You will understand. By default, there is no data right now. This array list is empty. If you want to check it, I can just say print A. Means print to this object. A is an object. Let me just run it. Empty. The object is empty, no data in it. Now I can add some data to this object. A dot, you can see a lot of methods from array list. See, these all methods adding an object means one value. You can also add an value in some index position. You can add some data from another collection. You can clear the data. You can get the capacity of it. You can run your for loop for each loop. You can go to one of the value with this method of get index. Means based on index position, you are requesting to reach to one of the value. Then you want to check whether your array is empty, collection is empty. You can loop with the iterator class also. Okay. You can also remove some value from your object, I mean your array list. Okay, you can get the size, count, how many values are there in the collection. You can sort them. You can convert into an array. You can convert into a string. Lot of methods are there. Okay. So first let us add some data. So I'm using an add method. Any number you add, you can add numbers, characters, strings, you know, it can take any input collections. I'll add, even duplicates are allowed. So I'm passing here a character string FD. Then I'm passing 7. I'm passing 44 again. Okay. And then something true value. This is the data. After this, let's print it. Now it's storing the data as you entered 44 D7 44. It's maintaining the order which you entered, and you can store any data type in this object. Now, if I want to add something in between, before D, if you want to add a dot add method based on index. At index number 1, we want to keep a string a and then print it out. See, at index number 1, a is being inserted. Got it? Now I want to display these values one after another. We are very familiar with the for loop, right? Enhanced for loop, for loop. I can use it that. So for, if you want to use for each loop, you know the syntax, pass this object having all the values to it. Take any variable, colon separated. Now this data type of this object should match with the data which you are holding. In A object, whatever 44D, they are nothing but not number string. They are each value is an object. 44 is an object, A is an object. These are all objects. So one by one object will come to E. So E also should be of type object. Now you're going to display that object, sysout E. That's it. Printing the object. If you want to remove something, you know, if I want to remove a dot, okay, I have a size method. Let me see. Size is giving you integer. If that integer number, I want to print it out directly. A dot size, print it. Then if you want to remove some data, a dot remove based on index. Index number 3, whichever value is stored in the index 3. Index 3 means this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 will be removed. After removing 7, let us print it. Got 6 count. That is your size. Then you said remove 7. After printing, you don't see any 7 there. This is called, these are the couple of manipulation methods in collection which are available, and where you have a provision of passing only one type of data or multiple data also. Now in this case, I'm passing multiple data. How do I control to keep only one data? I'll show you that. That is called as a generic type. Rename this class, I copy pasted it, I say generic. Generic. If my plan is to keep only numbers into this object, here before the object in an angular bracket, type there integer. And this object is only meant for storing integers. See, wherever strings are there, right now it is throwing an error. You can't store string because this object is designed for storing numbers. So here you can pass anything numbers. Here no other data types. I am good to run in the data in it. Same set of methods I'm using. It's all working with numbers now. This is called generic. If you're planning to store string, make your string, boolean, character, your requirement. That's clear to you? Any questions? Okay. Now let's see how to work with hash set. Hash set is for storing unique data. Let me take this generic example only for hash set. So I maintain it. Now here you have to create a class for hash set. New hash set. You want to give import it first. Now if you want to give an initial memory also, you can give 3. 3 means what? When you're creating an object, reserve a memory space to store 3 values in it. But I'm giving more than 3. It's okay. It can make space as you keep adding the data. It is not hard coded. So as it is numbers, you kept on adding all the numbers. 44 is repeated, right? But in hash set, in the set interface, you don't have add method here. If I put add, direct adding is there. There is no method to add a value in between. You can't add in between. So this method is not there. Then you're running a loop, getting the count, removing the value based on index. So let's see now. If you observe the data, we have entered 44, 8, 7. But see how is it inserting the data internally? As it understood by the based on hash table. So hash set follows its own internal mechanism of inserting. And you see 44 is repeated, but it's taking only one input. Okay, this is called as a unique data storing. Then you executed the for loop, removing everything is the same. Got it? So as here, when you're creating an object, I can create an object based on the class. Also, sometimes I can create an object for hash set and type is set, in this way. Here I can just keep set. The meaning is A1 is an object of type hash set, pointing to hash set, but the data type, the type of this object is set. This class also is coming under set interface. So this way also I can create object. Specifically create for the class, or you can create for the class but pointing to this class, but type can be the parent, the set interface. Okay, these all are nothing but the collections. So I would use collection concept in our Selenium. Now how we will use that we'll get to know once we start Selenium. Frequently regression test suite, repetitive test execution required for UAT testing, user acceptance testing. There also you can run your automation. Faster feedback. If your testing is done faster, if any bugs are there, you report fast and get it fixed immediately. Also, I want to test my project on multiple environments. Now, if you take an example of Facebook, I'm working on Chrome. Maybe you might be working on Safari, Edge, Firefox, on different operating systems. So when Facebook before comes into the production, they should have been tested, the Facebook on all these environments. So, but I can't do every browser, every operating system manually. So that takes a lot of time. So I can run my automation script on all those environments and get the confirmation. So in short, like to do your job faster, immediately, perfectly, you can create regression test suites. Okay, automation for it. So that's the main reason. Now for automation, which are the tools available? So we are going to be a functional automation tester. We are only dealing with functionality, how the requirement, your feature, your functionality is going to behave. It should behave, should not behave. Both the things you have to verify, correct? As a functional tester. So under functional tester, you come across GUI, testing graphical, user interface testing, means looking at the website and say, is it acceptable or not? The look and feel of the Facebook is, the text is on left side, login is properly aligned on the right side, below that link is there, color is green this way. So this is just looking at the application and checking it and testing it. Yes, this is all fine as I'm expecting. This comes under the graphical user interface testing. Okay. Then you can pass some input. You can pass some input to the functionality and check the output, like login. I may pass valid data and check the output. On the other hand, I'll also pass wrong input and see the output. It should stop. It should throw error message. So interacting, error messages, passing multiple data. Maybe the data may come from database or from Excel file. This way, anything where you interact with your functionality and get the outputs and test it, that all comes under a functional testing. So you have something non-functional where you may test the load, speed, recovery, okay, or a stress of the when the application will break down. These all factors will come under load testing or non-functional testing. For that, you may use different tools like JMeter, load runners. You have other tools also. Now new tools are also coming up to test the load. So we are studying here only the functional testers. For functional testers, I have two tools or set of two options to test it. One is QTP or next one is the Selenium. QTP is nowadays known as a UFT, Unified Functional Testing, UFT. Okay, Selenium. So before Selenium came into the market, QTP was there. The older version of UFT was the only one tool to test the functional testing. So everyone used to use QTP, and that's a licensed product. There you have to buy it. And not only that, it works only on the Windows machine, and browser required for it is an IE browser, Internet Explorer browser. Okay, so QTP is the tool. So then Selenium came into existence. The company, ThoughtWorks company, developed this Selenium. So even the ThoughtWorks company was most into testing the web application. Their main job was to test the web application. So even they were using QTP. So licensed product. So these people thought, why should, because our main job is to test the application, so why should we buy the license? Why don't we develop our own software for our company? That's how Jason Huggins and his team developed Selenium. So the development backend code is using JavaScript. So Selenium is developed using JavaScript, and Selenium was successful. Okay. And they started using Selenium for testing all their websites, all web projects. Then they thought, like, we'll make this Selenium as an open source, means for everyone to use it, free tool. Okay. Free tool and open source. Even if required, you can change its coding also. That's how Selenium became a competitor for QTP. So most of the companies now, we see everywhere Selenium. Hardly few projects or maintenance projects are still using this UFT. But mostly you find Selenium is in the usage or as expected or recommended to use for their testing. Okay, that is the history behind the Selenium. Now, if you see why Selenium is in so demand, one of the reason is it is an open source. It is a free tool, not a tool really, it is a library, APIs, set of libraries. API means application programming interface. You download these libraries from the internet. So once I get the library, I would use it for my project. But Selenium, QTP is not a library. I have to download, buy that software. They give me one exe file. When I run the exe file, everything will be set on my machine. It's like an installable. That's clear? Selenium, you can test applications. Mainly Selenium is for testing web applications. Other things you can't do. But QTP can test desktop applications, database applications, SAP applications, Salesforce, okay, everything. But Selenium is only meant for web application. And we don't have that problem because nowadays everything is web-based. You see, every project is converted into an app. So that's not a problem at all. So Selenium, we can peacefully use it. Second point is what? Selenium can test web applications not on only one browser like QTP. QTP supports IE browser. But Selenium, you can open and test application on Firefox, Safari, Edge, Chrome, any of the browsers. So any browser is supported is Selenium. And also any operating system, Mac machines, Linux, Windows, everything is acceptable. It's not like QTP, which is only for Windows environment. And also Selenium, you can write. I have a Selenium code. Where will I write it? I can write in the syntax of Java, C#, Python, Ruby, .NET. All these programming languages are supported in Selenium. But we are learning Selenium with Java because most of the projects are developed using backend programming language as Java. Got it? So backend programming language is Java. So I can also, you can convert the same project into Selenium with Python also or PHP also. If your testers are comfortable with Python, you can create a framework for Selenium with Python. Yes, but if you know one programming language concepts, I'm saying concept in the sense, oops means what, inheritance means what, collections means what, array means what. If you know this, same concepts are used in all the programming languages. Only difference is maybe you have to use different software, different tools, and slightly the syntax will change. The way to create a class and all those will change. Otherwise, everything is going to be the same. So therefore, once a tester is good with one of the technology, he himself later can upgrade to any of the technology further. So these are some of the advantages found with Selenium. But one drawback is also there. What is the drawback? Drawback in the sense, Selenium once after execution, you will not get any reports. But you know, reports are very important. If you want to report to your higher team end, you will not send the code, right? You will give the reports. But QTP has a beautiful reports after the run. After every run, it will generate the report. Selenium don't have reports, but no worries. To get the reports also, I can add some extra third-party library like TestNG. or also not only TestNG for reports, you have a lot of reporting generating libraries. Report NG, Allure reports, Extent reports, many reports are there. So which report your client needs, based on that, you add those libraries to your project and generate the reports. Okay, so these are some of the description comparison points between the two, the automation tools, you can say, or library, but we are going to learn Selenium. Okay, Selenium with Java. Now we understood Selenium with Java means I understand some of the points of Java. I have already installed Java. Eclipse is there to write the program, and concepts also we know what is a Java class, object, methods, everything. Now inside that method, I'll write the Selenium code. To write the Selenium code, first of all, my project should have Selenium libraries, the files. As you know, without JDK, you can't write Java program. You need Java jar files. Same way, without Selenium library, I can't write Selenium code. Got it? Now it's time to download Selenium. To get the Selenium, I have to go to a site. I go to the site, Selenium div site. Now this is your site where I can find the Selenium relating things. Now, as I said that Selenium is not one software or something, it is a library, a set of files. So in the family of Selenium, I have these components. One is Selenium WebDriver, IDE, Selenium IDE, and third one is the Selenium Grid. Right now, these are the components of Selenium we call. So when you say you're learning Selenium, it's nothing but you're learning Selenium WebDriver. This is your course. When you say you're working on Selenium project, that's nothing but you're working on WebDriver. This is going to cover 99% of your project is with WebDriver, maybe 1%, maybe sometimes with Grid. Grid is not for every organization, can't afford to set up this Grid environment, but some case where Grid will be there, 1 or 2% will be of Grid. Selenium ID is not in usage. Selenium ID is only used by the tester for himself. When he's working on WebDriver, if he gets stuck somewhere, not knowing how to do, that time he can take help of this IDE. Integrated Development Environment, it's a plugin. Okay. Now, when I said I have to set Selenium environment, means I'm Selenium WebDriver, I need to do. All the automation I write with this. So from where will I get it? I see a download option. Go to the download. In the download, when you just scroll down, you find Selenium clients and language bindings. You just go to this option and you see all the different tools are available. The technology, Selenium with C#, Selenium with Ruby and all those. We are learning Selenium with Java. So I need to get this Selenium WebDriver. The stable version released on December you have, and right now the Selenium version is 4.x version. Earlier last year, it was 3 version was there. Okay, so now Selenium version is 4. Once they change the version, you will find the latest version available here. So I can click on this stable link. It will give me a one zip file. Okay, it's a zip file, just download it. Now the process of downloading, again, extraction is repeating again. You observe it again. So I'm keeping it right now on the desktop. So once the zip file is downloaded, I go to the file location. I need to extract the zip file. So in this extraction, this is a file, right click. You extract it to, already I created one folder last time, right? I say extract files. So on the desktop, I have a folder called all downloads. Inside this, Apache Py folder is there. So you create one new folder for Selenium, and say okay. Now files got extracted to it. Okay, replace all. Done. So I go to, this is a Selenium folder. I open it. I see some jars are there. I extracted. My extraction process is over. Now I need to properly set it. Now you see these are the jar files. The cup sign are the jar files, Selenium. I have some more jar files in this lib folder also. So everything I should add. So what I do, I copy the outside jar files. I copy the outside jar files, every jar file, copy them, add it inside the lib. Just pasted it in the lib. Every jar is in one place now. Second step is what now? Add these jar files to your project. Got it? So I have already these jar files. I kept it on one drive for me. They're within the folder of, this is my, I'm reusing it. Okay, I just showed you how to do it, but I'm going to reuse my Selenium jars. Selenium 4 version, which I have. Inside lib, I have all the jar. This I will add now. Got it? Now how to add? Go to your project, that is Intel 1, right click, properties. As I told you the instruction earlier, the same things to be followed. Go for Java build path. See, reaching to these options may be different ways. So we should go to Java build path and be in libraries. I told you earlier, if I'm using Java 1.8, I'm using 1.8, JDK 1. So I can see the files added directly. So I click on add external jars and add the Selenium. But other than 1.8 Java, if you have, you'll find one option called class path. Click on class path and then click on add external jars. This carefully you do it. Then go to the location. Where are the jars? So they are available in Selenium, lib folder, Control A, select all, say open. Once all the file comes here, already Selenium is existing here for me. So you can see Selenium libraries are there for me. So once they are added, you say apply. Now your project is ready to work for Selenium. You see here, what are the Selenium components? Selenium IDE, RC. Nowadays, you don't have any RC. It was older version. Before WebDriver came, you were having remote control. And then grid is there. Nowadays, remote control itself is modified into Selenium WebDriver. Remote control is converted into Selenium 2 and now you have Selenium 3 and 4 also you have. Right now we are working on 4. Okay, so we don't have any more RC. We have only Selenium WebDriver. So we'll see what is the use of IDE WebDriver grid. In short, IDE is just to help the tester to make his job easier. It is a plugin. So this plugin will record your automation script and add the scripts, and that script you can use it or as a guidance for your WebDriver. Okay. So this plugin we will see almost at the end of the course. That won't take much time. Just we'll do it at the end. Then RC. What was there in RC? In RC, suppose this is the Eclipse. In the Eclipse, you wrote some program of Selenium. When you say run, as it is a web automation, when you say run, the output should be viewed on a browser. This is your browser. Now, how this instruction will go to the browser? Through a server. Now, as a tester using RC, you have to always turn on the server, and then run this program so that these instructions will go to the server first, and through server it will go to the browser. And the output from the browser will come to the server, and from server it will come to the console. So every time this server is acting as an intermediate layer. So this is an overhead, extra burden to a tester. So what they thought is, let's remove this server from between. Let our script directly talk to the browser, work on it, and get the response directly to my Eclipse through your operating system level. This removing of the server converted RC into WebDriver. So in our Selenium WebDriver, we don't have any server. We have only Selenium script over Eclipse, and when I run, I see the result on a browser. Got it? This is the change. Okay, grid is something you want to run your project on many environments, many machines, many browsers, operating systems. Then I can do that execution not one after another. You want to run? When you say run, the execution should happen at same time on all the browsers, all the machines, simultaneously, parallelly. So to save time, everything, grid is a right environment. So grid is mainly to test your applications parallelly on different machines and get the report. But setting, you need those many servers. If your company is able to afford, bear those many servers, you can do grid setup. Okay. So your project will be on one machine, executions will happen on many machines connected to it. That is called as a parallel execution or grid environment. So this also we'll see at the end. So our main topic is our WebDriver. So when you're using WebDriver, you need API, Selenium APIs. Already just now we downloaded the Selenium library. So I took the Selenium library for Java. I downloaded this library for Java. I got the jar file, extracted, already added to the project. Now I'm good to write Selenium code, I see. Okay, after writing the Selenium code, if I run, I'm saying that my script should, suppose my script is to automate Facebook. So it should first open browser, it should open Facebook, then the functionality. So who will open the browser? Script should open, not I manually. I can open manually just double clicking, but how script will open that browser which is installed on my machine? I need driver for it, right? See, if my mouse is connected to this screen means it's because of drivers. If I don't have drivers on this computer for my mouse, even though I connect also, it will not reflect. So to trigger the respective browser at runtime, you need a matching driver for that browser. Okay, you need a matching drivers. If you're working on Chrome, I need Chrome driver. If you're planning to run for Firefox, Firefox driver is required. Safari, Safari driver is required. So these are the drivers right now. You can see the drivers are here. I need to download these drivers and keep it on one particular folder, not in your project. Just keep it somewhere. And then use that path in your script. Understanding? So you need to download these drivers. So let's do that. If I'm working with Chrome, you need Chrome driver. So how to get the Chrome driver? So here you see there are many releases there, 109, 108, 107, and the older releases are also there for your Chrome driver. Now, which one you should take? Always before downloading this driver, check your actual Chrome driver version. See, unless you have one browser installed on your computer, you cannot use for automation. See, on my machine, I don't have IE browser. So I can't automate applications on IE. Even though I download the driver can't call the browser which is not there. So if you are planning to automate on one browser, you should have real installed browser on your computer. Then only with the driver you can call it. Got it? So I have Chrome browser on my machine. I need a driver for it. So first check your version for your Chrome. Already I am Chrome opened. So I want to see the version. So just click on these three dots you see. And if you want to see the settings or help about Chrome, so it's showing the version is 108. My Chrome browser version is 108. Then to call this browser, you should also have a driver also 108. So I have to go for this link to get the browser driver. I click on it. Now you have a Chrome driver for Linux, Mac, Windows. So I'm working on Windows. I don't have 64-bit, 32 only I should use. Select. Just keep it on your one location. It's a zip file again. And I need to extract it. Okay, I need to extract it. Now, how do I extract? Now, let us keep all the drivers in one folder. So I say, go to that folder. This is the folder. Right click. Say extract files. Within your desktop, already all folders. In this, I create one more folder called. Inside these drivers, let's extract. The data came into that extracted folder. Let me go there.
So coming to the first question on the top Selenium interview questions set, it is what is automation testing? There is a very good chance all of your interviews, if not most of your interviews, will definitely start with this question, guys. So automation testing is a very simple process of actually automating a manual test process, right? Hence the name automation. So whenever we do AUT, right, application under testing, or let's say even system under testing, what we call as SUT, to automate this process of taking away the manual the manual aspect of it, or the manual labor that's involved in achieving test results, right? So that's all about what automation testing is. There's a lot of tools today, especially in the world of testing and its automation, where you can do a lot of things in an exponentially rapid manner when you compare it to manual testing. And since you're already here at this interview question set, there's a good chance you might know a little bit about automation testing, right? So on that note, I'm sure you're aware of the huge dent in the world that automation testing is putting out to be. Now, moving on to the second question, it states, is Selenium 2.0 different from 3.0? If so, how? Well, Selenium 2.0 and 3.0 has a very subtle difference in a way where Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver, right, since it was combined into a single tool, that eventually became to be known as Selenium 3.0. Selenium RC itself was called as Selenium 2.0 without having the WebDriver as a single integrated tool into it. And upon integration, it just became known. And upon integration, it came to be known as Selenium 3.0. So make sure to mention this in case you ask this question. Now, moving on to the third question, it states mention some of the popular tools that are used for automation testing. Well, so if you're at this point in time, I'm sure you guys have put in a decent amount of work into understanding what automation testing is. But when it comes to answering this particular question, right, so make sure to talk a little bit about the tools that are available, and in case if you've had any hands-on experience with these tools, right, so please make sure to talk about that as well, because this at the end of the day will add a lot of value to your answer. See, for example, there are many tools that you can use. We can talk about the tools itself for hours together, right? So mentioning the top tools such as Selenium, Rational Robot, be it UFT, the Unified Functional Testing by HP, or be it the RFT, the Rational Functional Tester by IBM, and in fact there are many other tools as well. So make sure to note that in case if you have used it, please do talk about it as well. Now, coming to the fourth question, it states what is locator and how will you locate an element in Selenium? Well, since the first part of the questions deals with what an locator actually is, well, it's pretty simple. A locator is actually used to find and match elements of a certain web page that we are trying to find and interact with at that particular point in time. So it's a pretty simple and a straightforward concept when you look at it, but then when you try to understand about how we try to locate an element, or let's say what are the types of locators, right, that answering it that way, so mentioning all of that, right, it's going to add a lot of value to your answer. See, for example, there's lots of locators that we can use wherever we're trying to find interactions in between what's happening in the website. For example, there's ID, there's name, we have class, partial link, XPath, the CSS selector, of course, and then the link text as well. So instead of just saying what a locator is or how you can locate an element, it always adds value to just go one step beyond and show the interviewer that you do know Selenium in depth. But then hey, make sure to keep the answer concise and do not go overboard with an answer if you're straying away from the topic as well. On that note, question number 5 states what are the test types that are supported by Selenium? Well, there are two types of testing that you can do with Selenium. That's functional testing and regression testing. Now, when we talk about functional testing, right, here all we're trying to do is we're verifying every single function of a software application to see if it's performing as it's supposed to do. As the name suggests, functional testing, it will give you an easier idea to remember it. So a lot of concepts involved here, but primarily we deal with black box testing, and we're not really looking in depth towards the code of the applications, right? So we have the functions, we pass some inputs to the functions, and we see if you're getting the right output. You will know what the outputs are for the required inputs. So as soon as you pass these inputs, you are supposed to get the outputs correctly. If you're not, there's a very good chance that your function is not working, right? So this is all about functional testing. And then when we talk about regression testing, we're trying to re-execute all of the partial test cases that we might have done, or let's say a partial selection of a test case that we have previously executed to make sure all the functionalities work fine or not. As the name suggests, regression involves either partly taking the test case or fully taking an already run test case and to eventually revalidate it to make sure that you're adding that much depth into the testing process as well, right? So at the end of the day, all your requirement is to make sure that you have an accurate test case and to see that the accuracy is maintained throughout. So there are two types as we discussed. It's functional testing and regression testing. So make sure to mention that. Now, moving on to the 6th question, it says, what is XPath? Well, so think about this, right? So whenever you're trying to locate an element, or let's say even various elements across a site, you have to first find the element and then reference it with another element, or in fact find the reference of another element overall itself. So the concept behind this, right, the functioning of we finding elements and we finding an element with the reference to another element, etc., all of this happens by the use of XPath. DOM has been the standard, right? The document object model has been the standard way to actually navigate what we call as the HTML element tree. And XPath itself is a navigation tool, that does a very similar thing to what DOM does, but at the end of the day, we are considering its XML nature, its elemental form based on its XML path as well. So hence the name XPath. XPath stands for XML path as well, guys. So moving on to the seventh question, it states, what is the difference between a single slash and a double slash in XPath? Well, if your requirement is to create an absolute path, you'll be making use of a single slash, right? So in case if you have a requirement with the XPath which has a requirement for an absolute path, you'll go the single slash route. So what usually happens is you will start selection with the documents start node and then work your way up from there. But then in case if you do not have an absolute path, but let's say you have a relative path, right, then you'll be making use of a double slash. So this is a huge difference, and you really should keep this in mind. And whenever you're taking a relative path, you really don't have to start with the documents start node. So here, since the path is actually relative, you can start anywhere you want in the document, and that itself is a huge advantage in multiple cases as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to put the answer out in a concise way as you see. Now, moving on to the eighth question, it states, why should I use Selenium for test automation? Well, this is another way of saying, can you state the advantages of Selenium for test automation, or let's say, can you talk about the benefits, features of Selenium and how it helps in automation testing, etc. So it's all the same question, right? So approaching this question, you should really consider talking about Selenium as a testing tool in terms of its benefits that it offers and how easy it is to use. See, the first point is that it's a free tool, it's an open source tool, which means that it's an amazing, it has an amazing community, it has a very large user base, and of course, even a small startup firm, right, all the way till a huge enterprise really would not have to put in a good amount of money to get started with it as well. Since it's open source, there's thousands of developers across the globe already developing it, and Selenium supports cross-browser compatibility, be it Firefox, be it Google Chrome, be it Microsoft Edge and everything. And in terms of platform compatibility, we have Windows, we have Linux, we have Mac OS, and a lot of other platforms as well. And when you talk about programming languages and scripting, of course, there is a huge support that Selenium offers, which definitely has a very big impact on today's world as well. And then when we think about repository developments and how Selenium supports distributed testing across multiple nodes or multiple machines in a network, right? This is where it really outshines many of the other open source tools, and in fact, some of the even paid tools as well. So in that regard, Selenium does a lot. And the common goal of Selenium is that you really don't have to put in a lot of work to see a lot of results in terms of testing as well. So that removes a lot of manual labor. It keeps your process very efficient, very effective. In terms of testers' time, in terms of the developers' time, and a lot more. Now, coming on to the ninth question, it states, does Selenium have any technical limitations? If so, what are those limitations? See, at the end of the day, any tool, any framework, any programming language will have a certain caveat that you really have to talk about, right? So Selenium itself has a few limitations when we talk about it. So Selenium is only used for web application testing, and I'm sure you already know that at this point of time. And if you have a requirement of, let's say, mobile applications or even desktop applications, at this point of time, you cannot test it with Selenium. And if you have CAPTCHA readers, if you have barcode readers, all of these cannot be evaluated by making use of Selenium as well. And let's say you have third-party tools like TestNG or JUnit that you really need to use a report. Most of the time you will have to learn all of these other third-party tools when you have to work with Selenium as well. So understanding that and using it alongside Selenium to generate your reports, right, that'll take a little bit of a learning curve as well. So that'll take some time and some money definitely, right? So thinking about Selenium in general, even though there is a free tool, no ready vendor support is provided, because it's very difficult to have that kind of an architecture in an open source tool. But then, of course, hey, when you think about it, the user base, the amount of help you can get from the communities is definitely overwhelming. So that itself, in my opinion, does not count as a limitation. But then if you have a requirement for compulsory vendor support, then of course you really have to talk about that as well. And then if you're working with Selenium, you really have to know programming languages, right? So you have to have some experience working with it, and at the end of the day, it depends on what web apps that you're testing out with Selenium as well. But having that as a requirement is a definite compulsion in my opinion. So that again adds to the learning curve as well. So these are some of the top points that came across my mind whenever we talk about the limitations of Selenium. So make sure to mention at least 3 or 4 and see if you can elaborate on any of the limitations that you yourself faced while learning Selenium, or in fact while implementing something in Selenium as well. Moving on to the 10th question, it states, what is an object repository? An object repository is this entity which basically helps and allows the users to keep all of the web elements of, let's say, an application under test, or what we call as AUT, and their locator values in one single location, right? So an object repository basically allows users to accumulate all web elements of any sort of web application that we're talking about whenever we perform AUT, and let's say even their locator values as well, right? So you can have all of these in either one or more centralized location to make sure that we really do not hardcode them with the actual test scripts that we're using to perform and evaluate our test operations as well. So to do that, to bring all of these to a location where we can have more efficiency in the system, we make use of object repository. Now, moving on to the 11th question, it states, what are the different types of annotations that are used in Selenium? Well, I'm sure you already know what annotations are, right? So annotations are this syntactic metadata that we add to our Java source code, and all of these elements are actually annotated. Think about variables, think about parameters, packages, methods, classes, and more, right? Now, when you talk about the different types of annotations that are used in Selenium, you have about 7 that you really have to mention when you ask this question. It's test, it's before, it's after, ignore, before class, after class, and run with, right? So remembering these is it's very simple, because you will understand the usage of annotations and you will know how to use them, since there's a good chance you would have used one if not all of these as well. But then it is highly likely that you ask this question, so make sure to mention all of these types of the JUnit annotations that are present and used in Selenium as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it states, why do testers choose Selenium over QTP? Now, this is one way of, again, you trying to put out the advantages of Selenium, but this time in direct comparison with a QTP tool, right? So the first thing you have to mention is that Selenium is an open source tool, because QTP is a tool where you have to pay and pick it up, right? So in that regard, it's an advantage for Selenium and its users. Now, when you think about another characteristic of Selenium, you already know, and we already discussed about how it can only be used to test web applications, right? But then QTP can also be used to test client server applications as well. So if there's a requirement for that, then clients should definitely look at QTP as well. And Selenium supports a wide variety of browsers, be it Firefox, Internet Explorer. Of course, Internet Explorer is now replaced by Edge and it's retired. We have Opera, we have Safari, and we have a lot of other operating systems alongside browsers that offer a good amount of compatibilities as well. And then when we have to talk about the languages that are supported by Selenium, you have Ruby, you have Perl, you have Python, and many other languages that you can work with in the case of Selenium. But then, hey, if you're making use of QTP, it will only support VB script, or Visual Basic script. So guys, make sure to mention this point as well. It's very important that you mention about programming languages, about its open source nature, about its ability to handle web apps and client server application, and of course about its compatibility as well. Now, moving on to the 13th question, it says, what are the 4 elements that you have to pass in Selenium? So I'm sure you would have come across this question when you're preparing for your interview, or I'm sure that you yourself expect that this question would be asked, right? So the 4 parameters that the 4 parameters that have to be passed whenever you're talking about Selenium is the host, it's the port number, it's the browser, and it's definitely the URL, right? So you need these parameters compulsorily in case if you have to pass it through Selenium and then work with it later as well. So make sure to mention that. And hey, if you have your laptop right in front of you, it always adds a lot of value if you can show all of these practically by making use of an example as well. So with all the questions that we are going to discuss, wherever it is possible, possible, please do show it out practically. That definitely adds a lot more weight to your interview application and in fact your interview process as well. Now, moving on to the 14th question, it states, what is SOP or the same origin policy, and how can we avoid this policy? Well, the same origin policy was put into place to make sure that the content of your site, can never be directly pulled, can never be directly accessed by any other website whenever someone makes use of a script. So, as per the policy, right, any code that gets loaded into a web browser can only be operated with that particular website's domain, right? I'm sure you already knew this. But then to avoid the same origin policy where you will have access to it, the proxy injection method is used. So what we're trying to do with the proxy injection method is that we have these Selenium servers that trick the browser, thinking that it is an actual real HTTP URL, and it'll pretend to be a client server HTTP proxy, which will actually sit as a bridge in between the application that we are talking about, and of course the browser, which has been and the acting browser. And what we try to do is we mask the application under test by making use of a fictional URL and then pass it across. So to answer this question in a state view on how we can avoid it, we make use of the proxy injection method. Hence, I've highlighted it in the answer. It's a very important aspect of this question to make sure to answer it in a clear way. Coming to the 15th question, it states, what is a data-driven framework, right? So a data-driven framework in its aspect and its foundational concept is basically an approach that we take, when we have to go on to split our data set from the actual test code or the test case that we are talking about, right? So this particular framework is actually dependent totally on the input data. Now, when you think about input data, think about a variety of sources from where it can come, right? You can have it through any local database, you can have it through an offsite server, it can be hosted on a cloud platform, it can be a CSV file, Excel file, or anywhere that you get the data from. So having a framework that is totally dependent on this for the input data, and the support for it is there as well. So through this, what it allows us is that it will give you very easy control to see how much data needs to be tested and what level of depth that you really have to go to whenever you're working with your application and whenever you're trying to automate the process of testing it as well. Now, after understanding this, there's another framework that you really have to know about. It's the keyword-driven framework. So what is keyword-driven framework? One thing whenever you're asked this question is to make sure you talk about the data-driven testing framework a little bit and then you talk about keyword-driven framework, right? Because the keyword-driven framework is actually a direct extension of the data-driven testing. So it's built on top of that. And here, instead of So here what we're trying to do is we're isolating the test data completely from the script, but we're also trying to keep that particular section of the code in an external data file to make sure that we really do not come across with any crosstalk or any sort of inefficiencies in testing as well. So the set of codes that we test, right, it's called as the keywords, and hence the name is actually driven from that. If you can look at the name, so keyword driven framework means the set of code that we have, we are actually calling it as a keyword, and these keywords denote the actual way, the actual work, what needs to be done and what action needs to be performed whenever we are testing the application as well. So through the keyword, we are driving the test framework, right? Hence, that's one of the good ways on how you can remember the answer to this question as well. And then moving on to the 17th question, it states, how will you upload So moving on to the 17th question, it states, how will you use Selenium to upload a file? Now, if you have a file which is in the same machine, if it's in a local network, or let's say even if it's in the map network drive, a NAS or whatever it is, right? It's extremely straightforward. All you really have to do is type in the actual path of it and upload it in the file upload control, and you are done. It is that straightforward. Now, when you think about an example, right, as I've always told you, if you have a laptop right in front of you, please do open it up, run Selenium, and make sure that you show how it's done as well. I have a very simple code snippet right in front of you where we're making use of the file upload control, and we've just provided a path. Here in our case, the file is actually in C drive. It's called as myfile.txt, and of course this will be very different in your case, but then do show it practically as we have discussed before. Now, So moving on to the 18th question, it states, what is the difference between get window handles and get window handle? You know, the only S at the end is the difference, but then there is a lot more to it, as you will see. Now, we use get window handles, especially when we have to get all the addresses of whatever browsers we have opened up, and it returns all of these data, in set string. Now, when we talk about get window handle, right, here we're trying to get the address of only the current browser where we have the control in. And of course, the return type is the generic string data type out here. But then, depending on what your requirement is, do you want the output from all of the browsers, or do you want the output from the only main browser, the current browser where you have the control in, for your application under testing, right? So you really have to think about that, and depending on what the requirement is, you'll either make use of get window handles or get window handle as well. Coming on to the 19th question, it says, what is Selenium and what are the three types of Selenium that are available? Selenium, as the name suggests, in fact, is the set of commands that we make use of Selenium whenever we're running any sort of test to test our applications out here, guys. So talking about the types of Selenium, there are three types of Selenium. One are the actions, we have the actions, we have the accessors, and we have the assertions as well. Actions, as the name suggests, are used to perform operations, used to perform interactions with whatever target elements that we have that we need tested. And then we have the accessors, right? Accessors are used to store values into a variable, and I think you'll get the fair idea of why it's called as an accessor, right? And then we have assertions. Assertions are used as checkpoints everywhere in between whenever we go on to test applications to see if everything is all right as well. So these are the commands that will help you to put down checkpoints, to analyze and take it slow from one point to another whenever you're performing, say, a complex test case as well.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which command can be used to enter values onto the text boxes? And your options are send keys, send keys, send key, sends key. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So whenever you're asked about Selenium, make sure to talk about its command usage, make sure to talk about the three types: actions, assertions, and accessors, and it always adds value if you can explain about it in a clear and a concise way, rather than dragging it out, right? So it's a pretty straightforward concept. Now, coming on to the next question, it states, if I want to insert a breakpoint in the Selenium IDE, the integrated development environment, how can I do it? Well, it's extremely straightforward to insert a breakpoint, even though it seems very tricky, right? So all you have to do is you have to select the toggle breakpoint by right clicking on the command in the Selenium IDE, and then there's a shortcut to it. The shortcut is the B key. So make sure to press B button on the keyboard and select the actual command, right? So if you want to add a breakpoint, you can do the same thing. But then if you have to if you really have to deselect the breakpoint, right, it's still the same thing. All you have to do is go toggle the breakpoint by right clicking on it and hitting B as well. So even though the question states on how you can insert it, go that extra mile to talk about how you can deselect it as well, right? All you have to do is click on it again to deselect it, guys. Now, coming on to the 21st question, it says, how do I launch the web browser by making use of WebDriver? Well, to make use of the WebDriver, it directly depends on what browser that you're running, right? There is three simple syntaxes that I've put in on your screen. We have WebDriver driver. So we have the WebDriver for the Firefox driver, we have the Internet Explorer driver, or the most used one, which is supposed to be the Chrome driver as well. So, this is a very simple, straightforward syntax that you can use to, launch the browser in any of the operating systems as well. So depending on that particular browser that you have a requirement for to put your applications under testing, make sure to mention these. But then, of course, guys, make sure to talk about the practical aspect and show it if possible as well. Now, coming on to the 22nd question, it says, what are the different types of weights that are available in WebDriver? Now, whenever we talk about weights, right, there's two very different types of weight you definitely have to talk about in the case of WebDriver. It's implicit weight and explicit weight. Implicit wait is in a sense where there is a set amount of time, let's say a waiting time that you define in between all the test scripts that have to execute, right? So in case if you have one entire test script, but then you really have to time it out in between each of the test steps and by giving it some time, right? This is where implicit test will come into the picture. You can put a timing of, let's say, somewhere around 30 seconds before each of the test steps move across and runs the entire script. So to run each of these steps in an order, you can have 30 seconds and wait and then test it and then move on to the next one as well. That's implicit wait. Now, Coming on to explicit wait. So explicit waits are made use of whenever you have a condition, whenever you have an explicit or a particular condition where you have to halt the execution until that condition is met. Or let's say if the condition is is not met, we really don't have to wait there, right? We can add a condition saying if the condition is not met, then of course here is the maximum time allotted. You can wait until that point of time, and of course then execute as well. So but then you really have to talk about two things when you talk about explicit wait. One is that the execution will halt if the condition is met, and the execution will halt if the condition is not met, but we have the maximum time that has been elapsed as well. So this is the basic difference that lies in between implicit and explicit wait whenever we talk about WebDriver. Coming to the 23rd question, it states, how do I handle an iframe in WebDriver as well? So I'm sure you know what an iframe is, right? So an iframe actually stands for an inline frame, which is used to insert any other document into our current HTML working document as well. To select an iframe by the ID, you have the driver.switch2.frame that you'll be using with the name of the ID. And then if you have to use the tag name, of course, we're going to use the by.tagname feature. And then, whenever we have to talk about using the indexes or the indices, as we use frame of index, and we're going to switch to that as well. And then when you're talking about using the name of the frame, of course we can use that. And then whenever you're talking about selecting the parent window as well, of course we're going to make use of the default content for that. So take a second, pause it on this question, do take a note of all of these in case if you're not very familiar with how a frame gets handled in WebDriver in a variety of way, by making use of its ID, by making use of its tag name, indices, name of the frame, and of course the parent window as well. Now with that, we can move on to the 24th question that says, how do I set the test case priority in TestNG, right? So first of all, whenever you're working with TestNG, you really have to understand the basic functionality of the code, right? So we have to import the package first of all, and we'll have a class. In class, we're going to set the priority, right? So line number 4 states at test priority is equal to 0, at test priority equal to 1, priority equal to 2. These lines are the inline cases that we're trying to say. These are the lines where we're trying to say inline on how and what method should get what priority, right? So method 1 will execute first because it has a priority 0, and then we have the test method 2 that will run because the priority of it is 1, and then the method 3 will run because priority is 2. But understand that priorities start from 0, it being the highest priority, and of course as the number goes up, the priority level goes down. So the execution that you see for that particular code on your screen is the execution of method 1 first, then we have method 2, and of course then we have method 3. Now, coming on to the 25th question, it states, what are the different types of test automation frameworks that are available? This again is a very simple question. It's a very straightforward question, and you really don't have to explain a lot when you're asked about this. Since you're asked the different types of it, make sure to mention the types of it. And of course, if you've made use of all of these types of test automation frameworks, do talk about your experience there, because that adds a lot of value. Now coming to the answer, you have module-based testing frameworks, you have behavior-driven, you have hybrid testing frameworks, you have the keyword-driven testing frameworks, you have the data-driven, you have library architecture testing frameworks, and you have a lot of others as well, right? But then it always adds value if you at least mention 4 or let's say 5. I've mentioned the 6 testing frameworks on the screen, but then make sure you at least have 4 or 5 down so that you have something to talk about it, and a one-line description of each of them in case if you have used it, or in case if you have come across about it, or if you know it will add a lot of value to your candidature as well. So make sure to talk about that. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it states, describe the differences between Selenium and QTP, right? So we already handled this particular question once, but then it is very vital that you really know the difference, because this question is asked, let's say, in 99% of the interviews, guys. So Selenium is an open source tool. Quick Test Professional, QTP as we call it, as a license tool. You have to pay for it. With Selenium, we can only test web applications, while QTP supports both web and Windows based and mobile based applications. Selenium supports Java, C Sharp, Ruby, Python, Perl, and many other languages as well. But then Qtp only supports VB script, and in case we're talking about the object repository, right? So we have to maintain it and create it separately, and we have to do it entirely ourselves in case of Selenium. But then with the help of QTP does this automatically. It creates it and maintains it for us as well. Since we have already run through this question once, I'm just giving you a quick reminder to make sure that you actually take a note of this without fail, guys. Now, coming on to the 27th question, it states, in Selenium, what are breakpoints and what are start points? As the name itself suggests, breakpoints are used to stall or break that particular execution at that point of time. So whenever there is a breakpoint that has occurred, or whenever there is the execution that comes to a breakpoint, it means that the program will stop there, and you can test and see if your code is working properly or not, and then move to the next set of steps in your code as well. And then when we talk about start points again are the points where we have to start the execution as well. So why would we require start points if we can just add breakpoints and move on, right? But then start points are required whenever we have to test any sort of scripts from the middle, or let's say even after a breakpoint, instead of testing it again from the start manually all the time, right? So if you have a requirement of testing it from the middle, or let's say even after a breakpoint, the usage of a start point will definitely add a lot of value there as well. So this is the basic difference that lies in between breakpoints and start points, so make sure to mention that. Now, coming on to the 28th question, it states, mention the need for session handling while working with Selenium. Well, one very important thing is that whenever we work with Selenium, no matter what we're trying to do, we require session handling, right? So what usually happens in the working of Selenium is that we have the WebDriver, and this WebDriver has to interact with the browser at every single point in time to execute all of the commands that are that we give, right? So here is a scenario where we require session handling. Let's say before the current execution completes, someone else might start an execution of another script on the same machine, on the same type of browser, right? Now this will cause a lot of redundancy. To make sure that we do not arrive at this particular deadlock where we're trying to perform a similar execution of a different script, but then it's the same machine, it's the same browser, we really have to make use of session handling, because this will give complete control to the WebDriver of whatever is happening to the browser, and it serves as a bridge for us to use it as well. Now, coming on to the 29th question, it states, mention the types of listeners that are present in TestNG. Well, there are 12 types of listeners in TestNG, and if it's completely understandable if you cannot name all 12, but then I highly recommend you name at least 6 of them, right? So you have the annotation you have the iAnnotation transformer, iConfigurable, iConfiguration listener, iExecution listener, iHookable, invoke method listener, you have invoke method listener 2, method interceptor, the iReporter, the iSuit listener, and of course we have the iTest listener as well. If you can name all 12, it's an amazing thing, and if you can name all 6, trust me, that will definitely do the job as well. But then try to push to name all 12 listeners that are present in TestNG. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, how can we handle Windows-based pop-ups with Selenium? This is a very tricky question, and this is asked a lot. You already know this, right? Selenium cannot handle Windows-based applications. It's only used to test web applications. So make sure to mention that as it is. Say no, it cannot support the testing of Windows-based applications or mobile-based applications. But then if you really have to test Windows-based pop-ups, then you will require third-party intervention as well. Third-party tools such as the robot class, or you have the auto IT, which can be used in cases where we have to make use of Windows-based pop-ups alongside Selenium to test this in case of a web application as well. So for that, you cannot directly do it with Selenium, and of course with third-party tools you can do it, but then mention the name of the third-party tools that you'll be using alongside Selenium to achieve the handling of web-based pop-ups as well. Moving on to the 31st question, it states, for the database testing in Selenium WebDriver, what API is required, right? This is a very simple question, a straightforward question, but then I've seen a lot of people answer this wrong. So make sure to answer it correctly. It's very simple. You require the JDBC API. In the Selenium WebDriver, basically we make use of the Java database connectivity, or in short, it's called as the JDBC API, and it is used to run all of our SQL commands for us, SQL statements for us in a very simple and a straightforward way. Guys, the answer to this is JDBC. If you can talk 1 or 2 sentences about the JDBC API, it will help. but then make sure to talk about how it is used as well. Moving on to the next question, it states, how can you identify an object in Selenium? So to identify an object in Selenium, let's say to find an object in Selenium, right, we make use of the is element present. It's a string locator that is provided by Selenium, and what it does is it takes the locator as the argument, and if the locator is particularly found, it returns a boolean value saying it found the value. So you can use the boolean return value as an assertion to see if your locator that you've put in as the argument to is element present is found in your it's found in your test case or not. So the is element present is used to find any sort of object in Selenium. Make sure to mention that. Moving on to the 33rd question, it states, mention the use of XPath in Selenium testing. We already talked about XPath at the start of this particular video, right? It's a way of how we define web elements. It's pretty similar to the document object model, but then in the case of XPath, what we're trying to do is we're trying to identify all of our elements in a very dynamic way. But then, since we're talking about XPath, you really have to mention about the two types of XPath that are present. We have the absolute XPath, and of course, we have the relative XPath as well. And we've already discussed absolute and relative XPath in the previous questions. So in case if you've jumped ahead, make sure to revisit those questions and check it out as well. Coming to the 34th question, it states, what are the important components of Selenium? Well, as a person interviewing for a Selenium tester's role, you have to know all the components, guys. You have four main components. You have the Selenium Grid, you have Selenium RC, which is the remote control, you have Selenium WebDriver, and of course the entire IDE, which is the Selenium Integrated Development Environment as well. These four form to be the basic architecture, the basic foundation upon which you can do everything in Selenium, right? I mean, of course, there are other third-party components as well, but then what is indigenous and what is native to Selenium is what the question is about. So make sure to answer it that way. Now, moving on to the 35th question, it states, can WebDriver test mobile applications? Another test question, another tricky question regarding mobile apps, right? You cannot test mobile applications in Selenium. You cannot test Windows-based applications directly with Selenium, right? So the answer is very straightforward. It's a no, because Selenium is not built to do this, right? So WebDriver was built as a tool where you can test web applications only. It was not built for mobile application testing, or in fact, it was not built for Windows-based application testing as well. So make sure to mention it as is. This is a very simple and straightforward question, which definitely has a simple yes or no answer to it as well. Moving on to the 36th question, it states, how does Selenium Grid work? Well, a Selenium Grid is basically used to create a suite where we're trying to work with all of the forwarding test cases that we have to the hub, or let's say even back from the hub as well. And the test cases from here are directly redirected to and then the test cases from here, right, we're trying to redirect it through the WebDriver and get them to execute in the browser as well. So what the test suite basically does is that it will make sure we can run all of our codes and tests in parallel. That is the most important use case of Selenium Grid, guys. So make sure to mention that as well. So all we're trying to do is we're trying to push the test cases through our WebDriver. Our WebDriver will execute them in the browser, and we can have multiple test cases execute and run them in parallel as well. Now with this, we can check out the 37th question that says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? One thing is certain. This question is a very, very frequently asked question in case if you are having any sort of experience. Well, it can be asked to you in case if you're a fresher as well, because we're living in a world where people are upskilling themselves on their own through certification programs, right? More on that in the next couple of questions. But then when you talk about it, if you have any experiences, please talk about how you've tried to solve a problem, right? So Selenium is all about finding problems and either you solving them or finding a team that will solve them for you. So talk about the how approach rather than the what approach in terms of experience, especially in Selenium, right? Elaborate on what techniques you have used, what tools you have used, what third-party attachments that you have made use of in your Selenium learning career, how you learned Selenium as well. But then at the end of the day, right, make sure to not bloat a lot about your experience in case if you have not made use of any tool, because that might lead to further questions asked on that particular tool or technique, and this definitely will work against you in case if you cannot answer that as well, right? So keep it very clear and keep it concise in terms of answering this question as well. And then another question can be asked saying, why are you applying for the Selenium role in our company, right? So this question has a very simple and a straightforward way through which you have to answer it. The interviewer expects you to convince them on why you need the job. So talk about how proficient you are in your subject, how well you can handle all the concepts when it comes to automation of testing with especially large amounts of data, variety of data, and how you might have the capabilities of building a rock solid testing pipeline as well. You just have to convince the interviewer by stating a couple of reasons of how you stand apart from the general crowd in terms of applying for their company. They might be a startup company, they might be a mid-sized company, or let's say they can be a huge trillion-dollar company that you're applying for. But then before you step into the interview, make sure to understand the job description in all of its detail. If the human resource actually gave you a call, if the hiring manager actually gave you a call prior to the interview, make sure to ask about job description in detail as well. It always helps if you understand the detail of the company, their motto, what their vision and mission is, and what problem they are trying to solve, and see how you can fit well in their architecture as well, right? So it'll always work in your favor if you can put in an equal amount of work to understand about the company that you're applying for, guys. So make sure to please put in some effort there alongside your actual interview preparation as well. Coming to the 39th question, it states, what is your plan after joining the Selenium testing role? Here, one important thing, even before I tell you how to answer is keep it very concise, keep it very clear, because I'm sure you can talk 20 minutes about this particular answer. But then, the interviewer might have heard hundreds of answers to this exact question, right? All you're trying to do is you're trying to bring yourself to the table. You're trying to see how well you can present yourself in terms of how simply you can explain what you're trying to do, what your career goals are, and how you plan to fit right into their role, right? Always talk about how you are a team player, and what your interpersonal skills are, and what your skills are to your basic love with data. So you really have to talk about all of that, and then talk about how you plan to better fit yourself into the company first, understand what pipeline and architecture they have, and probably how you can improvise it in the coming days of your employment there as well. So if you answer it this way, right, it definitely has a very rock solid impression that you will create in the mind of the interviewer as well. Now, coming to the last question on these top interview questions set, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process in Selenium? Well, one thing you really do have to notice whenever we talk about certification programs, right? Not only do they add a lot of knowledge to you, not only do they add a lot of value to your life, give you exposure to test cases, give you exposure to learning from experts across the world, give you access to communities and whatnot, right? As a person who's learning it, you are going to win thoroughly with a certification program. But then what the interviewer is concerned with this particular answer that you have to talk about is how well you show in terms of career advancements, right? Let's say you do have certification programs that you have completed in Selenium. What it tries to tell the interviewer is that you have put in a considerable amount of time and effort into learning something either that you have wanted to learn in the past, or either something that you really have as a career goal, or it can be a brand new thing. You can be a Python developer who wants to learn Selenium now. You can be a web developer who wants to work on Selenium now. So in all of those cases, you're trying to showcase yourself as a strong aspirer to learn new things on your own and to upskill yourself as well. So it will generally portray a picture of you being an effective learner, and that you have the capability to pick up concepts, pick up new things, work on real life projects through these top certification programs, and in fact implement them as well. See, with any IT concept in the world that you can think about is put into place to solve a problem. So in case you're asked this question, right, do talk about it in that approach. Do not talk about what the problem is, talk about how you solved the problem, right? So the same applies for certification as well. Of course, please do state what all certifications you have, how much amount of time, effort and money you have put into learning them in a clear and concise way. But at the end of it, what adds value is when you tell the interviewer how and what you took away from the program, right? So you would have given real life use cases, industry level projects that you will have to solve in your certification program. please do talk about that, because that at the end of the day will add value to you as a learner and to the person who's on the other side of your table right now taking your interview as well. So that definitely means a lot to both of you guys. It's a win-win situation, right? So I would like to take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for your Selenium interviews. I am sure with these questions you have a clear picture of how you're supposed to attack these questions and how you can answer them in a very clear and a concise way, without it and adding unnecessary points as well. But then make sure to follow all the guidelines in the video, and I'm sure you guys are going to ace all of your interviews. So with that, I wish you all the very best, and I'm more than excited to see you on the next one.
Just a quick info for everyone. If you wish to learn Selenium from industry experts through various hands-on industry-grade projects and case studies, then Intellipaat has just the right program for you. Intellipaat's Selenium certification course will help you become a certified Selenium tester. Reach us out to know more.